provavelmente vai ser uma das únicas experiências da minha vida, se não a única, onde a torcida inteira vai estar torcendo pra mim, né? Acho que todo mundo vai estar pelo Brasil. Então acho que vai ser uma experiência única, vai ser algo que só a América pode proporcionar.
El jugar en la CBLOL, o sea, como que me emociona. Siento que está muy bonito el stage, las oficinas, todo es muy diferente a como es en México. Y el que haya pública creo que no me pone nervioso, simplemente como que me emociona más y siento que voy a jugar mejor.
Es segunda vez que vengo acá a competir en un evento internacional, estuve en el MSI del 2017, así que se repite, la verdad. Aquí en el mismo escenario, de hecho, así que es súper bonito para mí.
I'm really excited to be in Brazil. I've never been to South America before, and you know, it's really exciting to go to new places and meet new people, see new cultures, and yeah, I'm having a good time.
Campeonato internacional é uma experiência única, eu não achei que eu ia poder viver ela tão cedo. Eu vivi para esse momento aqui, acho que a gente deu a vida para conseguir essa vaga, a gente deu tudo de si, então a emoção tá à flor da pele aqui, vamos dar tudo.
I think the competition, it'll be good. I think some of the series will go long, and I don't think we'll drop a game in this tournament, but I can definitely see Fear getting upset. These teams, you know, these Brazil and Latin American teams, they'll be good, but I don't think that they'll be able to just match our level of competition.
Hello and welcome one and all to day one kickoff of America's Challengers. A culmination of a year of work from all the players across 3 regions and a celebration of the merger of the Americas going into next year. Day one is underway and I'm honored to be your play-by-play for today's action. I'm Steve Kangas, and I'm joined by the one and only legend of the CBLOL English broadcast, RMC. Welcome to the show.
Kangas, thanks for having me here. I am so hyped for this, man. For the first time, the Americas will be clashing all across the board. 3 different regions, 4 different conferences as well, because LATAM is split into North and South. And Kangas, you know, there's always been talk, hey, NA is the major region. They're the best. But are they?
You know what? I think we'll get our answer by the end of this event, RMC, because this is the first time that we get an international Tier 2 tournament for the Americas. Next year, we will have the Northern and Southern Conference for the Americas region, but this is the Tier 2 event that will really show us the players that are competing for some of those starting spots and trying to break their way into that Tier 1 competition. And like you said, so much reason to be excited because we get to see for the first time everybody compete in Brazil live against each other. It's a big moment for the community to come together and celebrate a fun event like this.
Yeah, and again, no, they are actually all in person in São Paulo in the CBLOL Arena. So this is an actual LAN, no ping problems here. And Kangas, as you talked about, these are some of the best and brightest prospects from all across Americas that we're going to get to see today. And we kind of get to see the differences in the Tier 2s across all of Americas because they all have slightly different formats. NACL with promo relegation, CBLOL with their traditional academy program, and LRN and LRS with their sort of Tier 3 qualifying ways. It's not the sort of promo relegation that we're used to up in North America. It's just, hey, the best get selected in.
Well, we can see the fans are ready to get going in the audience. Players are on stage as well. So while we're getting into pick and ban and getting meet the rosters in a moment here, talk to me about the format of this event. You mentioned every event or every region coming in has their own format, but in particular, this is going to be a single round robin best of ones, but then playoffs a little different as we get to meet our players from WAP.
Yeah, because of all the different regions, we've kind of mixed a little bit here into the Americas Challengers. We will be starting with a best of 1 single round robin group stage, and the top 4 teams coming out of that will move into the playoffs, which are double elimination. Now, double elimination will be starting with best of 3s, but as we move on in the lower finals and the grand finals, it will become a best of 5. And the best part, Kangas, the tournament is full fearless. So starting the playoffs, we'll start to see those bans really come. We'll start to see those picks become bans.
Yeah, we just got to meet all the players from Team WAP right there. One of the representatives coming in from LRN, the representative coming in from the northern region for Latin America Tier 2. And now we get to meet the NACL first seed coming in here, DragonSteel. As we see those players come up and the rosters announce. Also important to note, RMC, this is going to be a big moment for international fans because, okay, Spark's giving a thumbs down there, not sure what that's about. But this is the first event that we get to see patch 14.18 played. I think that's going to be an incredible look at what the Worlds patch looks like because that is where the best players in the world will be playing in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, and most importantly, these teams have not been playing on 14-18 for the most part. That patch has dropped this week, right? The different regions were finishing, I think LRS, LRN were like 14-14, CBLOL 14-15, and NACL I think was 14-16, if I recall correctly. So a lot of changes coming through for a lot of these teams. Now, guys, I do want a quick correction. WAP is actually the LRS representative, not LRN representative. And WAP,
yes,
I know what it means up here, but down there it stands for what a player. And there'll have to be some epic players to match up against DragonSteel, the NA first seeds.
Yeah, thank you for the correction, and thank you for the explanation of the name as well. What a player coming in to represent the southern region right there. But yeah, we got to see the players on stage. They are ready to go, and I think the expectations is something that we can talk about now before we get into hearing from one of the players in a moment, because DragonSteel is coming in. A lot of people are considering them one of, if not the favorite of the tournament.
Yeah, fair enough. Even within the NACL, which already has expectations being a major region, Maryville, or DragonSteel, as they've come to be known after partnering with Brander Sanderson, they have not dropped a single series, the entire split from start to finish. So that's an epic performance from them. And on the other side, WAP is kind of the opposite story, if you will. They were not favored to win their region whatsoever. Even in the grand finals, their casters was like, oh no, we're favoring the second place team, which is Primate Gaming. But they did the Cinderella run. They went from 5th place in their regular season to 2nd place in their groups and group stages to actually winning it all in the playoffs.
Incredible stories from all the teams coming in here. We'll cover them as they come up on screen. But it's time now to hear from QQ More, one of the members from WAP, about their thoughts coming into the event.
Mi nombre es Diego Paulaza, tengo 25 años, soy el jungler de Bo3s Bo5s y soy de Santiago de Chile. Comencé mi carrera el 2016 como suplente en Isurus Gaming, después llegué a ser titular el 2017 donde salimos campeones y viajamos al MSI, y luego de eso competí en muchos equipos en Latinoamérica. Me he mantenido durante todos estos años siempre jugando como titular y nada, eso, la verdad es que me encanta competir. Marcado en mi carrera yo creo que ha sido jugar de manera presencial. Las finales que jugué tanto en la CLS en su tiempo, como cuando jugué también el MSI aquí en Brasil, y ahora que voy a jugar también nuevamente, yo creo que también va a ser un momento muy recordado en mi vida. Me gustaría demostrarme a mí mismo y demostrarle también a la región de que sigo vigente, que sigo siendo un jugador de alto nivel.
Awesome hearing from QQ More from WAP, a storied player in his own right, and now looking to continue his story and his legacy up here against DragonSteel, who, like we had been teasing, might be one of the favorites. So while we're getting ready for a pick and ban here, RMC, what do you think the likelihood is of an upset, if we're going to call it that, if WAP can actually take this against DragonSteel?
I think that's a complicated question, Kangas, because obviously everybody's favorite North America, but let's talk a little bit about QQ More and WAP as a team as well, because we talk about them as a team that's developing new players, but they have some incredible veteran talent. We heard it from QQ More in the opening video. He's been to Brazil before, MSI 2017, and he's not the only one, Kangas. Along with Kindless back in MSI 2017, the AD carry of WAP, they were both there. So these are players who not only have Tier 1 experience, they have Tier 1 international experience. If you're looking at this on paper, WAP doesn't actually look like the losing team when they come into this. So, you know, odds aren't terrible on paper. I keep saying on paper.
Yeah, I mean, when you just look at a paper, I mean, you had also noticed this earlier, just in terms of skill, and maybe not skill discrepancy, but skill experience discrepancy, amount of Tier 2, Tier 3 even games played. The WAP roster does have a leg up over DragonSteel.
And that's why we kept repeating on paper, because in reality, DragonSteel is absolutely terrifying. And while DragonSteel might not have the same Tier 1 experience. Their coach, Niles, formerly in Golden Gardens as well, did play in Tier 1 in the LCS. And more importantly, DragonSteel as a team has been playing together in person pretty much this entire split on the Maryville campus. And they are macro, they are micro. The mechanics this team has displayed is the scariest looking thing we've seen come through out of NA. And frankly, when I prepared for all these teams as well, sure, DragonSteel might not have the Tier 1 experience, the name branding, but at least in terms of execution and how they looked within their region, they kind of look like they're standing head and shoulders above right now.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'd have to echo agreement there. And I want to talk about specific players now that have really stood above the competition as the gamers are getting ready to hop into pick and ban for game number 1 here on stage. I want to talk about Zamudo to kick things off for DragonSteel. I know that this is a player that's had a lot of eyes on him for what he's been doing in solo lanes in the top lane. I know Yuji just won MVP for NACL, but Zamudo in particular is a player that I think will also have a lot of eyes on him because he's the newer player coming in to this Maryville collegiate core, replacing Niles, who's now going to that coaching role, and Zamudo has not skipped a beat.
Yeah, and Zamudo absolutely dominated in the grand finals of the NACL as well. Absolutely just dismantled his opponent, Philip, who's also in this tournament. And for Zamudo, I think counterpick is going to be absolutely massive. For WAP, the person they're sending up against him is Thorin in the top lane. And we talk about how Zamudo is newer to the DragonSteel roster. Well, Thorin is a newer player in general. He's not really played a full split in Tier 2. He's coming up, but he has a bit of a nickname down in the LRS known as El Torito, or the Little Bull, because this guy can be a bit of a bull in the China shop if he gets the right matchup. So this topside could be very, very explosive and interesting depending on how things play out. And I do believe for this game 1, it will be DragonSteel on blue side, which means there's a chance for Thorin to try and get counterpick with the interesting champion pool that he can pull out.
Well, let's talk about Champion Pool then, because this is patch 14.18. This is the Worlds patch, everybody. That means that this is our first look at competitive play on the champions, on the patch that the best in the world will be playing in a few weeks' time. What are the big changes that we could see affect any of the player champ pools? Either big changes, small changes, because there was a lot on this patch overall.
Yeah, it's insane. I think about the top 15 most played champions in the LCK all kind of got nerfed pretty much across the board. Riot really is trying to bring in the sort of meta champions into line, so a lot of changes coming through. Now, most of these are fairly minor changes that we're seeing, things like the Lilia changes, to a certain extent the Zeri changes, kind of smoothing that out. Ivern got a little bit of hit on his sustain. Those sort of things might affect whether or not we see these champions being first pick, first ban, but I still expect to see them in meta. The interesting ones to me, or the big ones, are Nasus. Got a nerf on his Spirit Fire, which is not a big deal, but it does affect his wave clearing potential, and I think that will take him out of mid lane completely. And with him out, maybe, hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't see Garen mid anymore, because, hey, seeing Garen top, I'm fine with that. Mid, kind of disgusting. Ziggs took a big hit on his ability to take turrets. His passive, unfortunately, got reduced from 50% to 75%, so that could be kind of huge. Kangas, I know you're talking to me about Misfortune. She took a very small base AD nerf, but that might be enough to push her out of sort of that S tier ranking that we were seeing before. I still expect to see her around maybe, but maybe only like A tier, B tier. I expect to see things like Jinx, which got a bit of a buff, and attack speed buff, attack speed scaling buff on a Jinx. Always going to be massive. I expect to see her come up a lot more. Ahri in the mid lane, along with Wei, both directly got nerfed, and some of the mage items got, both got buffed with some mage item buffs as well. I expect to see them come up.
Well, let's see what the changes are as Pick and Ban is ready to go underway here for game number 1 of America's Challengers, the inaugural intercontinental tournament between North and South America. Cannot wait to see what the teams pull off, and right off the bat, even with the nerfs, it is Varus, blue 1, and even with the nerfs to Ziggs and Leona, every champ locked in was on the nerf list for this patch.
Keep in mind, these teams didn't have that much time to play on patch 14.18. That just dropped this week. So part of it's kind of comfort versus the theoretical changes that came through and they might not have had as much time to practice. So we're seeing things that we kind of expected to see through the Udyr coming in for DragonSteel. I know Zamudo has piloted that to great effect in the top lane, and Rumble nerfs. What about Rumble? Rumble's early game got kind of gutted. That means if you pick the Udyr now, Rumble isn't a safe pick into it anymore. There's not a lot of champions that can go toe-to-toe with that in the 1v1.
Yeah, Rumble's Q base AP ratio and or base damage as well as the AP scaling both went down. So it is just not able to bully the Udyr nearly as much, and that was kind of the premier matchup. So I do like that so far. Rel also locked in here, talking about all the changes. Rel having some slight bonus movement speed decreases, a little nerfs. A lot of the adjustments felt like they were kind of placebos. Like, we kind of have to wait and see how much they actually play out on the Rift. But it's just funny to see how much the teams are still focused on this WAP as well, focused on this kind of turret-taking style. The combo of the Tristana plus the Ziggs, both champions notorious for their ability to take down structures.
And I really actually like the Tristana pickup coming through from WAP right now. Tristana, one of the few champions not touched, which are fairly meta in the mid lane. And it pairs well with the Ziggs. Yes, Ziggs' passive turret taking has gone down, but his ability to satchel charge them when they're low is still there. You pair it with the Tristana, and you kind of make up a lot for that. DragonSteel, though, still potentially looking for jungle mid right now, where WAP is looking for their jungle top to come through, still holding that counter pick. They're not sure if that Udyr is going for Zamudo just yet.
I would expect it to be more on Zamudo, but we'll see. And even banning away like the Olaf, I think that gives further indication that it could be that Udyr going into top lane. And so that means Urgot locked in for WAP Esports.
Yeah, and that's why we're talking about the interesting champion pool from Thorin. Urgot being one of them. He's played 3 games of it with a 67% win rate and a fairly decent KDA to boot as well. And you see the amount of range coming through from WAP already. They can kind of play very, very safe. They're happy to play front to back, and whatever jungle they pick up here, I'd like to see something tanky, you know, something like a Xin Zhao that could provide a great front line, great disengage for them.
I love to see also this crowd coming to life there. It's game 1 in draft phase, and there's already people on their feet starting chants. I think it's going to be a lively crowd and an energetic crowd for this weekend. As DragonSteel round out the rest of their composition, it's Zyra with a Jace. Also received some slight placebo nerfs, mostly just the slow and the movement speed buff for your team through the acceleration gate, and then your to the skies. So again, not big changes on that one. Didn't expect that to have a big effect, but the answer is going to be Brand on WAP Esports.
Okay, that's kind of interesting. I thought they'd want a body for WAP to be able to play that front to back with sort of, I don't know if you consider Urgot a marksman necessarily, but triple range threat that they already had. They just go for burst damage instead, and I don't hate it. When you see things like the Varus, like the Jace, like the Zyra, they're already so squishy. One good Pyroclasm could basically decide the fight if you get the bounces right. On the other hand, DragonSteel's Zyra with the Jace, you talked about sort of the Jace buffs that came through, the advantages he can get. The poke that can come through with him and Varus, and the zones that can be created with Zyra, that can potentially get them a bit of a poke composition, soften up the opposition before they kind of get in there. So I think a lot of it, for me, I'm looking at DragonSteel to set up properly. Don't just walk blind into these fights. And for WAP, a lot of it's going to be trying to get that Pyroclasm bouncing right, getting the engage that they want or that they need.
I think that the junglers both are going to have heavy impact on this, because Urgot really struggles against a Zyra. You're always walking into the plants, you're fairly short range, and you're going to be one of the front lines alongside that Leona. So eyes will be on the junglers. Both happen to be some of the more experienced players. The MVP from NACL versus QQ Moore, who we even heard in that interview having so much experience bringing it to this roster of WAP. Zyra and Brand, it's back to past metas, but it is still going to deliver today as we see the rosters on stage and the champions locked in for the draft. Game 1 is right around the corner, everybody, and I cannot wait to get into it. And I still just love how much this crowd is coming to life here for game number 1.
Yeah, you see an IDL fan with a Cade Stars fan, and Cade Stars will be playing later today. So, Kangas, you think the crowd is wild? Now, they will definitely get wilder when their Brazilian representatives are on stage. But for now, we've got the LRS up against the NACL, the very south against the very north.
And fun fact, as we're loading into the Rift for game number 1 with this beautiful cinematic view for the kickoff of America's Challengers. We do notice on the schedule, WAP will be playing both NACL representatives, and Fuego, the other Latin American team from LRN, will be playing against both of the CB LOL representatives. So even if WAP win here, lose here, they'll get a rematch against the region later on, as already an early lead for the top lane. Thorin chunking out Zamudo, he's going to have to bank.
And Kangas, this was the top lane matchup you were kind of highlighting a little bit with Zamudo coming in and Zamudo blinding the Udyr, Thorin getting his counter pick matchup. I think that's where things get a little bit dangerous because both of these top laners, they're very good at 1v1s. They're very good at snowballing their advantages. And granted, level 1, no summoners burnt, just a little bit of poke damage down. Nothing sticks. But as this goes on, once the minions start to spawn, any early death could very well swing that top lane. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map. I don't think we're going to see cheese, so it's probably going to be isolated for the first start of the game.
Yeah, it does seem like we're just going to have pretty standard passing here from the junglers. UG going for blue buff into the Gromp. And I'm happy that this is the top lane matchup we get because you set it up. Thorin is a bull in a china shop, and he is trying to break Zamudo early here, taking a huge chunk from the Phoenix form. Zamudo will trade right on back, so Thorin's got to respect that, but press the attack damage needs to be respected, and he is just asserting himself very early in this lane. Has a ward in the brush. Zamudo now realizes it hits level 2 early, but Thorin still is just threatening him away from the minions.
Good counter ward to keep the pressure on the minions on him. DD and Spyrax. Yeah, they're kind of going at it harder than I thought they would, but with the Tristana and AJs, both of them do have a lot of early damage as well, so I'm not surprised we're seeing the heavy trades, but I'm very curious about where the junglers are going to go, because all your solo lanes are kind of popping off like that. You know, you kind of want to gank them, but you started topside, and now your bot laners, that's normally where your first gank is going to go. They're kind of safe for a change.
Yeah, it looks like Kindness, Shuhari will both be under their turret by the time the junglers make it down there, but the camera just really wants to check out this top lane because of how aggressively they're trained. Thorin went for the flip, missed it onto Zamudo, and Zamudo will get another back here. Shoves the full wave in. Let's see what the purchase is. It's boots, so it's going to be even harder for the Urgot to stick on top of the Udyr now.
Yeah, wave bouncing back as well, so Zamudo doesn't have to TP in the top lane. He can just kind of walk right back into lane with the advantage he has. Now, what should highlight as well as the gang? Are they looking for this? Can Yuji pull this off?
We are attempting the dive. Zyko ideally is going to be the one to start tanking the turret. You are the tank. Just run straight at Shuhari. Hasn't got it yet. Now they turn attention on to Kindless instead, and that is a successful dive. First blood to Yuji.
A risky one, Kangas, but Zyko's patience was so good on that play. He doesn't actually tank it up, and you saw the ignite come down from Shuhari early. That allows DragonSteel to set up properly, get that first blood. Now, thankfully, Kindless on the Ziggs is running TP, so he's just TPing right back, and you don't lose any minions whatsoever. You just gave over the first blood. It hurts, but it's not the worst case scenario.
Yeah, you said patience. That is what I noticed as well. Zyko just allows the CC to come through from Shuhari first, and then turns on to Kindless. And the fact that Yuji gets the kill, the Zyra getting accelerated, we'll get another look at that here, just runs right past Shuhari.
And you can see the initial damage that came through. That was just from Shuhari. The turret never actually aggroed Zyko, and they needed to wait for that to come through before you put the Leona CC down, before you put the stun, before you lock them up. So it was so easy, so clean from DragonSteel to execute.
As we hear the crowd yet again chanting already for game number 1's first blood there. DragonSteel off to an early start, but QQmore's hanging around top side of the map. Zamudo and Thorin have been trading aggressively, and Thorin might be able to bait Zamudo in. He had flashed off screen, I imagine, or maybe during the replay. Either way, does not have flash now. Does Zamudo know that he's in danger? Yeah, you can just run away from this one easily. It's so hard to gank an Udyr unless the Udyr chooses to go in on you.
Yeah, and unfortunately, as a brand too, and they're willing to burn the flash, just running at an Udyr is not scary for the Udyr. Zamudo, he stuck around.
Oh! QQ with the flash middle and angles the Q on brand around the minion, curving the bullet, finding the kill.
And Zamudo's got no one to blame but himself. We were just talking about how hard it is to gank the Udyr, but Zamudo saw QQ around, said, hey, it's fine. I got this. Then the confidence kind of backfires a little bit. QQ able to pick up that kill before going back to base. And with that, Kangas both early kills going the way of these AP junglers who are really, really strong at those early skirmishes, at those early objectives.
It feels good for QQ, but I'll say I don't think it feels as good for Thorin. You're still behind a sizable amount of CS, and there is still a flash on Zamudo. So as you're coming back to lane with the longsword and the boots purchased, you're not necessarily comfortable yet, because the lane still hasn't been going great in the isolated 1v1. And while that king was happening, Yuji got at least like a camp up over QQ, and starting off the Grubs Both of these junglers very good at taking these, but Kyukimor's just too far away to contest at least the first one. Maybe he runs to the next, but doesn't look like it.
No, most likely, I think the best choice for QQ at this point is just kind of trade those grubs for Dragon, the usual first objective trade. We see Kindless and Shuhari are putting a ton of pressure down bot, so they will have that first move advantage as well. But DragonSteel, okay, I was wondering if they're going to give this up because Spyrax actually moved in from mid lane a little bit. DD moving early means they don't have control over the mid wave.
Yeah, this would be a very tough contest. Maybe they just look at the mid laner. Rocket jump away, which now means that they can actually approach here. WAP start up the Dragon. It was a good look at first, but they cannot hold it. Kyukimor gets chunked out by Scary Jerry, and DragonSteel have denied the objective trade. They get all 3 grubs. Let's see if they actually start up the Dragon themselves, but at least they stop WAP from grabbing it.
Yeah, and for QQ unfortunately, he's kind of low on health, has to go back. Kindless doesn't have mana, so if DragonSteel wanted this Dragon, it's theirs to take. They're playing it safe though, usually doesn't want to throw anything, and we get to see Zamudo just abuse Thorin in the 1v1 matchup right now.
Yeah, the longer that fight goes, it can get rough if Thorin's able to get the shotgun legs back, but I mean, if it's those types of trades, Udyr will win them, and he's using the Grasp of the Undying beautifully as well to just sustain up, punish Thorin. Again, in this isolated 1v1, he might have to just back and try and TP in the lane again. See if Zamudo even gives him the chance. He will try and get this reset off.
Yeah, and especially in this sort of matchup, Yuji's coming up though. Can he get the reset?
Oh, look at that! Look at that auto from the plant. Okay, went off screen. Is it gonna come back? Wait, he's gonna TP and it's gonna come back, right? I think it's actually gonna flow all the way. I want to see this. I don't know if we're gonna keep our eyes on. No, all right, we went away.
You know, in my head canon, Kangas, it came back. It's still coming back, and it will reach Thorin one day.
We all know. Check the
as
stats.
you're talking about.
He just got some extra DPS right there.
Did he actually?
I don't know. Making stuff up as we go.
I was actually kind of watching the comments see that proc from that.
I know, right? Yeah. Somebody was looking at it. Somebody's had their eyes on the top right of the screen. So Thorin has to teleport back in a lane. Still doesn't have flash, but it's coming up shortly as Zamudo actually needs to respect a little bit more. The Phage is completed for Thorin, but you know, as I said, maybe he doesn't need to respect him. Maybe the Udyr is just going to absolutely body this 1v1 because Thorin has not been able to win these trades.
Yeah, and the big problem is Urgot usually wins his top lane laning by having the range advantage. But Zamudo's just been pressuring in constantly, and if you're able to trade, Udyr's happy to take that. You talked about the Grasp of the Undying that Zamudo is opting for in terms of his rune choice, but at the same time, Udyr also has sustained built in with his turtle stance. So between the two of that, every time he trades, Zamudo is going to win that. So if Zamudo doesn't care about the Urgot, doesn't respect that particular pick, he only has to watch out for QQ more. And if he knows QQ more is not there, if he knows DD's not roaming, he's good to go and keep pressuring. Thorin actually just had to base again, Kangas, and he doesn't have to.
Yeah. Zamudo went into the brush. It was off screen. I was looking at the minimap. Zamudo went into the brush and actually faked a recall. Thorin bought it. So that gives a plate gold and another wave over. But now, QQ more starting up the Dragon again. Flashes aggressively out of Spyrags, and it's DD that cleans it up. Will be a trade of kills as Yuji will claim that one. But still, 1-for-1, WAP get their jungler out of there. And yet again, it's a scuffle around the Dragon. Neither team has been able to secure this objective.
No, earlier DragonSteel had an opportunity. They chose not to do it. And I think they were trying to bait WAP into actually doing it again. You're seeing how aggressive Psycho and Scary Jerry are. Shuhari deep in, but Scary Jerry a bit low on health. Can't follow up for now. And Kangas, these junglers right now, Yuji and QQ more, it feels like they really need the backup of the team if they want to do this Dragon. Sure, they've got a lot of damage. You saw QQ more drop the Pyroclasm, but not enough to kill anybody, and more importantly, not enough to be able to tank that up. And you can see right here, Kyukumore's kind of on his own. There's no backup from any direction. He is lucky that DD was able to rotate in, but you can also see the coordination from DragonSteel, the teamwork. The moment Spyrax got caught out, zero hesitation from bot lane. Psycho just dashing in there, burning everything to confirm that.
I did like how quickly the jungle mid comboed onto that play. DD and QQ more clearly had the same read of what they needed to do to get QQ more out of there, but they weren't able to get resets off of DD to then get out of there. I think ideally you can rocket jump in, get the kill, and then rocket jump away. Maybe you survive it, but was not the case that time around. Is now back to live here. We see Yuji leading the gold currently and getting the second round of grubs. Will WAP contest? There's already the fourth picked up. Can we get Grub-ageddon. QQ is going to approach, but members of DragonSteel are around the area, and they're just going to turn onto Thorin. That is all 6 grubs, and they'll even get the top laner to boot and engage from Shuhari, but that play is over. WAP lose their top laner and the objective, and their support's about to go down. Double kill to Zamudo.
And to give credit to WAP, a lot of their success in the LRS region was their willingness to make plays, to be aggressive. But this time, I think this choice was very suspect. The fact that Thorin had very little control. He is down 30 CS to Zamudo. He is down a level to Zamudo. You should not be contesting on this top side of the map. And once again, DragonSteel, they are a well-oiled unit. You could see the moment they made that call and said, okay, finish off Thorin. He's isolated. We turn. We kill. It's just that easy. Getting the 6th grub, that was just icing on the cake.
Yeah, I think that there's a world where WAP actually could have pulled that off because, yes, you're down a level, but you have the Urgot ultimate, which is very impactful in those types of skirmishes along with the brand, but they weren't able to set it up at the right time. Thorin goes down way too early, as now he's actually taking a 1v1 against Zamudo. Only has the plated steel cap, not many other items, but that might be all he needs, as he is just eating the shotgun legs of Thorin for breakfast. Says, thanks for the well-balanced meal, I'm just fine.
Okay, see the Executioner's calling at work there, cutting the healing from Zamudo, and that made it close, Kangas, but close but no cigar, not quite able to convert that.
I think Zamudo's health's about the same as it was at the the beginning.
It's just healing up. Well, his mana's kind of low though, so he will probably have to base right after this. I mean, he doesn't have the mana. Yeah, there you go. He's gone back to base. WAP though taking advantage of that. They're going for this. There's a chance for Zamudo just TP and stop this play.
They could go for the teleport flank, but it is Dragon secured. Now a fight afterwards from DragonSteel. Teleport is coming in as QQ get the kill onto Zyko, but Zyko did his job. Bought time for the rest of the team to shred through Shuhari and QQ more. So 2-for-1 trade for DragonSteel, but that Dragon does go over to WAP.
That lone single Hextech, Kanga, is worth so much time and investment from both these teams. It's first Drake as well. We should note that at about 13 minutes, so really, really late for first Drake. I don't know if we'll actually see so much less Elder this game, because that will be, what, 30 plus minutes in at that point. Zamudo, though, did TP in a little bit late. He cleaned up, and more importantly, look at what he does. As soon as he shows up to a lane, he starts taking that turret.
Yeah, Zamudo is going to be a problem in this game. Picking up the double kill there while he had the Leandries completed and is now getting 4 more plates. DD can't even do that much damage to him, and Shuhari, yet again, getting punished alone in the top river. DragonSteel saying, mark this point in your memory. Do not come here again, because we will just keep taking you down. So we're just going to actually run straight at Diddy here. Yeah, this is the type of lead he has, but a great teleport. This could turn things around. WAP are trying to punish Zamudo for his hubris, and they'll get Flash out of DragonSteel's top laner.
Now did Zamudo learn his lesson? QQ Morris here.
Nope, he did not. He's about to go down. Stun lands, and a shutdown. A lot of gold picked up by QQ Moore.
A critical one for WAP as well. They really need whatever gold they can get. Topside first brick goes down in favor of DragonSteel, being funneled into Spyrax as well. And Kangas, things are looking dire. It's, what is that, a 5,000 gold difference between the teams at pre-15 minutes right now. And if you take a look at where the gold is allocated as well for DragonSteel, it's in the side lanes. We've been so focused on Zamudo, but Scary Jerry has quietly built up a significant lead from the kills from the CS, and now with the Youmuu's Ghostblade ready, the poke he's going to rain down at this next dragon in about 3 minutes. At Herald, or actually Herald's already been taken by DragonSteel, so yeah, it's just a dragon. That's going to be tough for WAP to deal with.
And you already highlighted the fact during Pick and Ban that WAP don't really have a traditional front line. They have a Leona who's very behind. The Leona doesn't have any armor, so this lethality is going to chunk Shuhari anytime they try and go in. The Shuhari does try and make a play here, lands some stun onto Spyrax, and Thorin's nearby as well. They can take down Spyrax, but how much does it cost them? DD actually teleports in. This is a great play for WAP. Scary Jerry will trade one back, but the resets come through. DD gets one, shut down gold over to Thorin, and they'll even take down Scary Jerry. WAP show up huge in the bot lane team fight.
What a player, what a play coming through from WAP, Kangas, and zero hesitation. We were just talking about the fact that they were behind, and to WAP, let's not forget, they made a Cinderella run to even make it to this tournament. And they are used to playing from behind. They know how to play against better teams. And we talk about a lack of a traditional frontline. That's fine. WAP doesn't play traditional anyway. Shuhari is engage. He knows what his job is. It's not to necessarily survive the engage, it's to find the perfect engage. And they did just that, punishing DragonSteel, preying on DragonSteel's desire to kind of play together as a team and always follow up. And this time, it came back to bite them.
Yeah, DragonSteel really wanted to play for that bottom turret, but Thorin hiding in the brush was what gave WAP the confidence, as now they see Zamudo. Oh, that Zenith Blade felt like it should have landed, and they land the Q. Q more with the stun, and fear beyond death. Thorin knocking over some China in that China shop with the help of his friends. 3, 1, and 2 gets revenge on the Urgot.
So, if Thorin is El Torito, the little bull, does that make QQ more like the cattle driver or something? The rancher? Like, he's the one making all this action happen up top.
I think it makes Zamudo the guy with the flag trying to jump around the bull. He was doing well early on, but, you know, bull gets angry enough. It's not going to stand for that, and Thorin is cashing in huge. Getting the kill, and will get this turret with this next wave if he wants to. Let's see if he actually goes to the reset or if he commits to it. I think they're going to commit to it. DragonSteel, though, are not going to let it go unanswered. They do drop Herald mid, and will start a siege here. Remember, they have the 6 grubs, so they can actually do a lot of damage to that.
Rubagadin, they don't... Do they have enough members? Okay, they do. Spyrex is there. Scary Jerry, they all rotate in. So, DragonSteel, despite the fact that Zamudo is getting targeted, he is getting picked off. For those of you not familiar with them, this is nothing new for DragonSteel. They are very used to having their top laner get focus. And the big question for them is what they can do elsewhere on the map. And you can see, focus Zamudo, that's fine. We'll make a play somewhere else on the map. We'll get a turret in the mid lane. And it's a turret for turret trade, plus Zamudo going down, favors WAP. But opening up the mid lane gives so much more pressure to DragonSteel around these neutral objectives. I'm sad to say, as I say that though, DragonSteel is not really set up to defend this dragon.
Tempo is a concept that a lot of players do need to consider, though. Yes, it gives you the opportunity to push mid, but the dragon was already started. Zamudo's just 1v1ing Thorin yet again in this side lane, but Thorin still is able to survive for now. But yeah, I mean, getting the turret's one thing, but utilizing that pressure is another. They go for the resets, and WAP had a perfect timer there to go for the dragon, and suddenly that one dragon has turned into 2. Now we're stacking, and the gold lead is not where it was at around 15 minutes. WAP getting closer in the gold deficit. It's still a little lead for DragonSteel, but 3K is not insurmountable. I think WAP are actually finding themselves in a very comfortable position now.
Yeah, if they could punch back from 5K, 3K is an upgrade from where they were when they started making this turnaround. And Kangas, the Dragons as well are slightly worrying. WAP gets Infernal and Hextech as their first 2, which are both great as standalone Dragons, adds a bit more damage. But this potential soul is scary for DragonSteel. We talked about the fact that with Jace and Varus, you've got good poke. What's the worst thing that could happen to a poke team? Ocean Soul. Regeneration.
A lot of sustain. Healing. A lot of ability to shrug off that poke. That's one of the things that Ocean will give you. And as well in the side lane, because Thorin, it takes a long time for Zamudo to kill Thorin. He will eventually, as we've seen, but it takes a long time. So that means that Thorin can always just walk away and heal back up under turret if they're able to get that Dragon Soul in the kind of late game split push scenarios.
Yeah, and at that point, Zamudo can't just go trading willy-nilly like he did in laning, where he was guaranteed to be able to win out in the extended trades, because, hey, Thorin's got regeneration as well. So for DragonSteel, they need to be a little bit careful about giving up any more dragons or neutral objectives. We're approaching the 20-minute mark. Both teams are posturing for Baron. I feel like it'd be a little optimistic to kind of go for a 20-minute Baron. It's possible for WAP. They do actually have the shred to do it, but it wouldn't be the fastest, and they take a lot of damage without that traditional frontline you were talking about.
Yeah, I will say that the Baron threat from DragonSteel, I think, is because the dragons were so delayed, it can always be used to deny the Dragon Soul. WAP will have to find DragonSteel's slacking if they're able to get that soul, because either they'll be contested or it'll be a trade for the Baron. DragonSteel are a team in NA that are willing to go for the macro trades. They're willing to play to the map, as we have seen. They're also willing to back each other up on these plays. Zyko trying to clear out some wards, as Diddy's getting a lot of damage in, but they're not going to full commit.
Yeah, we did get to see a little bit of the vision that DragonSteel have right now. They've lost control over aggressive vision. They're kind of defensive and neutral right now, which is why we're seeing them back off. They don't want to be pushing up without vision. That's how Zamudo got caught multiple times. And good to see that as a team, they're kind of learning from that right now. They've got to set up a little bit more if they want to go for that split push advantage. And that split push advantage, Kangas, we talk about the Ocean Soul and what that can do for Thorin. Let's not forget the Urgot skilling as well is very, very strong. And at some point, he will be able to handle Udyr 1v1.
Right now, it looks like DragonSteel actually wants to contest WAP at the mid lane. Kindless gets chunked out right there from all the range. Dodged an accelerated shock blast, which might have just been his death, but Xerath will keep him alive for a little longer. As right now, they're going for reset, so for a couple of seconds, the Rift does belong to DragonSteel. They could try and go in, invade, take some of these jungle camps. I like that DD is actually denying the Krug take. Do they want to commit for the red buff? Yeah, UG can at least go for this one. Now, keep in mind, this will go to the whole team. We are at that point in the game, so taking away buffs at this point actually does feel like a pretty good prize, but it is spotted. UG grabs it. Now DD's actually all alone. Immediately rooted up, knocked up, flash forward from Shuhari, but the team's just not quite there. But the Mega Inferno bomb over the top is not enough. Kindless was ready, but they just didn't have the damage. There's one kill as Qmore throws out the Brand ultimate, but it will be a 1-for-2 trade in favor of DragonSteel.
And that's what we're talking about with DragonSteel, the macro plays, what they're willing to do. Thorin going hard on Zamudo right now. That's the ult blown. That's Zamudo kind of safe, but that is WAP pushing in with minions in the mid lane.
That's flashes traded as well. WAP are just trying to utilize their champion advantage right now with the Ziggs satchel. He no longer does 150% bonus damage to turrets. It's only 75, but that satchel will still execute regardless. So they can take these structures very quickly. If they're left alone, they take that opportunity, but they do lose a lot of pressure topside as Spyrex and DragonSteel, yet again, like I was just saying, they are playing to the map. They see multiple members of WAP mid, so they'll play the topside instead.
Yeah, and I think it's the right call for DragonSteel on the timers as well to go for that top side play. Getting the top inner not only gives you more gold than taking the mid outer, but it gets that pressure down as Dragon is spawning. So DD has to respond up there. And because WAP went for the mid and took them as long as it did, DragonSteel actually resets faster. They get to decide, hey, do we want to set up for Baron or do we want to set up for Dragon? If we want Dragon, we've got the pressure up top already. We can go in there, deny all the vision, get our own defensive division down. And WAP, if you want to walk in here, you're walking in blind.
Yeah, you're walking in blind. You're walking into Zyra plants, the Varus, and the Jace poke. Very terrifying prospect. As Qmore throws up the Amumu crying emote right there. Says, yeah, I think we lost the window, guys. They realized what was happening. So great setup from DragonSteel. They deny the 4 dragon stacking from WAP. That would have given them the Dragon Soul point. And that means that that will be a much further delayed Dragon Soul if WAP want to grab it. And by that point, that side lane point I was making about the Urgot, being able to sustain through the Udyr aggressiveness kind of gets nullified because Zamudo can just ignore you and start hitting the turret or just group up with the team. We're probably going to be in more of a team fight scenario around things like the Baron by then. So it will come down still to what you had said before, the Pyroclasm from Qmore, the ranged poke from these Ziggs as well to try and trade back against the Varus and the Jace. WAP do still have tools to pull this off, but I don't know if Dragon Soul is necessarily going to be their win con now.
Yeah, well, depending on the next team fight. We've actually not really seen the teams team fight too much around the Dragon or at the actual Dragons. We've seen a couple of attempts in the early game, but since then, not the full 5v5 to come through. And I suspect that's what would really decide this. If WAP can comprehensively win out of 5v5 at the Dragon, then that gives them better odds to be able to get that soul and kind of accelerate from there. DD, a lot of mobility tools available, but Zamudo...
Yeah. He's got the Buster Shot, so theoretically it should be fine. Yeah, double rocket jumps plus Buster Shot just to stay alive. That's what Zamudo can do here. Frozen Heart means that you're not going to take much damage on the crackback, so nicely done. That means Diddy will not have the ultimate available if another skirmish happens, but I don't really see anything to fight over the next couple of minutes unless somebody wants to go for a crazy Baron play.
Yeah, I think Baron is the big thing they're going to try and posture around. At this point in the game, Mirror Mana is completed for Spyrex as well as Scary Jerry. They actually can start to look at Baron as a potential objective to take. They just need to deny away enough vision from WAP to be able to do this. There's a control ward in the pit, so WAP can't see that. Ideally for DragonSteel, I think they're looking for a pick to go into that. And if they can get full control around the Baron, WAP might just have to face check into the Baron area, hack that pick, and hope that they have enough damage to try and trade 1-for-1.
but it's also a battle of the poke wars, because if you can poke somebody out, suddenly your Baron setup becomes that much more powerful. Kindless was trying to trade against Scary Jerry, but Spyrax is the one to hit the Accelerated Shock Blast, and now that they have the vision control, they can start up the objective. DD jumps in on the Scary Jerry, who's positioning safely right now, as he throws out, I believe that was the Chain of Corruption. Yeah, he's just trying to delay Shuhari because it's not about the fight, it's about the objective.
Yeah.
They got it through Fog of War. Yuji shreds through the Baron, and DragonSteel get a free objective.
And a free TP. Thorin has to respond into this bot side. And Zamudo, haha, I trick you. I wasn't going to push. I was just going to base. And you burnt a TP. We get to push now. And you don't have that available. And I love the fact that DragonSteel correctly identified, hey, WAP plays around Shuhari. Shuhari is the first one in. If we distract Shuhari mid, dangle a tasty Varus who looks like he might be on his own, Psycho is fogging in and out of war, while Shuhari's mid, he's not at the Baron, and he's not at the Baron, QQ more can't walk in.
Yeah, and I think it's also one of the things that they don't expect the Baron to be taken while Scary Jerry and Zyko are being seen mid lane. So typically you think, oh, AD carry's visible, they're probably not on it. It's the lethality Varus, and it's the full AP Zyra. Zyra's got the DPS to take that down, as DragonSteel are setting up the invade around the bottom jungle. That's a Chain of Corruption and a flash response. Kikimore gets out of there, trying to capitalize on Zyko being a little out of position, but these Zyra plants are just stopping everybody from WAP from walking forward. Yuji is being the wall right now for DragonSteel. As let's see if the siege continues. Right now we have Zamudo mid as well as a wave crashing at the same time. Bot beautifully timed by DragonSteel.
If it's Yuji being the wall, do we just call that a hedge?
You know what? I like that. I'll accept that. Will be flash out of the hedge. Yuji gets over the hedge, as it were, to get away from the Mega Inferno bomb damage, and that cannon will take down this turret here. DragonSteel have successfully begun the siege, as now they look towards DD in the mid lane. That will be a second turret falling. All tier 2s are down. DragonSteel have the pick of the map right now, as it's only inhibitor turrets remaining.
2.7k gold going to be the Baron power play coming through from DragonSteel, and they have full control over this approach to Dragon that we were talking about. 25 seconds, so WAP wasn't even fighting for Dragon at that point. They were literally just fighting to retain control of the jungle and their path to that objective, and DragonSteel denied that, pushed in, got the turrets. Ooh. Now in 14 seconds, you can see DragonSteel, they haven't fully reset yet. Zamudo is still pushing up, but they can always just collapse back to that Dragon, and WAP can't get there.
And the fact that DD teleported top lane is actually Thorin and Zamudo are 1v1ing right now. Fear Beyond Death has landed, but Zamudo is actually able to shield it back up and do so much damage to Thorin here with the help of the Baron minions. Just crushing Thorin in that 1v1. I thought maybe Thorin had it. They actually didn't throw out the Fear Beyond Death. He wasn't confident enough that he could take it, and he was right for that. DragonSteel now, though, with their pressure, bot side will also push in mid. DD teleported to the top lane to trade a turret there, so WAP have just sacrificed their base, and they're sacrificing Kikimore, got picked off on the side. Shuhari went for a flank as the Leona flashes away to safety. Will live for now, but Spyrax flashing in with to the skies, taking down Shuhari to the ground. DragonSteel have 5 members strong, and they are pushing in the waves. Baron has expired. How much damage can they do? They're starting off on the first Nexus turret, and another wave with a cannon wave has crashed in. Zamudo goes down as he is picked off here, but Thorin will be answered 1 for 1. It's down to DD, and it's down to Kindless. Hit the wave. You gotta clear the minions, but they're being distracted by the champions. DD will win his fight right there as Kindless jumps forward with the flash and gets punished for it. DragonSteel take down the enemy bot laner and can turn their attention onto the Nexus. Grab a bucket and a mop. DragonSteel wipe away the competition.
And Kangas, did we expect DragonSteel to win? I think most people did. But did we expect them to struggle to win? That I don't know. And props to WAP. We saw moments of brilliance for them. We saw the absolute lack of fear. They always picked the fight. It didn't always work in their favor, but they were always willing to scrap.
Yeah, I will say, I agree that they had to work for it. We thought DragonSteel should be one of the favorites coming in, if not just the favorite, being the #1 seed from NACL, and how they looked in their region in North America. But yeah, they had the work for that. WAP were actually focused on the Dragons early. They were stacking those up, and they showed that they had the ability to out-team fight DragonSteel. But I think it came down to the side lane map plays that DragonSteel just felt more comfortable on, whether it was, you know, sacrificing flashes mid, losing that turret, but Spyrax staying top and taking a tier 2. Or, you know, capitalizing on DD, teleporting top lane, and saying, okay, well, their Tristana's not going to be here. Let's just shove mid and bot with our Baron. These seem like simple things, but it comes down to the execution in the game for the teams to commit to them and say, all right, we're actually going to do this, because when the pressure's on, sometimes that will mount, and it's more difficult to actually see those lines.
Yeah, and for DragonSteel, the decision-making you're kind of talking about as well, right? Like, sure, we say WAP was willing to scrap, and scrap well they did, but DragonSteel picked better fights, right? Like you said, they saw that, hey, DD split pushing topside, now's the time. We go 5v4, we're in your base. If we find any kill right now, we end. And they did kind of just that. I'll also say, I'm shocked by Zamudo's Udyr, because we've been watching it all split long in the NACL, but at the same time, that last 1v1 against Thorin at the bot side, Thorin and Execution is calling, heel cut did nothing to Zamudo.
It did nothing.
Disgusting.
It did nothing. And that's the concern. I mean, you talked about Urgot scaling as the game goes on, but when you fall that far behind, I know that Thorin had moments in the mid game where he was coming back into the game, was actually able to kind of threaten Zamudo a little bit more, but it was never in the 1v1. Anytime Zamudo was running away, you could see on the minimap, there were sharks in the water, other members of WAP were nearby, and that's why Zamudo was given respect. But anytime it was a pure 1v1, Zamudo was like, no, I'm going to take this. Pulling a China shop more like a chicken in a bookstore. You know, get back to reading, study up on some of those lessons here, because he was winning those matchups pretty hard. And this was the counter pick from Thor. Remember that this was the answer into the Udyr.
And I'm curious to see if teams going forward would start to ban the Udyr away from Zamudo. He blind picked it in the first set of picks in B2, if I recall correctly, right there. So for teams going into this, do you have an answer ready to deal with Zamudo's Udyr? It doesn't have to be a team fight menace. It just has to be that split push threat. And we talked about the fact that DragonSteel, even before Zamudo, even when they had Niles as their top laner, this was how they like to play. High pressure top laner who just does his own thing, and the rest of the team kind of plays around the fact that they're going to 4v4 or 4v5 on the rest of the map. DragonSteel is very, very comfortable with this playstyle.
Yeah, they love that playstyle as well. And I think that brings us to the conversation around Yuji, the jungler, most valuable prospect from NACL, back-to-back, by the way, spring and summer. But his Zyra, I mean, it was a little under the radar throughout the game, but when we think back to the impact it had, it was incredible. We'll get to take a look at some of the highlights from the game. But a lot of them, I imagine, are going to include Yuji, including this first dive, which gives Yuji first blood.
Yeah, in a way, he was kind of like the ultimate support, right? Like, he was just quietly there for all the plays, making things happen. We joked about him being a hedge, but if he's a hedge, he's the type of hedge that builds up those garden labyrinths, you know, that you get lost in, you can't find your way out, because he was just constantly there, interrupting, stopping people from getting away. Even here, you can see, like, Yuji interrupted QQ more. He was just chasing him away. He was just getting pressure down. And like you said, I suspect in most, if not all of these highlight plays, barring the ones where you're seeing maybe like Zamudo pounding away on Thorin, you'll probably see Yuji somewhere in there.
I imagine, because remember, just impact he had. First blood, he gets all 6 grubs. The reason they get the Baron as well later on is this is that fight where we see Thorin try and walk forward, but gets caught out from the rest of the team. And this is where I will credit WAP. They have the idea of what they want to accomplish. We're going to contest them at grubs. We're going to try and deny them that 6-1. We're going to fight here. But the timing is just a little off. Thorin's just slightly too far forward and out of position. But then moments like this, it works out great for them.
Yeah, and you can see Shuhari always being the one to kind of lead the charge, but QQ More is the one who's just pumping out the damage. And I want to give huge credit to this guy. There's a reason why he was on the opening video, why he's sort of the guy getting the interviews from WAP, for the side of WAP, pardon me. He's a veteran, and it shows right now. He knows how to get action. In their composition, it's so hard for QQ More to be second to an objective. It's so hard for him to walk into a lot of these fights because he's so squishy, but he always finds ways to pump out the damage. And when we see the post-game stats, I'm very interested to see how much damage exactly QQ More did compared to, say, DD or to Kindless there. Because I'm going to be honest, my eyes was drawn more to QQ More than it was to Kindless at any point in this game.
Yeah, QQ More felt like he needed to be kind of the main character for the side of WAP and almost got there in a couple of those fights. But fell a little too far behind. The Zyra was out jungling in terms of the neutral objectives as well, and impact on everybody else. But with that said, I hear that we're going to have an interview with Zamudo, the top laner who stopped the bowl in the China shop. Congratulations, Zamudo, on picking up not only your first win of the event, but the first win of America's Challengers. I got to start there. What's it been like on the ground floor in the arena with all the fans? This is a really cool opportunity and experience for all of you.
Well, after just playing like in LA and the crowd there, I can say for sure like the crowd in Brazil is like, it's really lively. Like when I was playing in LA like for NXTL finals, I couldn't really hear the crowd, but the crowd will like, it's impossible to like ignore it. Like during our match, I could like feel it.
Yeah, for sure. The crowd in Brazil always known to be very passionate. I'm glad they're cheering for you guys as well, since there's no Brazilian teams playing just yet. But Zamudo, I did of course want to kind of talk to you a little bit about WAP as well, right? Like what were the expectations for the teams? Like, were you expecting to struggle with WAP whatsoever? And I know Scary Jerry said you all weren't going to drop a game. After this game, do you kind of still feel the same?
I didn't know what to expect. Like when we were. I didn't know what to expect like coming into the tournament, but you know, scrimming like the teams and you know, playing against them in a match as well. Like I've scrimmed a few of them and played against a few of them now. I mean, played against WAP now, and they're a lot better than I expected. And you know, I'm really excited to like play against like the other teams in the tournament. I think it'll be really fun.
Well, we can't wait to see you play against them as well, Zamudo. Speaking of, you have another match today to get prepared for, so we're going to say goodbye and let you go get prepared for that one while we continue on the show. So thank you very much, Zamudo. Congratulations once again. But now for me and RMC, we're going to take a look at our post-game breakdown here, because this is how the gold graph shook out. There was the 5K gold lead. WAP brought it back a little bit, but then it was not enough. They could not continue the momentum, and DragonSteel were able to close things out. Expectations. Let's revisit that here, RMC, as we're looking at this. What are the big ones that you think reinforce expectations, and maybe some outliers, maybe some things that you weren't necessarily expecting coming into this game?
I think for all the attention we gave to the top side, they weren't the big damage dealers. QQ Moore actually did the least barring support on his team, which is really interesting to me. And Scary Jerry, we barely mentioned the bot lane of Scary Jerry and Zyko. More Zyko engages. But Scary Jerry was quietly, consistently pumping out that damage. 20.2k damage, highest in the game.
That is the highest on the nerfed Varus, remember, because that was my surprise.
True.
Is that this is patch 14.18, and we saw so many of the champions that received nerfs picked in game number 1. You mentioned, you know, part of that could be that the players haven't had that much time to practice and experiment with this new patch, so who knows if this is actually an indicator of what the meta will be going forward. It's game 1, day 1. I imagine things will adapt going forward, but at least for game 1, felt like it was more comfort there. But yeah, the lethality Varus against a pretty much zero armor team looked pretty good.
Sure.
Looked pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, no traditional front lines, so they just kind of got chewed through right from the get-go, from front to back as well. And yeah, again, we talked about how some of these nerfs aren't that significant either. And hey, if everybody's willing to play the nerf champions, then hey, it's all fair ground.
But the front to back was impactful, and part of the reason that DragonSteel was able to capitalize on that so much is because of our MVP, the most valuable player from game number 1, going over to UG. I think, no surprise, the Zyra was shredding everything, and also his focus on the top half of the map objectives was just incredible. 100% kill participation. Didn't even notice that in-game, but that is incredible.
Yeah, he wasn't just the hedge, he wasn't just jungle, he was just the entire Summoner's Rift, apparently, just making everything happen. And yeah, flying under the radar, absolutely massive. And we talk about Zamudo and maybe like having to ban away his picks. I'm very curious to see how teams adapt to Yuji, who up here in NACL, we call him the Mongolian monster for a reason.
He plays everything. He'll play the AP junglers that power farm. He'll play the engaged champions. He'll play some of the more AD bruiser type champions, which have gotten a couple of buffs this patch. So that's something that I'm keeping my eyes on. Things like the Xin Zhao, things like the J4 that got slight buffs. I think that Yuji is the type of player that can fully capitalize on these slight changes and adapt in events like this, but still, he can also go back to what has been working for them as well. Things like the brand, things like the Zyra. This time it was a Zyra, and this time it was a victory. So, well-deserved from Yuji. Let's talk about WAP, though, before we get ready for our next round, because they also have another game coming up later on in the day. They'll play up against Fear, so they can have the chance at revenge against the NACL team. So what do we think we learned about them outside of just their willingness to scrap and team fight? Any other shining lights, any specific players that you think would be worth highlighting?
I think the fact that Thorin, there were moments of brilliance for Thorin, and to give credit to Zamudo, I think Zamudo is probably coming in considered the biggest top lane threat up against Philip, who generally isn't as aggressive. I think there could be an angle if Thorin could get counterpick once again into a favorable matchup. And for WAP as well, their first sort of exposure to NA, and DragonSteel is first seed, like undeniably our first seed. Up against the second seed, I'm very curious if they're able to leverage sort of that lessons they've learned and the shock factor they had to deal with. This is the first game of not just today, Kangas, but the entire tournament so far. So, you know, maybe a bit of nerves coming in, maybe that settles, and yeah, I expect to see a better performance from WAP later on today.
And I think that if you are a Latin American fan, you can be very confident in WAP going up against Fear X Starforge, because the difference in execution between the top two teams in the NACL, pretty vast. I mean, Fear X Starforge are technically coming in with a losing record in playoffs because of how hard they lost their series to DragonSteel, both the series they lost, and also how close their series were against all the other teams. The discrepancy between DragonSteel and Fear, when we saw that finals, felt pretty vast. So the fact that WAP was able to make DragonSteel work for it, I think is very promising for their match against Fear X Starforge later on in the day. So that's why I wanted to bring that one up. But DragonSteel will also have a match. So let's talk about them, because they have Pain Academy as their next opponents here from CB LOL. So do we think that, I mean, you basically said it. DragonSteel are kind of definitively now that #1 seed, the ones with the target on their back here?
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
and for Pain, they'll have the
like
Brazilian card on
the
their
case.
side as well.
Yes, they have the Brazilian on their side, but we are ready to send this to a short break, so we'll be right back after this for game number 2.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are getting prepared for Game 2 of your Day 1 broadcast of America's Challengers. Up next, we have LRN's first seed, Fuego, versus CBLOL's first seed, VivoKid Stars Academy. And that means it will have CBLOL versus LLA Tier 2 representatives for our next round. And that will continue for VivoKid Stars Academy, as they will also play the other Brazilian representative in their second match of the day of the event. And I think this is going to be really exciting, because now we get a look at the rivalry between these two regions.
Yeah, and Kangas, if you thought the crowd was loud last game, get ready for your ears to be blown out by Cade Stars Academy fans. It's a CBLOL home team. Obviously, the fans are going to be out in full force. But you can see the purple jerseys. Those are the Warriors jerseys. You can see they're out to support. And as for Fuego, they might not have as many fans in person, but if you look at their players have a lot of fans. Virus, FX, and Paula, their bot side, is huge in LRN. They stream. They've got massive followers. Their top laner, ADD there. Globetrotter ADD, he's been in NACL before. He's been to Worlds just 2 years ago, and he's got his fandom as well.
And the rest of the Fuego roster as well. Mataz in the jungle, storied player in his own right as well. This Fuego roster is not lacking for experience.
No, not at all. We're talking about, prospects coming up. Fuego feels like a final form. This is a team that, frankly, I suspect could probably compete in the actual LLA if they wanted, with the name value, with the players that they have. All of them have tier 1 experience. We talk about, for example, Fear having former LCS experience across the board. Well, there's even more here in this particular roster for the LRN. On average, this team has about 3.5 years of experience in tier 1.
That's a large amount of experience, and they're going to need it against their opponents on the Rift today. VivoKid Stars Academy with their top laner, Tyron, kicking things off. The hometown heroes, you saw everybody in the jerseys supporting them, as at least half the population of the arena, and they'll also be cheering on jungler Sarolu.
Yeah, and of course their big import mid laner. An import in CBLOL Academy is a big deal. It's rare that we get this. And coming in not from Korea, but from OS, Sarolu is another player who also went to an international event in 2022, representing OS at MSI. And Kisei, has been a huge factor for this team. It's probably the player to watch. He's the guy who carries them through their rough spots. But it's the bot lane that we're seeing here, Morteus and Telas, who many consider to be sort of the next big guys up into CBLOL. We talk about big prospects. Well, it doesn't get much bigger than Morteus.
Well, the CBLOL squad has their work cut out for them, because Fuego are no slouches. And speaking of, we're going to send it over to hear from Mataz, the jungler from Fuego.
Hola, soy Julián Cárdenas Sánchez, mi nickname es Matas, tengo 23 años, soy de México y mi rol es jungla. Jugar como en 2012, por ahí 13 creo. Después como la carrera competitiva la empecé en Ordo en 2017, que me fui con 17 años. Creo que los momentos que me han marcado han sido las dos primeras relaciones que he tenido. O sea, los dos ascensos que tuve, siento que yo no me sentía no tan relevante, pues, sino como que yo solo cumplía mi función, y luego en el otro fue como que yo controlaba más el juego, lo que se hacía y todo eso. Entonces como que cumplí esas dos fases en una donde no que no fuera importante, sino como que, y en el otro fui como más relevante. Entonces como que esas dos partes las tuve, entonces se combinan y me dieron algo muy bueno. Pues principalmente no quedar eliminados entre los primeros 6, ese es mi primer objetivo personal, y de ahí demostrar de lo que soy capaz.
So we can see what that means for Mataz, not only to be here, but what his journey has meant to him as a player. You mentioned the experience of this roster, Mataz, bringing a lot of that now to the stage today.
And for Mataz, you can see him talking about the fact that he didn't feel like he had that much contribution or relevance the first time around, when they qualified into the LA. This time, he's feeling much better about himself, and he'll have to be, because their roster, Fuego, we talk about the big name value, but the big names often are in the side lane. So you kind of got to connect both ends of the map, and as a jungler, that's kind of when you're being tested. Connecting mid and bot, mid and top, that's easy. Just walk. Top and bot, you got to make some tough choices sometimes.
Yeah, especially when you're top lane or somebody like ADD, who we also were talking about the experience he's bringing onto this roster. Sometimes the more experienced voices will demand more pressure and more attention. Sometimes they're more comfortable allowing your jungler to play elsewhere. So I think we'll get a good insight into how Fuego plays here in game number 1, because this will be our first look at them. And I'm hearing that we're ready for pick and ban here shortly. So as we're getting prepared for that one, what can we expect when it comes to play styles of both of these teams? Let's start with Vivocade, actually, since we've been talking about Fuego for a little bit here. But Vivocade, Stars Academy, what should we expect from them when it comes to key picks, key things to look out for, especially considering the new patch?
Expect anything and everything, Kangas. K-Stars are a bit of a chaos engine. They're a team that even their playoff performance was a bit of a chaos engine. They lost their first round and actually had to play through the lower bracket the entire way to win it all. They were not expected to win it over Pain Gaming Academy, and heck, a lot of Brazilians still consider Pain Gaming Academy to be the stronger team. So anything can come out from them. Sarolu, especially in the jungle, has a massive champion pool that he can whip out. He's got interesting picks like Talon, Rengar, Skarner. And Kisei in the mid lane as well has played the most unique champions throughout the split at 18 different champions, and he's looked good on pretty much all of them.
That's a lot of champions right there. And Talon jungle. Okay, now I'm excited about Vivocade. We're going to do the same thought process here with Fuego, but as we're doing that, we will hop into pick and ban, so we'll already get a little bit of an insight as Pick and Ban is ready for game number 2. But before we see too many things locked in, what are the big picks that we should expect from Fuego here?
From Fuego, ADD has always been a big tank top laner, so expect to see something chunky in the top side. I wouldn't be surprised if he blinds it into Tyrion. Baula is known as a Nautilus, not one trick, but he plays a lot of that Nautilus and is very, very comfortable on that pickup. So considering it's not, I was going to say, considering it's not bad, I wouldn't be surprised if B1, but they went for Rel instead, so big surprise.
Yeah, Rel primarily a support player, or a support champion at this point on this patch. We'll have to see what the changes coming through, as it's Vivocade going for the same strategy we saw on red side for game number 1. Didn't work out for WAP, but maybe it will work out for Vivocade Stars with the Tristana and the Ziggs.
Wow, and it's looking like Fuego wants to go for some early game strength here to answer the potential Ziggs into the bot side. Okay, never mind. That was just a hover. I thought it was already locked in. They went for the Smolder instead. Now, this is interesting, Kangas, and we should talk a little bit about Fuego's playstyle. They dominated their region. They dropped one game all split long, so they crushed all their lanes. I don't know if this Smolder pick this early on, if this is a confident pick, because they said that, hey, we did this in our own region. I don't know if you get away with that here at the Americas Challengers level.
And they're also not even getting away with a flex for it as they lock in the Kai'Sa. So that pretty much guarantees Smolder's going to be going mid lane, Kai'Sa going into that bot lane, unless they feel like they can swap things around right there. But also important to note that Smolder had a couple of those changes on this patch 14.18. Notably, 30 less base health. So you're level 1, you are considerably weaker. That's like 2 auto attacks weaker type of deal right there. As well as your damage on your Q going down, removing the AP scaling, and even damage on your W going down, specifically against minions as well. So you're going to be less able to wave clear, you're going to be doing less damage early on, so it just kind of further puts the power in the Smolder for the late game scaling.
Exactly. It's all just laning nerfs to come through. And when I see like a Tristana on the other side, I am a little bit concerned if Smolder will be able to survive said laning phase. And part of that will come down to jungles, which we haven't seen picked for both these teams. Both these teams still keeping their top side hidden as of right now. And Sarolu, being on this team, fingers crossed, right? Like, he gets something aggressive. We talked about his assassin picks. Well, if I see a Smolder, I see a Kai'Sa, especially Smolder mid with a Tristana mid, I want to burst it down. I want to get something that can gank that lane on repeat.
And we're seeing that actually they're banning away some of the junglers that could look to do that, as Vi's taken off the table, even Maokai as well. So a lot of the hard engage junglers not available for Fuego. Let's see if Vivocade Stars want to get aggressive though, because they can still pick up things like I had highlighted before. J4, Xin Zhao getting buffs. The Talon getting respect from Fuego as they ban that away.
Wait, there's still a chance for a Rengar. Oh, they went with the Skarner. Okay. Something we're not seeing too much of in the current meta, either top or jungle, but Sarolu has shown his ability to play that. I like the tankiness that can come through, and okay, it's an outside chance, but that could be Flex to Tyrion in the top side. I don't think that's the right angle for it, but it exists.
It is possible, so theoretically they can pivot depending on what is locked in here for Fuego. It's a Mumu to start things off, so really strong engage tools now between a Mumu and Rel. Both of them can just lock down an entire team, save the Alistair, who can always pop his Unbreakable Will, but at least it gives a lot of tools for a setup for things like the Kaisa and space for the Smolder, and a Jax on top as a split push threat.
And as a potential blind to come through as well, because you don't know if that Skarner is top or jungle. And again, I'm assuming it's more jungle than top right now. So Fuego, a bit of a split, disparate composition to come through. And sure enough, it's the Vladimir from Tyrion. He whipped this out in Grand Finals. This was sort of a pocket pick that Tyrion had, a secret pick, and it does great into the Jax. Also, on this patch 1418, I've been hearing murmurs of W Max Vladimir, Sanguine Pool Max Vladimir, to just be able to sustain right through the lane. I don't know if that's the optimal build right now, but this scaling from Cade Stars right now is utterly terrifying.
If you're able to have your pool up more, you can just really bait out things like a Jax, because his counter-strike, fairly long cooldown as well, and is very scripted when he's going to actually go in and try and find an engage onto you. Pool is a classic counter into that, so it is a classic counter for Vivo Key, the Stars top lane. Tyrion is now suddenly going to have a lot of eyes on him, because this pick, it can be incredibly impactful depending on how the laning phase goes, and if you can get into a late game as well, you scale incredibly well with cooldown, with your abilities leveling up, but also depending on how you're able to play the champion, it can sometimes not have that big of an impact. But when we look at the way that team fights shake out, I'm leaning more towards the Tyrion carry narrative here. Let's see if he's able to pull it off as we are getting ready for game 2 of the day and game 1 for both of these teams. Their first time taking to the international stage here in our America's Challengers tournament, and you can tell that the fans are here for Vivo Key Stars Academy. The purple shines bright in that audience, and the Brazilian fans are taking to their feet to cheer on their first representatives.
I love the fact that you'll see some of those black jerseys. That's the Pain jersey. That's the other Brazilian team that made it in. Pain and Cade Stars went head-to-head in Grand Finals in both Academy Tier 2 and in CBLOL Tier 1. And yet, you can see that right for this tournament, for America's Challengers, there's no hesitation about cheering for each other. Pain's cheering for Cade Stars. The Brazilians are all uniting together to cheer this one on. And for Fuego, it's going to be a challenge this game. Their draft, to me, doesn't feel the most cohesive. Yes, they've got amazing skilling as well with the Smolder, but I feel like they kind of got countered in a lot of different ways in their individual matchups. And their challenge will be to shut up this Brazilian crowd. I didn't see too many Fuego fans in there. I mean, granted, this is Brazil home, so hey, if you can get silence, that's a huge win for the Fuego team.
Something tells me the Brazilian fans are not interested in being quiet today. They are going to cheer on their teams till the last, and it's looking solid here as we are loading into Summoner's Rift for our second game of the day at America's Challengers. Vivo Key Stars Academy take on Fuego.
No, Kangas, not only is this
and as we load into the Rift now, I want to bring our attention again to the impact that this top lane can have. Tyrion on the Vladimir can absolutely crush the Jax in this counter pick. And it depends on what that the level scaling is going to be. We'll have to keep our eyes on that as well to see what Tyrion opts for. But the more levels you get on Vladimir, the scarier he gets, because just having shorter cooldowns on his abilities will always feel great on a champion like that.
And I'm trying to see if that's Resolve tree or whether that's Sorcery tree for Tyrion. Because if it's Resolve, it's likely to be the W max Perma Sustain Vladimir, which then you just kind of scale up. You don't hit that level 9 power spike where you max out Transfusion with 5 points. Instead, you just kind of max out W and just never move. You're not going to be kind of as useful in the sort of 1v1 scraps or the 2v2 skirmishes, pardon me. But yeah, again, you don't pick Vladimir for the early game anyways.
Yeah. It's about surviving the lane and then being that threat later on. And being able to dodge out with the pool, the engage of things like the Amumu, like the Rel, also incredibly valuable. So can Vivo Key get to that point? I think elsewhere around the map is how they can look to do that. Specifically, mid lane is the matchup I want to go back to. Because we talked about how this was kind of the counter. It was Smolder locked in, in answer essentially to that Tristana. But historically, that has gone pretty well for Tristana, and also with the nerfs to Smolder means it could be even worse for Zelt now.
Yeah, so Zelt just has to kind of survive the mid game. It's kind of what we're talking about for Tyrion in the top side. Zelt's the same thing in the mid lane, right? He just wants to get to that late stage, get the 225 stacks. We're seeing aggressive trading already come through from Kisei, which is what you need to see with this Tristana. Now, guys, let's talk about bot lane a little bit as well, because the Ziggs Alistar into the Kai'Sa Rel, the matchup itself is kind of neutral, right? Like, Ziggs just going to wave clear, not getting too aggressive. But the players are interesting to me, because on the one hand, you've got, you know, ADD's roam?
Talk about interesting, actually. ADD got out of lane to look here. Kisei, I believe, saw him on that ward in the river, so should know this is happening. Rocket jumps away, and we time skipped ahead, but ADD didn't get a summoner spell. Kisei's fine. We're good.
Okay, that's... yeah, because I thought Kisei would be stunned there, and that should be a summoner spell, but apparently not. Kisei's still good, and Zelt had to go base, so... Okay, you know what, Kangas? They just want us to talk about this bot lane. That's why they're showing this to us. Baula and Virus FX. These are two of the oldest players in the tournament right now. They are both 26 years old. And you contrast that to Morteus and Tyrion, you know, or Morteus, pardon me, who's like 22 years old. The average age of these teams are on opposite sides of the spectrum. We said before, Fuego is not a prospect team in terms of new developing talent. They are the oldest average age team, 24.8. And on the other hand, you've got K-Stars, who's the youngest team at 20.8. This is truly kind of like a fully developed team versus a developmental team. And if K-Stars can win this, that's really good news for Brazil and the future of CBLOL.
As you had framed it earlier, it's the roster of today versus the roster of tomorrow. Fuego, they have that experience already built up. Vivo Stars are trying to build that experience as they go. And an event like this is a great opportunity to do so, but it's always going to be on the competitors to show us what they got. So far, fairly slow early game. Neither junglers are looking for early ganks, but they have both now completed their first clears as they're hitting their wolves. So from this point forward, maybe we could start to see some focus from them, as Kisei will actually drop a pretty deep ward there. It's about tracking junglers at this point for Vivo K. They have 2 deep wards, so they have a lot of information of where Mataz is not, and now they're about to see him. Now they know where Mataz is.
Yeah, and that deep ward as well, guys. I love that you brought it up, because that's usually a sign that Ceruldo wants to invade. He gets it.
Yeah, and look at that. Right on cue. Just runs straight at Mataz. The Skarner with the backup of a Tristana rocket jumping over the wall means Mataz going to have to run all the way back to base with a recall.
So the 2 seeds Brazil sent, they both have very aggressive junglers, but Ceruldo is particularly interesting because he's actually a rookie. This is his first split playing in Tier 2. He tried to qualify in earlier in Split 1, or what we consider Spring Split here in NA, on a team called Team Uwu. Didn't quite make it, but got picked up anyways by K-Stars Academy because they saw his mechanics, they saw the potential. And on his first split, he not only won CBLOL Academy in an amazing lower bracket run, but he also gets his first international performance. That is absolutely insane. And I love the fact it doesn't look like he's got nerves. Right from the get-go, he's already kind of playing aggressively. He's getting in there. He's looking for action, and he should be able to secure these Void Grubs.
Sometimes with young players, with inexperienced players, when they get to bigger stages, we see that hesitation. We see slight differences in their traditional playstyle and what they made a name for themselves on. But I'm happy to see Vivocade not doing that. Everyone is firing on all cylinders as they start up these grubs. It's going to be traded here as Fuego go for the dragon on the other side of the map. And they actually will trade, I believe, successfully. But we'll see here, because Telos might have a different idea. And meanwhile, Tyrion is actually getting a lot of plate damage done up here. Almost a second plate at 6.5 minutes.
And that's really interesting when we consider ADG, right? We talked about this guy, the fact that, you know, he's been to Worlds. This guy's very, very experienced. Heck, he played in the NACL. But he's known for tanks. And in this game, instead of going for a tank blind, which I think is a perfectly acceptable choice, he went for the Jax blind instead, a more carry-oriented champion. And unfortunately, it hasn't really panned out for him. We can see Tyrion more than comfortable in terms of trading up, and that's even with a bit of, I believe he's, ADD just came back to lane, so a bit of an item disadvantage for Tyrion here.
Ooh, Impale goes wide from Ceruldo right there. Virus FX gets away from it. As BK Stars are making a play for the bot lane turret here, and we'll actually get another turret plate. That's 2 plates across the rift for them so far. And I also want to note quickly here, Tyrion did actually have 3 points in the W. So Sanguine Pool has 3 points and 2 points in Q. So theoretically, he is going for more of that focus on being able to just dodge out on the Jax early and just be annoying.
And you can see the moment he goes in Sanguine Pool, with the grass and die, he just heals right back up. This is so frustrating to play against. I've actually, thankfully, not had to face in solo queue, but I've heard the rumors that have been banning Vlad precisely because of this. Like, what do? You can't lane against him. Now, it does kind of set behind his power a little bit, and you've got to play around power spike. So the only way ADD comes off this lane halfway okay, Matas or Zelt, well, Matas or Zelt needs to roam up there, but Zelt's a Smolder. You can't go up there. So this is about as free as it gets for scaling Vlad.
And I mean, we even saw, I think ADD's plan very early on was get out of that lane. He went for a very early roam mid. You say did not fall for that one though, so it was red and spotted. But ADD, I think, also realized quickly, yeah, if I'm just isolated in this 1v1, typically as the Jax, you also feel good about that early on because you really spike around that Trinity Force to start actually being a threat and taking down these turrets. But against a wave clear of a Vlad, you're probably never going to get the chance to hit those turrets. So I think, again, it just means that we need to bring our attention elsewhere on the map here. Top lane expect to be a scaling fest, but we do have a Tristana, we do have a Ziggs, which means turrets elsewhere on the Rift could start to fall, depending on how the Evocade stars want to aggressively play around them.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting as well in the mid lane, that's going to be a farm fest. Actually, good props to ADT for kind of stabilizing that lane really early. We've not seen Kisei be able to get too aggressive with Zelt and punish him. Zelt is just farming up. And that, as far as Zelt's concerned, that's A-okay. That's good. That's great. If anything, Kisei is the one trying to make action happen. And so they're thinking about topside dive. I'm not seeing the pings come down. I don't know if ADT knows. He will now.
Yeah, there's a ward in Tribe Rush, so they see Sorolu. At this point, they don't see Kisei yet, as Sorolu doesn't quite get stunned on the wall, but the Impale is up. Counter-Strike used. Flash away from ADD as Hemoplague went down from Tyrion. So ADD will survive the gank, but he loses his Summoner Spell 4. We'll have to back off and probably TP back to this turret.
Yeah, even if he TP's back, he's still going to lose up plate up top. Now, I do want to highlight as well on the bot side, because top side's been pretty even for the most part until the last like half a minute. Then we see Tyrion kind of get a bit of a lead. That will be nullified when Tyrion kind of goes back. But bot side, Morteus has been slowly accruing a 10 CS lead on his own. We've not seen attention down there. The Ziggs winning out early, that could be potentially painful for a Kai'Sa, especially when Kai'Sa's such a good snowball champ. She wants to get ahead.
But they're not playing the Ziggs into the Kai'Sa. Look at the mini-map. They're actually sending Morteus up top lane. And Ziggs is going to focus on this turret. We have a lane swap happening at 10 minutes. There's only 2 plates left. Ziggs can take that turret very fast here, as Sorolu will push ADD away, gets the slow, doesn't have Impale, but is able to just run at ADD, who doesn't have teleport, doesn't have the flash available. Telos can land the knock-up, land the stun, headbutt him back in towards Morteus. ADD is in a world of hurt right now, but he's trying to outplay, trying to jump to safety. Not gonna find it. First blood to Sorolu.
And Sorolu had to go with the kill secure there. There's a chance Morteus wouldn't pick it up. Kate Stars on call. They move up to the top side for Void Grubs. Fuego wants a challenge.
Maula flashing in. Flash answer from Sorolu, but look at Batas. Flashing in with the curse of the Sad Mummy. Gets Virus straight onto the back line. The Kai'Sa trying to pop off here, but it's actually Kisei on the Tristana that's going to carry this one. Double kill, resets picked up, Virus goes down, and it's a slaughter. Vivo Keed Star Academy will win the team fight, but Mataz will actually pick up a triple kill on the way. Bloody fight, but Vivo Keed still walk out on top.
The South American reputation for blood still stands. These teams are willing to scrap it out, but the way the fights kind of go, Kangas, they're running longer than expected. And for Fuego, not only do they end up losing out more, look at where all the kills went. Great for Mataz, you got a triple kill. But great for Fuego? Not so much. Your carries didn't get any of that kill gold.
The only thing that you can say for Fuego is that they denied the Ziggs lane swap from really working out. Vivocade were not able to push and take that turret down, and ADD actually gets some alone time in the bottom turret to take plates for himself. And that means it's about a 1,000 gold lead after the fact of the play. But Vivocade still felt great picking up all the gold onto Kisei on the Tristana. 3-0-1. This Tristana now is just going to kind of get to a mid-game power spike much faster than you want a Tristana to be and can really take over this game.
Yeah, and I feel bad for Zelt. Zelt did such a good job kind of holding it even, and now into the mid lane, Kisei is closer as well. They both have that strength to come through.
Oh, we're fighting. Vivo do not want to give this one up for free. They know there's no curse of the Sad Mummy, so they can just try and burn down Mataz, who does get the smite secure onto Dragon. It will cost his life. Kisei with the resets. Gets in, gets out, gets a kill for the team. Simons Morteus with the credit, as there's no chance of escape for Baula, and Morteus will pick up a second kill of the game.
And this time they can serve it up properly to their AP carry in the bot lane. Morteus able to secure that one, and Kanga's going all the way back to that top side fight. I feel like K-Stars, yes, Fuego managed to kind of stop the lane swap from hitting maximum potential, but K-Stars were okay with that. They still got the Void Gloves in their favor on that play. Kisei? What is it?
Kisei
Wait, hold up.
opting for the fight? No way! The rocket reset. Does he go in? Does he try and pull off the outplay? That was insane from Kisei. Rocket jumping straight onto ADD's face. Felt that he had the damage. No one goes down. But let's get another look at the replay, because this is the start of the action top lane.
Yeah, and I want to highlight Tilas on this particular play. The way he starts this is he heads this off, and he survives a disgusting amount of time with the Unbreakable. That's actually what kept K-Stars in the advantage, because Fuego gets more people in. They get the perfect setup. That was a great Curse of the Sad Mummy from Mataz to set up for Mom. But throughout all that, Telas is still alive. Telas is still buying time, and Telas is still looking to distract people and get CC down as well. And that's kind of creates that much space for K-Stars to keep rolling through, to keep finding the critical targets, which are the carries. And again, sure, Mataz picks up all the kills, but he wasn't the one you wanted to have do it. He had to do it because all his carries were down by the end of it.
Telas just said right there, I want to participate one more time. It doesn't matter if I give the kill. It doesn't matter if they would have killed him anyway. I just want to be there, man. I want to be in the room where it happens, and he was. As Vivo now take down a turret top side, that is first brick picked up. They got all 6 scrubs. They have the turret taking machine of a composition. And they also are going to go for the Herald. So I think everything's landing heads right now for Vivo Stars, as even with us cannot get on the tier end. Vivo Stars are in a fantastic spot, as they will probably lose this bot turret. But even then, Mega Inferno Bomb can clear out most of the wave. Tieran walks up. ADD will focus on the objective and pick up the structure.
Good play on ADD. He wasn't scared. He knew that that wouldn't clear the wave. Getting the turret is actually massive for Fuego, so they kind of answer back. Now, the big problem is what K-Stars can do. They're dropping the Herald right away here. They really want to go for it. Now, Kangas, there's actually a tradition in Brazil from back in the day. What up, ADD?
Okay, the Counter-Strike, notorious counter into the Alistair. Not able to get that trample auto attack stun when the Counter-Strike is up, and you also want to run away while that Counter-Strike is up, so fellas can't find ADD. Continue your story, RMC. I was enraptured.
I'm so sad, Kangas. We missed the timing. So there's a tradition in Brazil. It comes from the pre-Herald days, back when you got 2 Herald spawns, which is when Herald crashes into a turret, you're supposed to yell, "Pay!" as it hits the turret. And that's why you can hear the crowd doing that a little bit in the CBLOL arena in the background. So I was gonna do it when they did it, but unfortunately a fight broke out. And you know what? For all that K-Stars of the Brazilian team, they didn't want us to call it.
Well, we have another fight breaking out here. Tieran's going to have to try and buy as much time as possible. Flashes back under the turret as now the teleport comes through. The team's trying to back him up. Tieran will go down, and everyone else will follow. Fuego find a massive fight. Mortea's going to wish he had not finished that teleport, as Virus can chase him down. Bala will just lock him in place. Virus can pick up the kill. Credit Fuego. Answer back on the push.
And this time, Kangas, K-Stars have no advantage anywhere. Great play from Fuego. They win a completely uncontested victory in this bot side. They get, more critically, kills onto who they needed to. Zelt and Virus finally finding some kills on their own. And as much as, hey, the K-Stars comp is scary, Fuego has a crap ton of skilling as well. What is it, 161 stacks on Zelt? Keep an eye on that counter there. Once it hits 225, that's when Fuego come fully online.
And theoretically, we can get to a point in the late game where ADD can answer this Vladimir in a side lane. You're going to want a little bit of magic resist, but you can also just shred turrets so fast, as ADD has now taken down 2. Bot turret into a reset into top turret. ADD is the guy that is making things happen right now. But let's look at this, because everyone tries to keep Tieran alive.
Yeah, and the double TP as well. One thing we kind of didn't highlight is Sarulu's actually running Unsealed Spellbook on this Garner. And that's how he actually gets in here with the TP. So KStars thought we could get enough numbers down there, but they weren't tracking properly. So ends up being way more Fuego members. ADD in a 2v1 right now, but able to get out with just the counter-strike. Unfortunately for KStars, they send the bodies down there. They're not able to quite find it. And I don't know if they can just go for this Dragon now.
I will say I'm very happy we had that replay, because I remember in the moment thinking, there was a Skarter there? But yes, Unsealed Spellbook on Sarolu, trying to back up the top laner in Tyron. Does not actually succeed, but they do succeed in stopping the Dragon stacking of Fuego with a reset on the map now. So it's 1 Dragon over to Vivo Kid Stars, 2 Dragons to Fuego, as this is our 2nd Ocean Soul in a row. Last time we didn't actually get to see it. Maybe this game we will, because I can imagine this game going pretty late here. Both compositions have scaling in their rosters. Whether you want to value the scaling of a Vladimir in a side lane, the Smolder in a team fight, both teams could opt for the late game, thinking that they had the better shot. But right now, it's Vivo Kid with just a slight gold lead as they approach mid-game.
And to be fair, we're getting Dragons much faster this game as well. Last game, at 18 minutes, we were looking at 2nd drag. We've got 3rd drag at least picked up this one because the 1st drag did go down. And imagine, the Ocean Soul as well on a team without Vladimir on it. That is toxic.
Are you an Ocean Soul apologist?
Define like, as in, do I defend Ocean Soul?
Yes, yes. Do you still believe it is a win condition of a dragon? Because I've heard too many times from my casters and my analysts that nope, it's cope. You never want that one. It's worthless. But I do think that there's scenarios where it's worth it.
I believe currently my membership in the Color Caster Unions dictates that I have to say it's cope and it's paid. It is good against both oppositions though. And it's good when you've got big tanks or champions that can leverage the healing like a Vladimir. The biggest thing to me is that when I see this as Fuego, okay, even without the Ocean Soul, just seeing the Vlad, I want to see heal cut coming through. But with the Ocean Soul, it's a necessity. So far, no heal cut at all on the side of Fuego.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who's going to be the best target for it. You could go for an Executioner's Calling on ADD just for that solo lane, but I'm also even looking at Mataz, who's opted for, not the pure tank, more of an AP blend. This is standard for the Amumu, but theoretically you could go for a Morellonomicon if you really wanted to, just to apply that extra bit of damage. Because if you have Bramble Vest, the Vladimir can just choose to not auto attack you, so that's not guaranteed to actually give that Grievous Wounds. Are we starting? No, okay. For a moment there, I thought Vivo Kid were actually going to start the Baron. That would have been wild.
They have sneaked Barons before, and technically the Kraken Slayer, again, doable, but it would be very, very rough. They have a lot of sustain, so they could tank it up infinitely. It really does come down to it. Does Fuego have vision? And right now, Fuego doesn't, but Kate starts to know that.
Yeah, there wasn't actually a window right there, but obviously we are privy to that information. Vivo Kid Stars are not, and there's that one ward in the Tribe Rush around there. Happy that the observers highlighted that, because that could be the window for Fuego to get in. They have 3 teleports across their top lane, mid lane, and bot laner, so they can always make things awkward for Vivo Kid if they start this up. But speaking of, they might just start this one up. They have 2 people showing mid lane. Fuego will check it. They hit Telos, and that should give them the information they need to know. Fuego start to approach. Watch for the Smolder and watch for the Amumu. Amumu can be the engaged. Smolder can be the damage and teleport up in the top lane, but Kisei goes for the fight instead. They actually suppress down. Amumu for a rampage on Kisei. Now Paolo finds a massive engage. Virus can shred through everybody with Zelt behind. The carries from Fuego were just untouched in that fight. Paolo found a massive setup for the team, and they will deny the Baron take.
Even though he's not on his signature Nautilus, it doesn't matter. Tyrion not able to interrupt the recall from Baula as well. And Kangas, Mataz went down so quickly. He didn't use the Curse of the Sad Mummy. That's still available for the next team fight. And I'm wondering if KStars actually managed to track that in the fight. That fight did not end in absolute disaster because that ult wasn't used. If KStars think it's down, they try again. Oh, it could just be a nightmare situation for them.
ADD gets onto Sarolu to deny the back with Zelt right here. Teleport coming in from Mateus. Tyron as well. Everyone's teleporting into the Baron fight here. They're trying to punish ADD and Zelt for trying to fight them. But ADD gets out, has the flash available as well. So now, Vivo Kid Stars don't have a single teleport save for Tyron. who's going to have to hit this top wave as the Baron play just did not work out for them. Dragon's up in 40 seconds.
Right back
Maybe
at
they
it.
turned their attention to Baron's head, but no, they're just right back out of the Baron.
Yeah, Zout has to burn his TP immediately coming in right now.
But they have the TP, and they have TP on Virus as well. But Virus can also just walk up here. Remember, Curseless that Mummy still available. Mataz could look to get in. He gets knocked away by the Buster Shot. He stays back onto the Baron. They're just focused.
He's in!
Down, and it's stolen! Mataz gets into the pit, steals the Baron. Thanks for the leash. Fuego walk away with the objective.
Truly a fire team and truly a fire jungle. You heard Mataz talking about the fact that he didn't feel like he always had contributions to have for the team. Sometimes the team just did the stuff without him. This game, DragonSteel, undeniable, and look what they're able to find off this pressure. We're talking about ADD just ripping turrets down. That was with 0 Void Grubs. That was with no Baron buff. Now, with the Trinity Force, with the Sundered Sky, with push, and with Baron, it's going to be so much more distracting, the split push threat from Fuego.
And VivoKid are not worried about the split push right now. They're worried about the next objective. Starting up the Dragon here. They teleport Tyrant in, and now they see Virus topside. Remember, Virus does have the TP. There's a World Fuego trying to contest this. They'll call down Mom. Does not get the steal. VivoKid do get their second Dragon of the game, stacking up these Ocean Drags. But Fuego with his Baron buff, already a positive 2,000 gold swing. They've brought the game back to even when things were looking a little rough. And to highlight what you had said before, they got the scaling of a Smolder, they got the scaling of a Jax in the side lane. They have tools to utilize in this late game as Bala goes for an engage right now. VivoKid say, we'll capitalize on that one. The Rel out of position, taken down. Virus get onto the back line, but now he's all alone. Flashes away after getting exhausted down. Fuego are going to lose their support and lose their top laner. ADD lost the script as Fuego go way too deep into VivoKid's jungle.
And what can we say? Fires burn bright, but they burn fast, Kangas. And unfortunately, Fuego kind of flamed out a little bit. Over-aggression coming in from Bala. They just had to play it slow. They had the great setup. They gave up Dragon for top-side control, for that push from Virus, for control over that jungle to cut Cage Stars off, and none of it got leverage. Bala just went too deep in, and Virus, the two veterans, the 26-year-old, the oldest players in this team, they just saw the angle and kind of pulled the trigger before the team was ready. And the one who I feel worse for is ADD, because ADD ends up being up a creek with no paddle. He had to go in to try and create space with Virus, and he just pays the ultimate price at the end of the day. And with this, the Baron buff just kind of negated. There's 40 seconds left. I don't think Fuego can get any sort of meaningful push with that.
And that is the gold lead that Fuego were able to find themselves. They got themselves 2,000 to lead. Now it's only about 650 here. And that Baron will time out before they can hit another turret, which means it's going to sit around that until the next one. Fantastic find from VivoKid Stars, punishing Baula, who went for the engage. I think that it's one of those types of engages where you just expect other people aren't going to be around, I suppose. You imagine that they're going to have a few people in the bot wave or just elsewhere on the Rift, but everyone from VivoKid were there and they were ready to answer, and now Fuego are gonna have to find a different avenue into this game. The DragonSteel was clutch. They're gonna have to find something else clutch here, as again, gold resting just gently in the favor of VivoKid Stars.
I'm gonna be honest, DragonSteel is not gonna be anywhere near as impactful as the DragonSteel. So, you know what? Maybe we've got to wait, Kangas, for that 3 minutes for Barons to come up. True, DragonSteel. Yeah, Dragon.
I'll be here all week, everybody. There we go. So Dragon's coming up in 2.5 minutes. We have plenty of time to get there, which means that we have plenty of time to set the stage yet again. This is a rivalry between Brazil and Latin America, two different regions and their two Tier 2 systems. And this is also our first look at both of these teams here at America's Challengers. So far, VivoKid, it feels like they've had a more calm approach to the game. Fuego, when they find these plays, feels like they're, I don't want to say desperate necessarily, but a little more forced. I don't know if you have the same read as I do on that situation.
They're certainly playing for entertainment now. Yeah, I agree. And it's kind of surprising, guys, because we talk about the fact that Fuego's the more experienced team, right? Like, this is the team with a literal, MSI players, with everybody having Tier 1 experience. And Cage Stars Academy, they're the rookies. The only one who really has CBLOL experience among them is mostly Tyrion. Telas has a little bit, like half a split, where he was substituting for Red Canids, I believe it was 2 years ago. And, of course, Kisei, who's an Oceanic import, who has actually been to MSI 2022 as well. But generally, you'd expect Fuego to be the more measured team with how they're approaching this. And that hasn't been true, but they have clutched it up. And I feel like experience, one of the things it gives you is kind of that knowledge of when you really need to make those crazy plays. And the fact that you've been in situations like this before, I'm not expecting to see Fuego panic. Make weird plays, make dangerous plays, yes. Panic, not so much.
Well, right now, Viva Kid are looking at a play bot side. Zelt's all alone. Baola's nearby. Will they go for the dive? They do. Sarolu pushes away Zelt. Flat views, but it just gives Kisei time to hit the turret. Now the rest of Fuego are going to look to collapse. ADD jumps in straight into another teleport, though. It's Tyron waiting in the wings. ADD pushes him away as Morteus gets slowed down. Sarolu as well. Now ADD with the re-engage. A massive impale from Sarola. Is it enough? Christmas Enemy does not lock down the carries, but it locked down the front line, which allows Kelt and Virus to pop off. Zelt can keep chasing. Double kill over to Virus as Fuego yet again win a team fight. They are showing up when it comes to the 5v5s.
Like we talked about, they've got nerves of steel, they've got the experience, they know how they need to play this, and critically, Kangas, critically, Zelt, look at his health bar right now before he recalls. He's basically virtually untouched in the entire fight. He was just able to free fire the entire way. Now with a rapid fire cannon in pocket as well, positioning is going to be even easier for this massive Fuego carry.
And they're straight onto the Baron. It just spawned up. They can get Mataz there in time, and they can take this down. They burn it so fast with a Smolder and a Kaisa. And Vivo Kid Stars, they can try and contest, teleport into the mid lane. As it's Morteus that answers, as Kisei is here as well. They now see the vision, but it's down. That is the second Baron this game to Fuego.
And K-Stars, they're responding with the Dragon instead. It's a slim consolation prize for them. I mean, it is Soul Point, which is going to be nice. If you can get Ocean Soul on a Vlad, we talked about that before. But yeah, losing the Baron is really going to hurt. We get a replay of how this plays out. And Zelt, with the red buff alone, actually forced a cleanse out from Sarolu. And that slow ends up being massive throughout this fight because it just lets him space so perfectly. And unfortunately for K-Stars, your big carry is the Vladimir. And I want to highlight you, Tyron's not running Ghost. So he's got one flash. If he's not flashing on top of Zelt, Zelt just gets a free fight for the rest of it. There's really no other threat that can take down this Smolder right now.
And also, Tyron, we talked in length about how you want more levels, you want more items, you will scale in the game. And he only had 2 items completed for that fight. I believe just picked up the Crypt Bloom, if I saw that correctly. Maybe he swapped it off coming out of base, but we'll see in a moment here. He does have a 3rd item as we're setting up. Actually, it's a Void Staff now. So he just wants to get that extra push of damage. Wants that ability to burst through champions like the Smolder, like the Kaisa, because yeah, Tyron did not do that much work in that last fight, or at least not enough work in that last fight. We'll see if it works out this time for Vivo Kid Stars as the siege will begin here. Fuego, this time around, not engaging in enemy territory. They're just utilizing the Baron to push the top wave and look at tier 2. But look at this bot side.
Yeah. We traded a tier 2 for a tier 3.
Okay.
Fuego has burn buff, but Kisei is still Tristana. And again, Tristana didn't get touched by any of the nerfs in 14-18. So Zig's pushing power might not be as strong. Tristana, no problem. Kisei still answering back and trying to keep this Baron power play as even as possible.
Yeah, Kisei is able to answer in kind, gets a full wave in bot side, and it takes away that turret. So Vivo Kid's mid laner trying to equalize some of that gold. It's about 2,500. 0.7 here is ADD, actually. Says, you took my Krugs, I'll take your Gromp right there. Doesn't have the backup of the team, though. Kisei feeling confident right there. Walking up and chunking out ADD left the back and probably TP back to lane.
Okay, Baron buff up for 40 seconds. That's going to be one wave. That's all Fuego gets onto this. There's enough vision for Cade Stars to feel comfortable defending this turret right now. I'm very curious to see what Fuego is trying to make happen right now.
The fans are standing. The fans are cheering on Vivo Kid Stars as it looks like their backs are against the wall right now. Alas looks for an engagement and headbutts away and is now locked under turret. Mataz with a flash versus the 4 members. And Fuego will crush the fight under the turret, only giving up their jungler. Summer's coming to a close, but things are heating up here in this game. Fuego are finding these engages and finding these fights.
And with that pick, with that force under the turret, not only do they secure bot side inner, they'll be able to rotate mid as well. Trying to push any further though would be a little bit of an overextension, I feel like. Just back off, reset. Dragon's coming up in 2 minutes. And Zelt right now. Zelt and Mataz, absolutely lack of hesitation on engages from Mataz is enabling Zelt to get that damage down. And how's it, 350 stacks? You're starting to see that execution threshold be really dangerous for K-Stars to try and play around.
And let's get another look at this replay, because you watch Telos was thinking about engaging, but then runs away instead. And that just means, oh, Fuego, they know exactly what to do. Mataz, what an engage right there. All members.
Zero hesitation.
Double kill plus Fuego.
Yeah, and Zelt, again, the fact with this Smolder too, is you don't need to be the one pumping out all the damage. You will pump out an inordinate amount of damage, but the biggest thing is just getting that execution across multiple members, getting it low enough for Virus, for ADD, for Mataz to be able to bring them down and finish them off, and that's what's forcing K-Stars away. So many times I've seen Vladimir's, they get down to like 5% health. And then between Hemoplague, between their Sanguine Pool, they're able to just regen right back up to 100%. Yeah, you don't get that 5% threshold anymore as this Vladimir. You got to play like you've only got 95% of your health bar.
Pretty much. And on the other side, I look at Kissy with the Mortal Reminder, wondering, is that necessary? I don't see a lot of healing on the other team. It's not really going to be Grievous Wounds or Plan. I know the item is pretty gold efficient, so maybe that's the idea here, is that you're just grabbing it for the stats that aren't necessarily the Grievous Wounds. But the Tristana was the one that got the early kills, was the one that was kind of accelerated and could try and carry this game. And while, yes, they've been able to get Dragon stacking, the fact that they lost 2 Barons in a row and have lost some of these team fights in a row gives concern for Vivo Keed's prospects in this game. They're going to have to fight for their Dragon Soul at a 4,000 gold deficit after they did such a good job at controlling the early game.
And with that Mortal Reminder you're talking about, like I say, I'm wondering if that is in preparation, for the fact that they're just going to concede this ocean. Right? They're not going to fight for it. There's going to be some regeneration, some healing coming through from Fuego, so we want that healing cut in advance from that. And as much as K-Stars is struggling right now in these team fights with the gold advantage that Fuego have, with the stack advantage that Zelt has managed to accrue for himself, K-Stars still have the option of split push. We saw how effective Kisei was on that bot side push into Fuego's Baron buff, so that's still a potential win con from them.
Right now, Vivo Keedstars have the inside track at the Baron, so if Fuego want to go for this objective, they're going to have to fight into Fog of War, and Vivo Keed are trying to set the trap, but now Sorolu was just spotted right there, so this means Fuego have the information, and they can just walk up with Baula, they can walk up with Mataz, who's actually threatening this flank as the Amumu. Telos can always just headbutt Mataz away if they want to go for a burn onto the Baron, but when you have the Ziggs composition, it's not necessarily like the double marksman comp that can just shred through the Baron fast. So Vivo Keed are actually being very patient here, very slow on the approach, and that means that they're losing the mid lane priority. They're chunking out Baula in response, but a very precarious position. This team fight could determine the entire game.
Yeah, and chunking out Baula isn't enough. Mataz, we've seen, is more than willing to pull the trigger, be the primary engage for the team. So with the 2 tanks there, Fuego can kind of rotate off who's tanking damage. Watch instead for Tyrion and his flanks. We talked about the fact he couldn't find Zelt in any of these fights so far. Well, he's looking for his signature flank angles. Games have been won off Tyrion finding that one critical fight, and he's trying to do it again.
But it's ADD on the flank, and he gets buster shotted back into the rest of Vivo Keed. Kisei with the damage is going to reset on the ADD, who had the stasis. Mataz in trouble. Sorolu throws out the Impale and gets the Amumu, but ADD gets out of there without even burning Flash. That is crazy. That could have been the moment for Vivo Keed to just win this game outright, but now their health bars are low. They're going to try and look for resets, and Fuego are the ones hunting them. ADD teleports back in, and Fuego have a small window here. Vivo Keed thought that they were out, but Fuego just make sure that there's 0 escape path. They get on to Kisei, and they take him down. Virus takes him out with the damage on the
Zelt's finally here,
and now the rest of the fight is going terribly. Sorolu goes for the engage, but a double kill to Virus. Finally goes down. The Ziggs bomb found him. Maybe that's enough for Tyrant to do something crazy here. Mateus is going to have to kite out forever to win this one, but it's a double kill over to Zelt, and it's Fuego running away with the fight. Bandit shots over the wall. They got him. Triple kill to Zelt, and Fuego immediately teleport into the mid lane. They want to end this game right here, right now.
And rightfully so, Kangas. Fuego, the LRN super team, shows why they're the super team, shows the name value works. Critical fight, they find it, and K-Stars, I don't want to say hesitated, but they were split on that call. Half of them were home, half of them were out in the field, and Fuego would not let that go, punished it immediately, and for the win, Latin America find their first win of the tournament.
Fuego with the long con flank will take the team fight, push the waves in, claim the Nexus, and win their first game of America's Challengers.
This team, the experience on them as well. I know that a lot of them have been at this level, have played in front of a crowd as well, but it's been a while for some of them. And to do it in front of the CB LOL arena, we said it before, to silence the arena. That's the goal of this Fuego team. And you can see right there, the crowd, they know that their favorites done goofed. And this is CB LOL Academy's first seed that just got taken out.
Evo Keatstars Academy had the crowd behind them. Like you just said, that crowd has been silenced. Fuego with a very promising start here to their tournament, taking down one of the other teams that's been in conversation for, who can challenge DragonSteel. Well, we often were looking at the CB LOL representatives from their academy saying, okay, probably one of them is going to be the one to step up. Fuego already early on saying, no, I mean, you got to include our name in that list too, because this is a very big win from them after a comeback of an early game that was not necessarily going their way. They did have to find these back-to-back Baron plays, but then once they got their groove, they were just winning team fight after team fight, and we saw how well-oiled this machine looked when they were firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and even more so is that everybody, it felt like, really stepped up for Fuego as a whole. Like, we would scream Mataz's name because he was finding all the engages. Zelt was the big carry to kind of sweep it up, but Virus FX constantly was able to find great poke, great engage angles as well, using that killer instinct. And ADD, I question the Jax pick. It's not an ADD champion as far as I'm concerned, right? It's not a tank. He kind of did blind, struggled in lane a bit, but later on in those team fights, the counter-strikes were critical. And that last Seeker's arm guard, that last Stasis, that was potentially the game-winning play.
That was, if he goes down, if ADD dies in that moment, that's probably Baron. That's probably, if you contest, you might lose the team fight. And then literally the opposite story happens. It's Vivokeed pushing the Nexus and ending that game. We were at a late game point where the gold was close enough. It didn't matter who won the fight necessarily. As long as you win the fight, you probably can end the game from that position. But yeah, ADD having the stasis and then even getting out with his flash, backs, teleports immediately in, and they just commit to this long flank. They say, okay, we're just going to cut off their retreat path if they're walking back, and then walk from their own side of the lane. A very creative way for Fuego to find that game-ending fight.
And it's really unfortunate for K-Stars Academy. We talked about the fact that it's a lot of experience versus sort of the power of youth from this K-Stars squad, the youngest roster in this entire tournament. And unfortunately for them, it does look like nerves got to them a little bit. There was a bit of disassociation with how they wanted to play. And it's worth noting as well for K-Stars Academy, Kise speaks English. So the roster actually had to learn to speak English. And that was one of the big struggles they had throughout the season. They are much better than they were at the beginning of the season. But I think at this moment in this game, it might have showed up a little bit once again, sort of the coordination that came through in the mid to late game.
Well, let's take a look at how everybody performed with our post-game breakdown here, because the Vladimir was the big pick that we were excited about and we're putting all of our attention to early on, thinking, how is the Vlad going to scale? How's the laning phase going to go? Are you going to show up? And it's unfortunate to say, we never really saw that big Vladimir team fight pop-off moment, because it was always Mataz on the Amumu starting things off. It was always Zelt on the Smolder over the top, almost topping the damage charts. Shout out, of course, to Morteus for actually topping the damage charts there on the Ziggs. But still, the DPS from the side of Fuego was just too much when the fights actually broke out.
Yeah, and the distribution coming through from Fuego as well with the damage. The fact that Zelt and Virus FX managed to split damage that equally as well meant that you couldn't just focus down Zelt and say, okay, call it a day, right? You kind of had to finish both of them. Whereas for K-Stars Academy, Kise, who we talking about as like a big carry for this team, did get shut down early. And as you talked about, Ziggs is not a sustained carry in a lot of these team fights. So while Morteo's got high damage numbers, it wasn't the right type of damage to kind of win the critical objective fights.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the highlights here, we can see how the damage just didn't work out for Vivo Stars Academy. Early on, it was looking promising. I mean, this was the first play. This was the one that really gave them that gold lead to start. And I believe it's Morteus that picks up this kill. Actually, I think it's Sarolu that gets the kill secure. There we go.
Yeah.
For that first blood.
They tried to
but
get it,
from
but
this
Morteus
point
a
on,
couple
it felt like
times,
Vivo were in control.
Yeah, and the early game went well for them, and Sarolu was actually able to kind of get on the map, make a lot of the action happen. It's the problem is this game was never about the early game. Right from the draft, right from the get-go, you look at these champions, you've got Smolder, Jax, Kaisa, Vladimir, Ziggs, all of that's more about the late game. And when it came to the late game, that's kind of when K-Stars didn't find as much magic as they did at this point in the game.
And we see there the triple kill picked up by Mataz. The Amumu was actually able to utilize that pretty effectively. This play in particular, the double TP from Vivo to try and save Tyrion. This is one of those moments where you credit them for attempting it, but hindsight's 2020. The execution just wasn't there, and they lost a lot off of this play.
Yeah, and huge props to Fuego for being willing to say, okay, we'll match you TP for TP. You will bring 2 people, we will bring 3, right? It was kind of a game of chicken, and in this case, K lost. Fuego was willing to expend everything in the kitchen sink in order to get an immense advantage.
And then moments like this was Vivo trying to make their own play, but it was Fuego. This is when they were in their groove. This was when they had the confidence to just make play after play, and they just started winning chain team fights.
Yeah, and while this wasn't the first big team fight that we saw Fuego starting to win, this one felt like the game breaker. This was the moment where it really felt like Fuego was fully in control, and that K-Stars, were losing control of the game, and they were firmly on the back foot. And if anything, this dive, to me, cemented that. The moment when Mataz managed to just dive through into the back like that, under turret, win the fight. And by the way, turret's not even low, so it's not like they could chew through the turret. First, the turret got all the turret shots off it wanted. It just did not matter because Fuego had enough damage to be able to clean house.
But this was the play. We didn't get to see the full setup for it. It was ADD surviving and then teleporting, and then everyone from Fuego cutting off the retreat here of Vivo Stars Academy. And I mean, props for Morteus to find that 1 Q, but that's like the only good play that happens for them in this fight. Everybody else from Fuego is able to get out of there and then close out the game. And yeah, Vivo just weren't fully expecting, I think, how much Fuego would be willing to commit to some of the plays, whether it was the bot lane chase or whether it was that play right there, or when they double teleported in for that bot, tier 3 turret fight. It was constantly Fuego saying, bet, we will answer your plays. We will have the players there necessary to actually turn it in our favor. And it was enough. Fuego actually were able to answer Vivo answer the chaos, and, come out on top.
And once again, props to Fuego for identifying too that they didn't have to do that in the beginning, right? It was really only the late game that mattered. So in the early game plays, when K-Stars, when Sarolu was moving faster, when Telos was moving faster, Fuego was like, okay, fine. Whoops, we die. And then come the mid to late game, that's when they were like, you said, Kangs, bet we'll meet you there every time with more people, better skilling.
Well, I'm hearing that we are ready for our post-game interview with Virus FX. So congratulations, Virus, on your Game 1 win. I want to start off by asking you, what was it like to play in front of the Brazilian crowd against a Brazilian team and walk away with a victory in Game 1?
Okay, how was playing this game with all the Brazilian crew, so much loud? What's the feeling?
Me encanta la afición brasileña. Creo que nunca en toda mi carrera, que llevo jugando 8 años, me había tocado como que convivir con una afición tan que se la vive demasiado. Y la verdad me gustó mucho porque incluso aunque no fuéramos locales, o sea, nos apoyaban como que go Fuego. And that was really good.
He said it was really, really good. It's like he played for 8 years or so, and he never felt like that before. So it's so much. He's so happy with the victory, and he liked a lot the Brazilian crew.
That's great to hear. I mean, Brazil, again, we've mentioned it before, great, passionate people. But Virus FX, coming to the tournament, I'm very curious to hear who you think are the teams to beat, especially now that you've had a taste of Brazil's first seed. How do you think you'll match up against, the other Brazilian seed in North America?
about the teams you were facing here. You faced the team that won the Brazilian Championship, and our other team, the Pain Gaming. What's your expectations from the other games? How you see the other teams in this championship?
Yo creo que la verdad, como equipo, esperamos si jugamos a nuestro juego, siento que la verdad podemos dar una sorpresa en el torneo. Creo que el que nadie espere que nosotros somos como son land, underdogs, como que ellos no esperan nada de nosotros, entonces creo que ese es nuestro punto clave, el poder dar la sorpresa.
He said he felt like everyone may think they are the underdogs, and it is the key from them to keep the confidence and keep their minds to play well and keep the victories, and who knows, they can beat them all.
Well, thank you very much, Virus, for coming on. We'll let you get going as you prepare for your next match. Thank you for the interview. All right, and with that said, awesome to hear from the player. We'll talk about next player on our minds, our most valuable player from that last game, Mataz. He's got the jungle gap, close it,
That's awesome.
take number one, takes it in game number one, and Mataz walks away with MVP.
They did it in one take, and I love the fact that he's like the director too, because I really do feel like he was the director of the game for Fuego. He was the one kind of engaging. We talk about Paula as a huge engage for us on Nautilus, but on the Rel, it felt like he was more follow-up engaged from Mataz's insane dives, diving under turret like that, getting a 4-man stun. That is gorgeous.
Absolutely, and I think that the Amumu was the reason a lot of those team fights worked out for them the way they did. Obviously, the damage dealers need to do the damage, so shout out to Zelt and Virus for carrying their own weight, but it was Mataz setting them up more often than not for the ability to do that damage. So that's game 2 in the books, but we got game 3 right around the corner. You won't want to miss it as we have DragonSteel taking on Pain Gaming right after this break. Oh, okay, a break in a moment here, but that is our next match coming up here. So while we have time to talk about it here, RMC, DragonSteel do seem to be the team to beat, and we heard from our interview from Virus that it is all about confidence, but not overconfidence. It's easier to be the underdog, and I think that DragonSteel, we can't really say that about them. What do we think that means for their pressure in this event?
I think for themselves, they expect themselves to win. We've heard it from Scary Jerry before, so I think they're just going to keep going, keep that mentality.
See if they can. As we're now ready for break, we'll be right back after this.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Dermaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to America's Challengers Day 1. As we prepare for Game 3 of our event, we have the Brazilian crowd making noise all day, bringing the energy. And that's a Fuego hat that I see right there as well.
Hey.
So LATAM representatives here in the crowd too. Great to see that. But as we are preparing for Game 3, it will be NACL's DragonSteel, first seed, taking on Pain Gaming Academy, the second seed from CB Lowell Academy. But RMC, expectations from the Brazilian community might have more pressure on Pain than they did Vivo Key, despite being the second seed.
And doubly so after that Cade Stars loss, unfortunately. So we mentioned before, Cade Stars were not expected to really be the champions. Heck, people weren't expecting them to even be top 2. They were expecting Pain Gaming Academy to dominate it. This was a team that crushed pretty much the entire season. In the playoffs, they didn't lose any games at all till the grand finals, where they ultimately ended up losing to Cade Stars in a 2-3. And throughout the entire season, they only had 5 losses, 4 of them to Cade Stars. So besides Cade Stars, Pain has always felt like the best team.
Yeah, and now they, like you said, pressure's on because Cade Stars just dropped their match before. But we've already met this roster already. DragonSteel taken to the Rift for their second time with Zamudo top lane. The MVP of the league, Yuji in the jungle. Spyrex in the mid lane. Everybody was firing on all cylinders for Game 1. They were pushed to the brink, but they did take it against WAP. And a big part of that was how bot lane performed. Scary Jerry at the international stage here for Tier 2 has been showing up, one of the younger players on the roster, with aspirations of making it to the LCS alongside support Zyko.
And I love that DragonSteel feels more relaxed. I feel like they're more comfortable after having won that first game. No matter how it goes, they've already got one win under their belt. And with the game against WAP as well, I love the fact that it did push them because it does challenge them. Whereas Pain Gaming Academy, who we're seeing on our screens right now, this is their first game of the tournament. So they might be a little bit, out of sorts coming into it. We see Hidan in the top lane, a great 1v1 duelist. That will be a fun matchup against Zamudo. Tatu, this guy was a prodigy, picked up when he was 15 years old, or even younger than that actually. But when he first wanted to play that split, he got put on the academy roster. He actually couldn't play his first couple of games. His coach had to sub in till he became 16 years old, which is the minimum age to play.
And then Cats mid lane, Marvin in the bot lane. And of course, support Gigs as the Pain Gaming roster is taken to the stage for their first time against who many are considering the tournament favorites in DragonSteel, but they could play upset here and swap that narrative on its head. Either way, there is a bit of expectation, potential expectation, that this could be a preview of our finals, because if DragonSteel is one of the favorites in the event, Pain Gaming have a lot of fans behind them and also a lot of expectation from CB Lowell as being their kind of big representatives, especially now that Vivo Keyed have dropped their first game.
Yeah, and I believe we actually have an interview coming through from one of the Pain players. I think it's the prodigy jungler Tatu.
We actually have an interview set up, I believe, from Scary Jerry here from DragonSteel first off.
Sorry,
so we'll take a look at that. Either way, let's hear from one of the players that's going to be taken to the Rift today.
My name's Scary Jerry, or Jeremiah, but most people call me Jerry. And I'm 22 years old, and I grew up in Argentina, and I play for DragonSteel. When I first started my career, I started playing for this small college called Converse. But ever since I was at Converse, I knew that I wanted to make it to Maryville, which is now DragonSteel. I think the most important moment in my career was losing this most recent CLOL this summer. Just because I think without having that loss, I wouldn't have had the motivation to, win this last split and make it here to this tournament, which it means a lot to me. Besides winning this tournament, my expectations for it are I just want to put on a good show for the Brazilian fans. I've heard that they can be really loud and really supportive, so I just want to be able to go on that stage and just put on a performance every game.
And Scary Jerry, being raised in Argentina, already took down the Argentinian hometown heroes already in this event, now going up against one of the Brazilian teams here for their second round. And that guy, again, remember his name, remember that face, because he has aspirations of making it to that LCS stage. And a reminder that this is kind of our first look into that future of the Americas region. This is our first overlap of all these regions in Tier 2, but all these players are fighting for those opportunities, for those slots at the Tier 1 level. So there's a chance that we see these players already starting rivalries against each other here that could transcend into future years.
Wouldn't that be an amazing world where we see Scary Jerry and Marvin facing off in Americas in 2025 right away in Tier 1? That'd be absolutely insane. And Kangas, Scary Jerry, a player, of course, he heard a story about, how he came from Converse, wanting to go Maryville. In North America, the collegiate pathway seems to be a stronger pathway. Every year, they seem to be improving and becoming, the new talent pipeline. But on the other hand, CBLOL Academy, they are the last of the Americas to retain the Academy system. And Pain, as an org, is particularly good at actually churning out the talent. Marvin, Scary Jerry's counterpart in Brazil, he is actually a rookie this year. He just joined Tier 2 this year, and he won in his rookie split in Split 1. And now, here on an international stage as well, he's another very aggressive player, very similar to Scary Jerry. So this bot lane could be explosive right from the get-go.
Which of these organizations has picked up the better talent to develop for this event? A reminder that this is all about developmental. It's not necessarily about winning now. It's about showing the promise you have for the future. But winning now also feels pretty good and can give you that confidence boost to continue the journey forward. But I'm happy that you highlight that both of these teams, both these orgs, have spent so much time on the developmental side. The Maryville University core, now called DragonSteel here, have sent players to the LCS in the past. And Pain, of course, one of the storied organizations in the CBLOL. And I mean, one of the fun facts you brought up to me earlier was that there's less than 1 year of average Tier 1 experience on these teams. This is truly a developmental story between both rosters.
Yeah, both teams are really good at kind of spotting that talent and trying to decide how they want to develop it. Though they do have a little bit of Tier 1 experience for both of these teams. On the side of DragonSteel, of course, Spyrex had a little bit of time up in the LCS. And for CBLOL Academy, or Pain Gaming Academy, pardon me, their top laner, Hidan, has actually had, I think, 3 or 4 splits up in CBLOL in the past. So kind of get that experience to roll down. That's the Pain fan base. They're at the most, they're the biggest fan base in Brazil. And they are very, very rabid in the best way possible. I'm a Pain fan as well. You can hear them shouting Tradição. That's the Traditionals. That's Pain Gaming's name, as they're the oldest org in CBLOL in Brazil.
Oh, I like that. But yeah, no, that crowd is bringing the energy for sure. I wonder how many people had Vivo Key jerseys on and just like took them off, swapped them for the Pain ones. Because I feel like it was pretty purple last time around. Now it's almost all black and red here for Pain Gaming. But either way, the fans are showing up, and it's awesome to see. Shout out to Brazil for hosting this entire event. I don't think there could have been a better location for it, as now all these other teams, especially the NACL teams, getting that opportunity to explore, get the international travel, get that experience under their belt, and a very prestigious event as well. If you're able to walk away with a win in your own region in Tier 2, that's one thing. It'll get scouting eyes on you. But if you can prove that you're one of the best developmental teams in all of the Americas, that's an entirely different story. And a much bigger title to, hang on your mantle.
Yeah, best in 2 continents if you're able to win this one.
Yeah.
And for the players as well, the self-esteem boost that comes through. We heard a little bit from Scary Jerry and Zamudo about trying to prove to themselves as well. But for Pain Gaming Academy, they have so many reasons they need to kind of prove to themselves. The fact that they didn't win their regular season. They were the favorites. They lost to Kate Stars. Now they really want to show that, hey, no, we were actually the better team. We just screwed up in a single best of 5. Ultimately, it's the most costly best of 5. But we still want to prove that we are best in Brazil first and foremost before we start worrying about the rest of the continents.
Interestingly enough, the stories of these two teams were very similar up until the finals. It's basically the same story if either DragonSteel lost to Fear Starforge in the finals, or if Pain were able to win the finals, because everything else had very clear parallels between the journeys that they both took, which is why it was so surprising that Pain Gaming Academy were coming in as the 2nd seed from CBLOL Academy. But all that is to say that is, again, pressure on them to right the wrongs that they just experienced, and then also be able to take down the #1 seed from NACL, who are a lot of people's tournament favorites.
Yeah, and I'm curious as well if that would raise some of the prospects of maybe being picked up by North American teams. After all, if the best in Brazil, can beat the best in North America, maybe that's worth taking a look at. But of course, they'd have to prove themselves first. And let's get down to a little bit to the nitty-gritty and the matchups between these two teams. Because you talk about how similar their trajectories were, but their playstyles in a way aren't that different, or not playstyles, but sort of the identities of the team aren't that different as well. They've got top 3 players in every role, it was like for both of these teams. Macro-wise, DragonSteel dominated North America with things like lane swaps, just knowing where to be, getting better timers. Pain Gaming had much the same experience in Brazil, where it felt like they were just ahead of everybody else when it came to knowing what they needed to do on the map and getting there on the map. Of course, having top 3 in every role and winning your lanes, as both teams tends to do, makes that much easier to execute.
Yeah, I'd say a big part of why DragonSteel were able to find success was individual performance from pretty much all their lanes. It was very hard to find a game where a lane state was dire for them. If it wasn't even, it was usually ahead. But also Yuji being just such a savant in the jungle, being able to capitalize on pretty much any game state to his advantage, which makes me wonder, what do we think about Tatu's ability on the other side of the rift to try and maintain Yuji's pressure playstyle? Because Yuji, we saw how quickly he was able to snowball his lead in game 1 against WAP. This time around against Pain Gaming Academy, Tatu has a little bit of information to pull from that last match and try and make a different read.
Oh, the Mongolian Monster against the Prodigy of Pain. That one's going to be spicy. I think Yuji's experience could show massively in this one. Yuji often knowing when he needs to kind of power farm to be that late game carry. Tatu much more aggressive in the early game. If his lanes are winning, don't be surprised to see him invading. And if his lanes are losing, don't be surprised to see him invading.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're able to draft something that will allow them to pull that off here, as it's once again DragonSteel on the blue side. Now Pain Gaming in their first game on the stage on the red, and okay, the Rumble was hovered. I was worried it was locked in. Reminder, Rumble heavily nerfed on the patch. Ziggs affected as well, but it will be locked in here. Had not picked up a win yet today, as it's been picked on red side both times, but it will be picked now for DragonSteel.
And I love the fact that Pain Gaming obviously watched game 1. They instantly banned some Budos, dude, here. They didn't want to deal with any of that, but it does mean that things like the Sejuani, one of the few sort of meta junglers that didn't get touched this patch, so it's in a good position. It sets you up for basically any sort of team comp you want. It's got great engage, CC, tankiness, and Tatu has been very, very comfortable on these sort of champions like Sejuani Maokai in the past.
It's a classic combination. Sejuani can find the engage. Kaisa can follow up past the front line and assassinate backline members, depending on how the Sejuani is able to set her up for that. And now typically you'd pair this Kaisa with something like the like a Rel, like a Nautilus in the bottom lane. Both are still available. But wow, DragonSteel still opting for the Rumble. That surprises me. Again, just based on the champions that got hit by nerfs on the patch, I feel like Rumble was one of the most aggressive hits.
I wonder if they might be thinking of flexing this Rumble out of lane. Like, we've seen Rumble jungle be... Okay, never mind. That puts pay to that sort of thought line there. Okay, well, you know what? Rumble's laning got nerfed, but his team fighting is still really, really, really strong. Like, you've got the right setup for it. Vi is a good setup. I'd like to see some more AoE CC from the support role to kind of really enable that equalizer to come across.
Yeah, and for anybody who hasn't seen the patch notes yet, Rumble's changes. The Flame Spitter, your Q, base damage went down from 80 level 1 to 60 level 1. And then it gets better as you put more points into it, but the bigger thing also is that you're now 110% AP ratio to a flat 100% AP ratio. So you lose AP ratio, you lose early game damage, very significant, especially level 1, which means that your laning phase is not going to be as good. As the game gets later and you get into team fights, you're right, you can't do all right. Also, your Electro Harpoon went down a little bit, 5 damage per rank, essentially. So, yeah, well, let's see what the answer is from Pain Gaming then in the top lane. Yone's picked. Would be surprised to see that go top. Probably going to be going into the mid lane, which means that it would be blind pick mid lane for Cats.
Yeah, I mean, Hidan could technically take it top. It's in his champ pool, but I agree with you. I think into the Rumble, that would be a bit of an interesting choice to try and actually pilot. I am surprised they banned out the Smolder with the Yone. I do feel like Cats has played that matchup before and is kind of okay with that. I think they're just wanting to remove away the strength of the skilling from Smolder. They're not confident they can close it out fast enough, and nobody wants to deal with 500 stack Smolder that we've seen before.
Yeah, essentially. And then also the Jace ban, because that was piloted by Spyrax last time around. So Pain Gaming. Let's see what they lock in here. Hovering the Corki. Again, I feel like we haven't seen anything that's really changing the meta drastically, despite a very large patch. Despite this being the first preview at what we'll see as the Worlds patch. I'm wondering if these teams in day one, at least, are going to opt for a much more standard kind of comfort picks here, as it is Corki. So that means most likely lots with the Yone in the top lane.
Yone top? Yeah, I love this. Okay, so Hidan versus Zamudo. We saw Zamudo just dominate 1v1. That's what he's known to do. Just bully out lane, snowball, and punish. Hidan, we've mentioned before, he's actually a really good duelist. And to me, this is a matchup, especially if Hidan gets counterpicked, that I want to see, because Hidan has taken over games, and with the Yone, yeah, I don't know how the Yone Rumble matchup is gonna go. I feel like it's not the most comfortable for Yone, but with the nerfs, maybe you can actually survive the laning phase. But later on, Yone will win out, and more importantly, Yone still has team fight value, so it's not just a straight 1v1 pick, but one that can still influence and impact the rest of the game.
I want to highlight something here.
That's a hover. That's a hover.
Okay, yeah, it was a hover. For a second, I thought it was actually locked in. It's not. Never mind. No need to highlight it, but we can highlight this instead. Yasuo locked in, presumably for, I guess, it could be Spyrex, could be Scary Jerry. I don't know if we know necessarily, because they could still, if they want to have Rel with the Yasuo as a lane combination, that's pretty scary, but we'll see what they actually end up going for here. Either way, it's going to be Pain Gaming's choice next, and they lock in the Poppy, which presumably will be support. Okay, yeah, you know what? I think they're reading this as a potential Yasuo pick for Scary Jerry as well. Now, I'm trying to remember, Kangas, and I mean, you're the NACL specialist here, so you remember it better than me. I thought usually if they played Yasuo, that would be a Zyko Yasuo, right? Scary Jerry plays, or, because, I'm trying to remember, Scary Jerry hasn't touched Yasuo, has he? I believe they had played a Yasuo Senna lane, if memory serves correct, but that's going to be very different than this. We really don't know where the champions are going on the side of DragonSteel. If I had to take a guess, it would be Rumble, Vi, Ziggs, Yasuo, Rel, but it looks like as of right now, it's Yasuo mid lane for UG, Spyrex, or rather, for Spyrex and Scary Jerry piloting the Ziggs in the bottom lane. Okay, this makes a lot more sense, I guess. And the Yasuo into Corki matchup is not bad either. Corki taking some nerfs, and the wind wall can do a lot to stop a lot of that burst damage that Corki normally wants to put out as well. So DragonSteel, I'm a lot more comfortable with this than trying to push the Yasuo into the bot lane when I'm not sure if Scary Jerry or Zyko are that comfortable on it. Especially once you see the Poppy come in. The steadfast presence will pretty much deny anything that the Yasuo wants to do early on. So, lane assignments are set. Compositions have been locked in, and the fans are ready to go. Brazil's second chance as they stand united, cheering on Pain Gaming Academy in their first game here at America's Challengers. DragonSteel, the tournament favorites, have already won their first game with resounding success, and now they look to take on the second seed of CBLOL Academy with all the power of the fans behind them. We are ready to load in to Summoner's Rift for Game 3 of the day. I absolutely love that. I actually had to go and ask what exactly that was about for Pain fans when they, have all that hand raised sort of motion. Apparently, it's a reference to One Piece and the, that moment in, if you're familiar with it, when they kind of all gather together, backs to the light, the silhouettes just holding up. That is a sign of unity. So that, yeah, Brazil has a lot of anime fans. I'm trying to remember. I think that was one of the early arcs. I think that was the Alabasta arc. I think that's the sign that they do when they're sailing off, but it probably comes up multiple times in the show. I'm only about halfway through. I know, fake fan. But here we go. Real fan of what's happening on screen right now. Pain Gaming Academy have taken to the Rift and are already getting aggressive in DragonSteel's jungle, dropping down some early wards, as it will be answered in kind here. I believe UG dropping down that ward might go for a reset to pick up a sweeper, but as the camps are spawning shortly, won't have time to do that, so has to stick around. And also, no wards placed by Pain Gaming, actually. They fake the invade, but don't actually place anything, as they also clear out the ward that was placed by UG. So I would argue slight advantage right now to Pain Gaming.
Yeah, and I'm actually really surprised and curious by that because we mentioned before, Tatu really likes his invades. Whether or not his lane's a prio, he'll often try for it. And if he doesn't have vision in his lane's on a prio, it can potentially backfire. So not having any vision at all does feel a little bit risky for him to do. I'm very curious to see if they actually do decide to go for that at the end of the day. And if it does, it will be on that bot side if there's an invade.
Ooh, crash down, use, and it actually lands. Marvin stunned up right there. Looked like Weegs actually went for the heroic charge, but it didn't seem like it connected. Maybe actually pushed Zyko into Marvin. It looked like Marvin had the sidestep, but either way, early lane advantage to DragonSteel's bot lane in the 2v2. They get control over the wave. They're going to hit level 2 here, and they push away Pain Gaming's bot lane, trying to deny some CS and experience.
Yeah, and the fact that Scary Jerry and Zyko are doing that without burning too much of their mana is absolutely massive, because Ziggs is very mana hungry early on. So a lot of times you're kind of trading health for his mana, but if he's doing fine in the mana department, then you're in for quite a rough time as he's just able to continue punching in and just dishing out that damage. Top side, we kind of get to see our first Rumble post-nerf. It's expected that he's not as strong as he used to be, won't be able to shove quite as hard. And I feel like we're seeing that because Yone is not a great early game champion. Usually needs at least the Berserker's Greaves to really start coming online. But we're seeing Kidan already push out and be very comfortable with it. Zamudo can't quite trade that.
Zamudo's going to try and keep this freeze here now, though, as Kidan has not been able to get the wave under turret. Oh, I don't know if Zamudo got that cannon minion. That'd be rough if he didn't, but either way, Kidan showing that the Yone can survive into the Rumble early on just fine, as the early levels has at least netted him a health bar advantage as Spyrex shoves this wave in here onto Qats. And Jungler's on the bottom side of the map right now, so as we bring our attention to Yuji and Tatu, that's where we could see some action. We're going to spot the Tatu's on the blue buff. We didn't see the Sejuani, but we saw that the blue buff was being taken, so Yuji can try and take the Scuttle Crab. Tatu's going to go for the steal, misses it. Yuji gets the smite off and secures the Scuttle Crab.
So far in the jungle battle, 1-0 for Yuji, able to find a lead. Tatu thinking about ganking, but I'm pretty sure Spyrex are at that.
I mean, Qats just wins that 1v1 right there. I feel like if Tatu had come, that would have been a flash out of Spyrex at the very least, but not willing to commit to the play, instead hovering bot side in case there could be a potential dive down there. There's nothing else for Tatu to do here. There's no camps to clear, as he will now go for a reset. So a slight tempo lead for Yuji, as he's going to be able to get back into the map faster.
Yeah, I think Tatu was a little bit more worried about Marvin Giggs being dove rather than worried about Quats trying to get the kill. After all, it's a Corki, right? Like, you're picking this to skill anyways. Early lead is nice, but not necessary. Whereas setting a Kai'Sa behind could be huge. And again, we're seeing this from Yuji a little bit. Very small tempo advantages starting to snowball, right? He got ahead of the wave clear, or pardon me, the jungle clear a little bit. Got to the objective first. Tatu doesn't get invade. Because you kind of did that, you get the recall as well. Well, Tatu has to waste time trying to stop and make sure that doesn't get ganked. Gets that recall first. And all of that adding up could mean level 6. And why level 6 is so impactful, I want to see Yuji just instantly use it. And preferably, if Tatu isn't 6 yet, can't answer, that'd be even better.
One of the big things to get to level 6 is getting the XP of the grubs as they spawn. We had the double scuttle picked up by Yuji, as Tatu will actually walk around and realize that Yuji just cleared the top half of the jungle, so probably not here. They're going to go for a dive. Hidan needs to get the wave under turret, and it's not a large wave. They have a very short window to pull this off. Zamudo has no backup. He's going to have to survive this one on his own. He has the flash. He flashes away from the Fate Seal. Tatu will start taking up the turret now and can walk away as Hidan will clean up the kill. First blood to Yone, but the turret might trade it right on back, and it does! It's a 1-for-1!
He didn't have to flash forward. He could have flashed forward instead of backwards, Kangas, but he took the long way out, and for all the work that he did, Zamudo was able to answer back. Sure, you got first blood, which is huge, but it could have been bigger. And we're seeing DragonSteel now as well respond. You talked about the Void Grubs. DragonSteel, that gave enough time for Yuji to start hitting up here and now look for that topside control.
Giggs and Zyko both hanging out around their mid laners, trying to establish that priority of 2 control wards for double the vision score right there. DragonSteel's jungler will be spotted on these grubs. Talked about the XP that you can get from this, a level up over Tatu, who's also very low health. So Tatu's actually going to take this time to try and go for the dragon. I am concerned, though. A solo Sejuani is going to take that slow. Now we have Qats and Marvin coming by. There's a chance that Yuji might be able to contest this, but no, as I see it, you're a Vi, you're not the Zyra or the Brand, you take the Grubs fairly slow, so it will just be a trade of objectives.
And one thing that I feel like Brazil has generally excelled in India Tier 2 is kind of training teamwork. Usually when a call is made, the team does it together. We're seeing that in that bot side play as well. We're getting a replay of this top side, and great flash from Zamudo. But I'm so surprised that it was Hidan's Fate Seal to kind of kick things off, right? Usually we see some sort of CC set that up, and you saw Hidan there flashing forward into the turret. I think if he flashed out and went out through the jungle side, it would have been a lot safer. I don't know if maybe he thought Yuji might be in the area, but
they didn't have the damage. I honestly, I was trying to watch. I think Hidan might have canceled an auto attack in there. And also the fact that he tried to start it with a Fate Seal instead of letting Tatu walk up and start tanking so that he can land the Fate Seal. A lot of rough stuff going on there in that dive, but end of the day, Zamudo, I think, is walking away feeling pretty good about it. The fact that you're able to trade one bank and waste some of that time of Tatu as Marvin gets chunked by the Mega Inferno Bomb under turret here. And the CS advantage continues because top lane's where the action started, but elsewhere around the map is where the gold lead is starting to come into the favor of DragonSteel, specifically the Ziggs in the bot lane.
Sure, and the fact that Scary Jerry's already got 2 plates on the bot side too is not a great sign for Pain when you're trying to deal with a Ziggs who can take it at 25%. So Scary Jerry, you know, he can just come right back in, keep on pushing. Now, we should note, as you pointed out as well, the first set of Void Grubs did go away with DragonSteel, partially because Zamudo had ultimate available. You can't fight that. Pain did take the Dragon on the bot side, so map objectives kind of got split, and we're going to be a while yet before objectives come back up. If the junglers want to make action happen, it's right back to the lanes.
But Tatu does have level 6 as well, so we didn't actually see that window where potentially UG could have a level advantage to go affect a lane, like get into a side lane and try and punish Hidan with no flash or anything like that. Now, Tatu will be able to answer in kind with his own ultimate, as looks like maybe we were going to see a lane swap there. Marvin was running mid, but will back off now, as it is Fuats heading into the mid lane instead. So they will lose this wave. Eeks will try and pick up as much of it as he can. And now we'll walk back to lane himself. Everyone's getting level 6. Zyko actually the last one to get there. So no ultimate on the Rel, ultimate on everybody else. But also really nothing to fight for at this point of the game. We're going to wait for a minute and a half for the second set of Grubs to come up. So I'm going to keep my eyes on the jungle pathing to see who's ready for that window, for that objective. So far, it looks like UG's can have a pretty clear path as camps will start to spawn here. But Tatu actually going for the play topside this time.
There we go.
It's clean. They layer the CC. Zamudo will throw out the equalizer onto the wave just to try and get as much CC or CS as possible and deny the push onto the turret. But well done from Pain Gaming to pick up the kill.
Okay, now usually trying to answer in the bot lane. Quats with the good rotate to cover this, but DragonSteel, they don't need to make the dive happen. They just need to burn time. Spyrex is getting a free lane mid.
As Tatu will actually run there and try and catch that wave. So Spyrex is just laning against anybody that's not his mid laner, as the play from Geeks was not good enough. He was hiding, thinking maybe I have the window, maybe I have the angle. But Scary Jerry survives, doesn't even need the flash, and that's just Pain Gaming support falling.
A rare moment where it felt like Marvin and Giggs weren't on the same page. I'm actually really shocked that that happened. Giggs almost managed to actually kill Scary Jerry on that play. But if Marvin had got it, maybe they secure it. They didn't, though, and Giggs just went in alone. Didn't have enough to kind of finish anything on himself. And DragonSteel, they're just going to say thank you for that. Thank you for the pressure. And, hey, we're going to start rotating everybody up towards the second set of Void Grubs.
And that is the window right now, spawning in 10 seconds. Geeks is there early as... No, the double control wards. They're finally spotted. Taking down DragonSteel will pick up a nice 50 gold into their coppers as Hidan and Zamudo trading against each other early here. No ultimates available on either side, but it's Zamudo who's all alone for right now. Has the flash available. Zyko trying to lock down Tatu. Tanky Sejuani. Crash down will be dodged by the Arctic Assault. And Tatu gets out of there. Ultimates are coming off cooldown within seconds. I don't think they'll be up in time to contest the Grubs, but after the Grubs are taken, I imagine we're going to be scrapping. Actually, Keeper's Verdict using it, knocks away 2. Scary Jerry and Zamudo are the only ones up. That is 4 Grubs picked up, and another from Zamudo. Actually gets that one. Teleport in from QOTS, as it will be 1 Grub secured by Pain Gaming, and now a teleport from Spyrex bot side with nobody to answer him down there. I mean, not too bad from DragonSteel. Pain Gaming pushed them off, so they denied Grubageddon, but DragonSteel definitely feeling better about how that play went.
And meanwhile, Spyrax is just split pushing bot. Used the TP to get down there immediately. As soon as they kind of got that first, as soon as the Keeper's Verdict came across with that 5th grub, I feel like Pain got a little bit greedy. They didn't want to burn a smite on it. They wanted to contest with the 6th one. But that just means DragonSteel, then you're just trading on damage. And the fact that Zamudo managed to get the critical bit of damage was huge. After that, DragonSteel doesn't care. We got 5. There's no need to go for the 6th one. We just go for the plates instead. The safer play, the more methodical play, the play that DragonSteel makes and gets a hit on.
And again, it's Spyrax that's been getting a lot of the gold from the bottom turret plates. He's about 10 CS up over his lane opponent. And this Yasuo, around 2 items is typically when he starts to be able to take over a game, but already has the first item completed. Qats has the Seekers, or not Seekers Arm Guard, has the plated steel caps rather. So very defensive on the Corki, just trying to survive, but he's just not going to be doing a lot of damage. Delaying that spike that Corki will actually start to actually output any DPS in fights. Ooh, fate sealed on to Zamudo, and it lands. Under turret, though, means that he cannot continue the play. Equalizer to catch another wave. Zamudo's fine.
Zamudo's just straight chilling. Use the Equalizer, make sure you balance out the wave, and everything's gold and golden. Bot side, though, DragonSteel getting this dragon for free. You were talking about plated steel cats for Quats. Yeah, I think that's just a sign from Pain Gaming that they don't want to fight anytime soon. Unfortunately for them, they wanted to be even and contesting at this point. But Quats is a little bit behind and just trying to stay alive. Marvin is in a chasm right now. 1.3 thousand gold difference. Scary Jerry getting a kill. Scary Jerry dominated that lane with Zyko. And for Marvin and Geeks, these guys are aggressive laners. They want to win lane and snowball from there. So when they lose lane, it can be a bit of a struggle for Pain Gaming Academy's bot lane to try and get back into it. If the team doesn't set up some kills for them, then yeah, I think Scary Jerry and Zyko can maintain this lead for another good 10, maybe 15 minutes.
I will say, though, it does feel, going back to what we set up earlier, could this be the potential finals matchup? As Zyko's actually going to look for a play here onto Hidan. Crash down lands, and Hidan is in trouble as Flash. Ooh, yeah, you're going to snap back to that one. Might have to flash out of this, but immediately locks down by the Vi, and that's enough damage. Keeper's Verdict sends DragonSteel back to safety as they blast code back. Geeks could be in trouble. I don't think Zyko wants it. Nice little find there onto Hidan. What I was trying to say was it's a pretty even game state, all things considered, when we talked about DragonSteel being pretty heavy favorites in this event. But right as I said, maybe a bit of a pre-caster curse there because a pick gives more gold and more map pressure now as Zamudo will take a turret.
Yeah, and the map pressure is going to be the big bleeding point right now for Pain Gaming. The fact that Zamudo gets this bot side turret, they get control over the Herald as well.
Herald has been started up here. Datu and company will try and push away DragonSteel. Zamudo backs, picks up a Leandri's, and has teleport. So if DragonSteel want to contest this, they can, but they can also say, sure, take the Herald. The Herald can be a turret, but you know what's a turret? A turret. They have the wave mid, but they actually can't siege it. Scary Jerry is not confident enough to walk up. The team wasn't quite with him. I thought that was the play, but instead the play's on the Geeks now. As the gravity storm from Zyko goes through. Hidan's trying to get onto the flank here. Yuji, wall breakers over the wall.
Huge!
Killed onto 3! Pain Gaming top laner. Hidan finds the play. They only get 1 for it, but Zyko does go down. They almost lose Marvin on the crackback. Oh, Pain Gaming, that felt like that was their moment back into the game, but it just didn't quite get enough.
Yeah, and DragonSteel's response to that was amazing. Hidan gets a beautiful, perfect flank, but DragonSteel, they burn all the flashes, they get out the critical times, and they don't lose too much on the back end of that. This whole thing starts by DragonSteel trying to find more. They gave up the Herald to Pain Gaming. They didn't contest on that, but it kind of causes them to overextend into the mid lane, and Hidan getting that beautiful position. It's not even set up necessarily by the Sejuani all that well, but you can see right away they just disengage in great order. That flash from Spyrax, completely necessary, and the clapback, like you said, the clapback to the clapback coming through from DragonSteel, almost just pick up people on the back end.
They almost kill Marvin. He had to flash in, use barrier to survive. And also his ultimate wasn't able to really get in there. He didn't get a kill credit. Maybe could have done more if he had positioned it slightly differently. So eyes will be on Marvin. How does the young AD carry on Pain Gaming Academy's team want to approach this one? Oh! Datu just read Yuji's mind right there as he sidesteps the Vault Breaker out of Fog of War. Don't know how he did that.
He knew those fast hands. He was ready for Yuji to get in there. Now, as much as Tatu and Yuji kind of dueling around is really, really fun, I do need to highlight Hidan again, because I feel like Hidan right now is the big carry for Pain Gaming through this mid game. He's the guy they sunk all the resources to. Tatu camped his lane, and in that last fight, he did well in the mid lane. But I do want to highlight what happened to him prior to that, the top side, where you saw Tatu and Gigs coming in to reinforce him, but Hidan put himself out there as bait. If you're the carry, you can't be the bait. If you're the only carry, you can't be the bait, because there's nobody else, there's no safeties. And for Hidan, he needs to do more of what we saw in that mid lane fight. Be the secondary, be the follow-up. Make sure you're not the first ones in. Whereas DragonSteel right now, they've got multiple forms of engage, multiple threats they can play through. It's kind of hard for Pain to do anything. And with Dragon coming in 30 seconds, that's the big decision. Does Pain go for the second Drake? Are they ready for it? My gut says no, but Pain looks like they want to fight.
They're 2,000 behind right now. And again, I think that Q-Ot's going for the very defensive build is just too far behind to actually be a threat. Hasn't even completed an item at 17.5 minutes in. Stacking up a tier, building towards what I imagine is going to be a Trinity Force here.
There we
as
go.
it just completes. Okay, so now Q-Ot's has it. Now maybe Pain Gaming are more willing to take a fight.
See, normally I'd agree, Kangas, but knowing Quats likes to play for late game. So I think Quats is going to wait for your mana to complete before he really gets in there. I think that's the right call. Tatu wasn't even in push. He actually sat right outside the bush in full vision of DragonSteel for a second.
There was a ward. It didn't matter. DragonSteel would have known, and they do know that they are safe to take this dragon. This is the macro play of DragonSteel that we talked about coming into the event, coming into day one, game one against Swap, and how they handled that one. As Spyrax could be in trouble here, actually. They're making a play elsewhere on the map, and Spyrax is a little alone, but now has Zyko behind him, and that is enough for Pain Gaming to just walk away. Q-Ot's instead going to take this top turret, so at least it's something the Pain Gaming Academy get.
It's taking Quats, I think, a bit longer than he expected, which is scary when you see DragonSteel aggressively posturing up. We talked about the fact that DragonSteel, they've got threats in multiple positions right now. Is Mudo getting caught?
Nice pickup
No
on
way.
Zamudo right there. Geeg sets it up, and the rest of Pain Gaming Academy are able to knock him down. Hidan with the follow-up. I believe the kill credit. Yeah, 3-2.
Yep. It's still all about that Yone being the massive mid-game carry. Gigs, is he busted as well?
Wallbreaker not going to land, but they do have the cease and desist follow-up, plus the ultimate from Yasuo coming through, but the teleport in means that he's in trouble. Now Spyrax might not be able to get out of here, but the rest of the team is bagging him up. Spyrax has not gone down. Finally, Q-Otz picks up the kill credit. 1-for-1 trade in a scrappy engage.
And Zyko just saved DragonSteel. That could have gone so much worse, but he actually cuts off Hidan, so Hidan couldn't get in there and pump out the damage. And now, despite the fact that, hey, you know, DragonSteel got put a bit on the back foot on that play, they're still able to find the turret. Pain, though, we talk about DragonSteel's macro, well, Pain's the best in CB Law Academy, and they're answering pound for pound, punch for punch.
Yeah, they throw out the Herald. What do they chant when the Herald throws out? Is it just Pain?
Hey!
Hey! As the Herald does crash into the mid turret, but doesn't crack the mid turret, notably. It is still up, and Pain Gaming Academy will have to give a little more effort there. Let's take another look at this.
Geeks kind of managed to bait in a lot of members from DragonSteel. Spyrax and usually critical members as well. They're in there, and right there, that Magnus, that interrupt that came through from Zyko, that doesn't happen. Spyrax melts immediately. That means Quats gets more time, less damage on him, able to pump out more damage, and that could very well have turned the fight, but because they interrupted that, Pain ends up having to reset and not able to defend that topside turret, having to make a desperation retaliation in the mid lane with the Herald. Herald not able to be maximized. So DragonSteel, by turning up the pressure, they are able to come out ahead in this macro blow for blow.
Pain Gaming Academy are staying in it. We have not seen DragonSteel with easy game states. Game 1 against Swap, they had to work for the win. Game 2 here against Pain Gaming Academy. Still the same story here. Yes, they have a slight gold lead, but it does not feel insurmountable by any stage. As maybe now DragonSteel can crack it open. They get Arctic Salt out of Tatu, and he gets out of there. They're trying to establish a siege on this bottom wave, but they don't have the wave with them yet. So no hits onto the turret means that they just back off here. And it seems like DragonSteel, I guess, are Going back towards just a more traditional dragon stacking style. They do need 2 more of those before they have soul, but it is Chem Soul, so not the most high value for them. Still is a potential win condition if they're able to get it, but oh no, Zyko was trying to back in enemy territory and just gets picked off because of it. The rest of DragonSteel now out of position. Bait sealed from Hidan. Decent assist, but Marvin's over the top.
The Wind Brothers!
He gets onto the backline, trying to output that damage. Spyrex will live, though, and takes out Hidan on the crackback. 1-for-1 trade in the extended play. Support for top laner, but Zamudo once more, he's just going to flash onto Geeks and gets it. Another kill to DragonSteel. They do not leave Zygo out to dry. They will make his sacrifice worth it.
And that was big from Zamudo. He getting that kill puts it in DragonSteel's favor. Pain's, their whole sort of game plan at that point was we find the pick, we disengage. Quats is just split pushing topside anyway, so buy space, buy time for this Corki. We don't need to do anything more. But Kangas, this game has felt like a game of picks. Both teams have great team fighting compositions, but it's about who keeps getting caught out of position. And this fight right here, what I do love is Spyrax versus Hidan. The Wind Brothers kind of going at it. Unfortunately for Hidan, he doesn't have quite as much follow-up. You saw the CC that kept coming through from Yuji, even from Scary Jerry. The small knockups were enough to break up the Yone combo, and Spyrex gets to win that trade. And right there, that pick, that's what forces Quats to back off from that top lane instead. If not, we very well could have seen 1-for-1 plus a turret, or 1-for-0 plus a turret for Bain Gaming Academy.
Spyrex so far has been playing this tournament incredibly well. This Yasuo performance alone has already amounted to some very close calls, but because he plays it correctly, is able to survive. Yet again, he's using the last breath on the side that Marvin's not wanting to ult to, so he's positioning correctly towards his team. Marvin's not able to assassinate him. Inside, though, Hidan might get an assassination here onto Zamudo in the 1v1. Not quite enough damage, but Qats just Valkyries in with an easy auto for the kill.
Okay.
That's Zamudo down as Baron is started.
That's massive, and Spyrex is doing Dragon right now, so DragonSteel, at best you go for the steal. Gigs don't even give them that chance. Usually kicked out immediately.
Yeah, Keeper's Verdict will deny the attempt at the steal. Maybe DragonSteel can go for a fight after the fact, but Zyko's all alone right now. Hidan still has the ultimate available and will use it onto the enemy support. Flash used. Redemption goes down as DragonSteel do survive, but Pain Gaming Academy, they got what they needed. They're getting out of there. And they have themselves a Baron.
Pain Gaming Academy, they take an inch and they want the whole foot, the whole damn mile. The way that happens, a pick onto a single member on Zamudo, Hidan getting very aggressive. They fold up with the Baron, and if they could get another pick, which they were looking for off the back end of it, that would have enabled such a strong Baron power play. But without that, it's a lot harder for Pain Gaming. Yes, they've got the Baron buff in their pocket, but they're also down gold. DragonSteel is still a strong team fighting team, and Baron buff doesn't give you that much combat power, a little bit more AP, a little bit more AD, but the fights have generally been going DragonSteel's way.
But I will say, I think that Pain Gaming Academy have the opportunity to get a gold lead with this. The Baron buff allows you to take structures. They finally crack this outer mid turret. Great for Spyrex to still focus topside. They did this in their game against WAP as well earlier today, where yeah, you might lose the mid turret, but at least trade something else for it, as Qats will attempt to crack this outer bot turret, just leaving his Baron empowered buff on the cannon, so the turret goes down. There we go. Pain Gaming Academy suddenly take down 2 turrets and have a very positive Baron power play.
Oh, the satchel charge not quite in turret range and actually managed to pop that. Very unfortunate. I love that DragonSteel's response, though. They're saying, okay, you want to split push on the sides. We know that those were primed setup turrets that were low on health. Well, we'll just push in mid with a numbers advantage. Spyrax responding to Quats in the bot side, while Pain is trying to secure an exit route for Quats through the juggle.
As the rest of Pain Gaming, yeah, they walk forward, providing pressure for their mid laner to create his own pressure in the bot side, and trying to crash these waves at the same time. Right now, everybody has pivoted to bottom side. Pain Gaming Academy are on the precipice of just cracking the base of DragonSteel. Baron can get a lot of work done. If they can win a fight here, they could take an inhibitor. But right now, DragonSteel aren't opting for a fight. They're not giving them the engage options. The way Pain Gaming were setting up for that, I thought maybe they go for a dive. But as of right now, DragonSteel are just going to try and catch these waves. Pain Gaming Academy are happy to use the Baron to just shove in and slowly whittle down these turrets.
Okay, that's Spyrax booted out, but the wave clear is not enough from Scary Jerry. The Baron push is too good.
Oh! Yeah, we're going for the dive immediately onto Yuji, but he does survive.
Still
He goes down so much damage shredding, but watch Hidan on the flank. Watch the Yone. This is going to be the big impactful moment, but it only hits on the Spyrax, but Marvin, it sets him up to get in there and try and output the damage. Call him Rambo with a double kill. Can chase down even more. The AD carry for Pain Gaming Academy picks up a triple as Spyrax runs away. Could have been so much worse, but Pain Gaming's bot laner grabs it from the clutches of defeat and will win them a team fight.
Spyrax running from the hills, trying to get out and away. I think he's made it. No teleports available for Pain to be able to follow up, but look at those damage numbers. And Kangas, Marvin was down something like 70 CS against Scary Jerry. Out of nowhere, he suddenly picked up kills, and we get to see the replay. I'm going to be honest, I was scared for Pain Gaming. Trying to force this into a rumble is massive, and they took so long to take that turret down. The turret is just chewing through Gigs and Tatu. The tanks were getting squished, and Hidan coming on once again without setup. I thought this was a very bad position to try and play through, but even though Hidan didn't manage to get that much damage down, he burns a lot of the ultimates, and that leaves Quats and Marvin free to just follow up. The CC is not there. Spyrax can't actually walk into here, and Scary Jerry was pretty much automatic for most of the fight.
Everybody was focused on Hidan, which allowed Marvin to just ult in and just clean up the fight. I mean, nobody even hit the Kaisa for like probably 5 seconds as Marvin was just outputting insane damage. Now he's picked up a full item here. Marvin 4-0-1 on the Kaisa and has the ability to carry this game. It's going to be a Dragon Soul fight though. 20 seconds for DragonSteel to try and get this one. Pain Gaming currently have the inside track and can look to deny.
Yeah, DragonSteel don't have vision. Walking into this is so difficult for them, and they don't know where Hidan is. That's the huge threat right now.
Keeper's Verdict canceled, so Geeks will have that again shortly. DragonSteel with the mid lane priority are pulling Pain Gaming away from the Dragon, but Marvin can do this. Pain Gaming Academy do not need to commit to the fight. They can give up their tier 2 mid turret to deny the Dragon Soul. I think that's a fine trade if you're Pain Gaming Academy. If you don't want to force the fight, you can instead just confirm the objective.
And good on DragonSteel to know exactly when to back out. They didn't try and stick around. They didn't try and push for more. They didn't want to get collapsed on from behind. So just get the turret, get out, sacking that dragon. It's only second Drake. We don't care. Now, DragonSteel also get inside track on Baron, and Pain have no vision. So Pain now on the other foot, where they had all control around Dragon, they've got none around Baron.
Ward's being placed as, oh, this would be a big pick. They see him, and the last breath will mean that Tatsu will inhale one last time. Actually, Arctic Salt over the wall. Equalizer down. He's alive! No! Tatsu lives. That is crucial for Pain Gaming Academy. If Tatu falls there, that is Baron. He can have an opportunity to heal and get back on the map. You have the Warbox, Tatu. You don't need it back. Oh, he's actually going all the way back to base. DragonSteel might have a window, but they don't know that he went all the way back, so they have to assume that Sejuani's on the Rift, and they're not going to start up Baron.
And it's so clutch, too. Tatu's latest item before that fight was the Spectre's Cowl. If he doesn't have that magic resist, I think he dies.
Yeah.
Right there. And I think he recognized that, too. So he's like, you know what? Let's go back and buy more magic resist, because that's what we need.
Irax be in trouble, has the flash, has to use it. Wind Wall as well. Hidan with the Fate Sealed will not land, but that means no flash for the Yasuo of DragonSteel for a potential Baron fight.
Flash for ult traded, and Hidan not having that ultimate does mean that Pain Gaming Academy might not want to fight either. I think in the short term, that's actually the bigger loss. Spyrax still has the last breath available for a big wombo combo, but DragonSteel, they're playing it safe, cautious. They don't want to walk into this. There is still a lot of AoE ultimates, and I'm kind of worried that's not really good for DragonSteel to sit back at this very moment.
They're allowing Pain Gaming to walk in and actually reestablish vision control. They get aggressive onto Tatu right there, but there's 2 wards and a pushed top wave that Pain Gaming Academy can utilize right now. As now Zamuda will run towards the top lane, sticking around to give Zyko some extra pressure to help try and clear these wards. But that one right there that Zyko is backing on is going to give a lot of information to Pain Gaming Academy, as he will just walk away. And yeah, it's just the Baron dance, the Baron vision. dance. We've seen this time and time again. And as of right now, it is Pain Gaming Academy that are winning the dance.
Unfortunate double control wards on Baron from DragonSteel, 150 gold for Pain Gaming, clearing or being able to clear both that out, denying more gold and vision away from DragonSteel. Pain, Fate Sealed is back up for Hedon. Now this is the dangerous part. Flash is not available for Spyrax and will not be for another, what is that, roughly 3 minutes to come through. So DragonSteel, this is probably the toughest part for them to play through.
And Hedon has just been attacking them from such awkward angles. Going all the way back to that bot lane fight, he like loops all the way around them behind the turret. In that last opportunity, he teleports when Spyrax is too far forward. Now he's going for another flank here. No, it's actually still in the jungle. I thought he was looping around through mid wave, but instead it's Yuji that's going for the deep flank. Look at this Vi. Unspotted by Pain Gaming Academy.
Oh.
They found QAds. The Corky just eviscerated. Shut down gold over to Zamudo as Pain Gaming Academy are in full retreat now. They're going to have to take a 4v5 if DragonSteel start up this Baron.
Thankfully, a lot of the big AoE, a lot of the big team fighting tools are still up for Pain Gaming, so they won't win a straight-up fight on neutral ground, but it makes Baron a little bit scary for DragonSteel, and you can see DragonSteel recognize that. They don't want to take risks. Yep, they're making the safe call. Like we talked about, DragonSteel makes the safe calls. They don't want to throw, and they don't need to. Sure, Ziggs, turret taking got nerfed, but come on. Tell me it wasn't needed when you see that happen.
Yeah, you're still Ziggs at the end of the day. Your passive is going to do insane damage. Scary Jerry maximizing the damage from that is, do they just go for, I mean, if they get another kill, no. I thought maybe if they get a kill, if they can stagger these death timers, they could look for just a game end, but they're happy enough with the inhibitor. That's going to be super minions coming in. 40 seconds till Dragon means that Pain Gaming Academy will have the opportunity to try and contest for that Dragon Soul. They did a great job of denying it last time around, and they will have tempo on the map to attempt it again.
Yep, and they'll be able to get critical vision and wards to potentially TP to Horcrux for Hedon if they need to. And I'm curious if they actually just kind of go 4-1 at this point. So far, teams are grouping up, and we've been seeing team fight after team fight. I'm going to be honest, Kangas, I'm looking at Pain's comp. I feel like that should be the better team fighting comp at this stage in the game. But DragonSteel are finding the better engages. Yuji's playing out of his mind, and Scary Jerry.
Yeah, but they got to not get engaged on themselves. Zyko is tanky enough, but maybe not that much, but he gets into the back line. Big engage as Equalizer goes down, not on top of anybody though. Zyko falls.
That's what they wanted?
He's on the flank, and DragonSteel are falling. Marvin, yet again, untouched in the fight. The Kaisa outputting insane damage, and Pain Gaming Academy roar to life. They're going to teleport Hedon into the bottom lane. It's only Zamudo up. DragonSteel fancy themselves a fight in the mid lane, and it did not go their way. Pain Gaming Academy, Brazil, get on your feet. Your representatives will make the upset happen and get a win here in day one. 4 members strong. They only lost their mid laner. Zyke goes up in 5 seconds, but that's just a rel. She cannot clear this wave. This game is done. Pain Gaming Academy strike first against the team expected to be favorites at this event, and they turn narratives on their heads. They will claim their victory.
Scary Jerry? DragonSteel won't drop a game? DragonSteel dropped the game before Fear even touched the map, and Pain Gaming Academy, these are the second seeds of CBLOL. They didn't win the grand finals, but a win over DragonSteel. That is something they can be proud of.
Absolutely stellar team fighting at the end there. We saw DragonSteel staggered on the rift. 2 people were coming out from base as 3 were hanging out mid lane. Tatu says, this is our moment. We see the angle to go in, and I'm just going to start the fight. Even if it's onto the support and we don't kill him right away, we're in a better position to get health bar leads and kind of force them to make errors in the team fight. Zyke goes even deeper in, and once he falls, he's the first domino to fall. They couldn't get onto Marvin, who was able to free fire in those fights. I can't wait to look at a highlight package from that at some point, because a lot of those fights were so close, and it felt like DragonSteel were in the lead, but they lose it, and Pain Gaming never let them get back into it.
And I love the fact too that Pain Gaming actually struggled so much in the early game, but knew how to bounce back. We were talking about how Marvin was falling behind in lane, and I was concerned that he wouldn't be able to quite find his way back in by himself, but he didn't have to. The team managed to set him up, got him to 2-3 kills in the bot lane, and the moment Marvin got a lead, the moment Marvin got gold, you saw that killer instinct that makes this rookie somebody that Pain Gaming Academy was looking forward to, somebody that they have been playing for as well. And for DragonSteel, well, to be fair, the comp was a little bit, I feel like, outside their wheelhouse. We've not seen Spyrex too much on a pick like Yasuo, and the setup wasn't necessarily the best for it. Like, I like the Rel idea. And Zyko, man, that last engage, so you're talking about the fact that Pain was willing to go on that support. Sure, it's just a support. We'll burn everything for it. But also, why was the support there? Like, Zyko went in hard on... Maybe he saw something. I didn't. And to be fair, Zyko is really good at finding engages. But in that particular case, I don't think the rest of the team saw the same angle either.
Unfortunately not. But as we take a look at our post-game breakdown, we can see who the outliers were, because yes, damage charts topping there for Zamudo, but arguably Hidan having a more impactful performance with his ability to find those unique flanks and just make it uncomfortable for DragonSteel at every point in the game. They were never quite able to like predict where Hidan was going to come from, and it just made things really weird as they actually try and approach the fights.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think I had problems struggling to predict where Hidan was coming from half the time too. Right? The early game, he got the resources poured into him. He managed to kind of leverage that, get the lane leads over Zamudo, which, hey, that's massive when we talk about Zamudo as the big monster in top lane. He continues to be so, but Hidan managed to slay him. And then the mid game rolled around, and Hidan had some really questionable engages, you know, weird angles coming in and whatnot. But when it mattered, at the end, he clutched it up. He found really good engages with this Yone, finding the knockups he needed to, and most importantly, finding the critical force outs. Spyrex and Scary Jerry weren't really able to get in there and pump out the damage to follow up on what Zyko and Yuji were putting down.
Yeah. Well, we're ready for an interview to chat with the top laner himself, Hidan, coming on from Pain Gaming Academy. Congratulations, Hidan, for the win, and you get the first win for Brazil. How does it feel knowing that you had the crowd behind you and you were able to deliver today?
Thank you so much. I'm really happy with this win because it gives like so much confidence to us, and it feels great to play against that guys from LSS, and it's a really fun game. I really have so much fun.
Well, we got to get going on our show, but a quick question finally here for you. What message do you have for the Brazilian fans out there that are cheering you on? What do you want to say to everybody in the crowd?
Thank you so much, guys, for all the crowd. I think the guys from NLCL don't understand the vibe here, but the fans are just insane, and it's been so fun, and I really excited for the next one.
Well, thank you very much, Hidan, for coming on and chatting with us. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck prepping for your future matches. Awesome to hear from him, as we'll also hopefully get an opportunity to look at some of those highlights from the game, because you'll see a lot of Hidan gameplay in that one, everybody. RMC, we were talking about it already, and I'm going to keep talking about it. His ability to find these engages were just incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and I love the fact he's talking about the vibes too, right? And in Brazil, it's just built different. And it's not just the crowd; the players are built different as well. Hidan, despite whether or not things work out, he just keeps going for it. And we talked about the fact that this is Pain's first game as well. We see this sort of mistake a little bit that came through from Hidan, the fact that he ended up going down 1-for-1 trade. I attribute that kind of to nerves a little bit, because he did clean up this act this game significantly as we went on.
I mean, this play in particular, he wasn't quite able to get in there, but yes, I do agree. He was one of the big reasons that Pain Gaming were able to find plays. This engage, I mean, a lot of them, it felt like they were really cool to start, and then they didn't actually amount to much, but like the fact he's able to find the plays like this so consistently, yes, at the end, Marvin's not able to get correctly positioned here, and Spyrex survives. They take down Hidan, but like you're so close in those moments, and it felt like it was momentum building throughout the entire series, throughout the entire game, rather. And it was just confidence build after confidence build for Hidan. This play in particular, I think this is the one where he like comes in from behind everybody.
Yeah, like, and he ends up going down in this fight, right? We talked about it, but this is where Marvin kind of gets spoon-fed all the kills that he needs to come back in. And we talked about the fact that most critically, he's denying Spyrex and Scary Jerry from actually getting into the fight. Like, they pump out a lot of damage onto him. And you can see by the time they're done that fight, or done dealing with Hedon specifically, Scary Jerry is completely out of mana. And as a Ziggs with no mana, your effectiveness is highly curtailed. That's what allows Pain to kind of just run everybody down. And it just feels like a training montage for Pain, right? From beginning to end. It's like they're getting better and better and better. Their fights are... they're winning more comprehensively each time we see a highlight.
Yeah, and it's so rough here as we take another look at this final fight from DragonSteel. Zamudo was the one that wasn't with everybody else. Yeah. Zyko and Spyrex go for the engage, but when you don't have Equalizer on top of it, you just don't quite have the full damage, the full wombo combo that the composition is capable of. And that was the difference maker, is the reason that they weren't able to actually close things out there. But we see the end here. Pain Gaming Academy push in the wave, close it out. Marvin had great positioning. Hedon had fantastic, threat engages. I don't even know if I'd say like the engages he had were the reason that they won the fights, but he was always threatening the chance of it, which made DragonSteel play on the back foot a lot of the time. So, yeah, I mean, congratulations to Pain Gaming Academy picking up the first win for Brazil and against the tournament favorites, which really does throw the narrative on its head.
Yeah, yes, it does. Suddenly, North America, everybody's like, oh, major region, they're going to be the best. They came in, their first seed has lost the game, and their second seed, Kangas, has yet to play a game. So we've seen the developmental, the young guns come through from NA, but Fierce X Starforge, they're all former LCS experienced players. They've all got tier 1 experience. They're still a backup, and hey, Kate Star's first seed of Brazil lost, their second seed won, and maybe NA will do something similar.
Could be, but before we get into that series, let's wrap things up here with our MVP, most valuable player from this game 3. It's going to Hedon for all the reasons we've already mentioned. His Yone was kind of the wild card of the draft, going top lane into the Rumble, and also the way he approached the game just always kept DragonSteel on their toes.
I love the picture of Hedon there in contrast to Yone and the way he played Yone. The way he plays Yone is so aggressive, and here in the picture he's just like casually drinking a cup, hand in pocket, like giving side eye. Like such an unassuming picture for such a big carry.
He topped the damage charts. Also, that's very high. That's like a third of the team's damage that he dealt individually. So Hedon, I think, well-deserved right there. Again, I do want to give shout-outs, though, to Marvin, who I think had a fantastic second half of that game, too.
Sure.
Coming back in after having a rough laning phase against the Ziggs. I think that Kai'Sa was a big part of why they were also able to win that one, but for sure, Hedon kept them in contention for that entire time. So, yeah, happy to see you there. Now, what does this mean for that potential finals match? We went into that one, RMC, saying maybe this is going to be the finals. And there's a preview of it. Does that mean that we just give the title to CBLOL right now?
You know what? I wouldn't be the most upset if that were to happen, but Kangas, all that means is we got an appetizer of what might yet come. And hey, this lights a fire under DragonSteel. So wake up here. Not dropping a game. You already dropped one, so you got nothing more to lose at this point. 10 punch back. Now that's DragonSteel's second game, so they're 1-1 right now. Pain still have another game at the end of today against Fuego, a team that has already won their game as well. So we will not... I was wondering if we get a situation where everybody's kind of 1-1 at the end of the day or as close to as possible. But that won't be possible between Pain and Fuego because one of them will end 2-0 at the end of the day.
That's a good point, actually. One of the either LLA teams or CBLOL Tier 2 teams will be walking away undefeated here. Fuego from LRN or Pain Gaming Academy from CBLOL Academy as, again, the second seed. I think that's the big surprise there, is that they were favored, and that was a question we had. The story, the path of them and DragonSteel were very similar coming in, but now it looks like DragonSteel faltering a little bit, Pain Gaming back to correct form. But this is our next matchup right around the corner. Game 4 of day 1 for America's Challengers. We have FearX Starforge taking on WAP. WAP suffered a loss in their round 1 against the other NA representative in DragonSteel. FearX Starforge, this is going to be their first game on the stage, but also WAP's opportunity to get revenge.
Yeah, and it will also be our first look at all the teams. The only team we haven't seen so far is FearX Starforge. So with that, we would have seen all 6 of the representatives that are here in this tournament. And what I feel like we've seen so far is that the first games of the day for a lot of these teams, we are seeing a little bit of nerves, a little bit of faltering, a little bit of mistakes come through in the early game. So, hey, that's your opportunity, WAP, to try and, sneak in a quick sucker punch, sneak in a win over FXS.
And it was Scary Jerry in his interview. He said, we're not going to drop a game. but I think Varric Starforge might drop a couple. And, well, look at that. The narrative's already different. Let's see if Varric Starforge can start off with a positive win record, because this is going to be their first game, meaning that the rest of their week will be a little more, backloaded in terms of how many games they're going to have to play. But for right now, this is going to be our first look at how they are on the new patch. And I am surprised. We haven't seen many crazy new picks on this patch. I mean, it's still a lot of what we had been seeing before. Well, we'll see if that changes as we are ready to throw to a break before we get back and ready for our game number 4. So we'll be right back after this.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Bahardamard.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, for Game 4 of Day 1, America's Challengers. We have WAP taking to the stage for the second time up against first-time appearance of Fear X Starforge, our Seed 2 from NACL. After DragonSteel, the Seed 1 just dropped their first game of the tournament after their AD carry bragged that they wouldn't drop a single game. Let's see if Fear X Starforge have any better luck here, as they will be taking on WAP, who have a revenge against the region because they also lost to DragonSteel in their first round.
Yeah, WAP desperately trying to look for their first win and potentially the only win they might get in the group stage against North America. Because remember, it's a single round robin best of one. You get one shot at each of these teams in this spot. And they also need to make top 4 to make it into the playoff stage. Now, the rosters here for Fear X Starforge, Philip in the top lane, who's been a rock on the top side, but not necessarily the biggest carry. But if you look at XU in the jungle, now that's a carry. That's an engine who can drive a team.
XU notably coming into Tier 2. Ablaze Olive as well, back in Tier 2. He's happy to be here, as he has also been a past LCS player at this level. Speaking of, we also have Instinct in the bottom lane getting fanned by Ablaze Olive. These guys are having a good time.
Oh yeah, you love to see it. And Ablaze Olive said before he's never been to South America. You can see that smile behind that face there. Winsome is ready to crack a smile and enjoy himself as well. Fear X Starforge, what an interesting team as well that we have here. Called the Reapers sometimes because of the Grim Reaper logo they have, but also the way they keep taking out teams.
And maybe they take out this opposition. We've seen them once, but we're going to see them again. Thorin in the top lane almost brought it to Zamudo last time, but QQ more on the brand in the first game of the entire tournament. Also looked like he had a couple of impressive showings. Edie not able to carry necessarily on the Tristana, but they do get this second opportunity as Kindless in the bottom lane alongside support. Oh, nice little kiss to the camera. There we go. Alongside support, Shuhari.
Might be Kindless, but he's got charisma. I love it. WAP looking completely unaffected by their loss earlier. You love to see it. They're looking comfortable as well, ready to go, happy to be here and to match up against Fear X Starforge. Now, these teams, Fear, like we're talking about as well, this is a team that has Tier 1 experience almost across the board. Now, not necessarily a lot of Tier 1 experience, but everybody's at least had a taste of the LCS at some point. So they've got a lot of skill involved as well, mechanical skill to be able to survive in that level. The problem for them has often been they're not necessarily as structured, shall we say, as DragonSteel, so they can sometimes fall apart a little bit in the early game. But Ablaze Olive and XU, especially in the late game, like if they get there, these guys can clutch out all sorts of nonsense. They have a 40% win rate and still play second. They have a 21.4% Baron rate in playoffs, and they still made it.
Oh, I did not know that stat. That's very funny to think about. But not just outside a laning phase, but Ablaze Olive also has shown the ability to dominate a laning phase, which was the big surprise for me. There was question marks over this team coming into the event just because Ablaze Olive had taken some time off. You know, Philip, XU, Instinct to Win Some not having the most success in their tenures at the LCS level. I think XU probably leading the charge there in terms of the potential he's shown. But Ablaze Olive was the one with the question mark. He's stepped up. Now they're on blue side, and they're going for a Varus hover here for blue 1. That would be the second one, and it is locked in. So Varus blue 1 is pretty popular despite the nerfs.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised, especially I know Instinct has played a lot of Varus, but I think of him more as a team fight AD carry, and I feel like with the Jinx buffs, I almost feel like that would have been a better choice for him. Instead, Varus with the sort of lane dominance that can come through. But WAP don't miss a beat. They go right away to Lilia, something that can scale up, that can carry for QQ more once again. And I think a better pick than the brand if you're trying to get into pits or into any sort of objective to try and steal that away.
And then pairing it with the Jhin, AD carry that offers a little bit of facilitative play, follow-ups on engages. Can also just chunk through smaller health bars, things like the Varus and the Rumble, which is still locked in for Philip. Again, despite the nerfs to champions, it feels like the teams at this event are still leaning more on comfort than on what we are expecting the new meta to be. This is 14.18. This is the Worlds patch. By the time Worlds rolls around, teams will have much more time to scrim and practice on this patch. But for day one, we're not seeing too many surprises, but this one is a little exciting. Olaf locked in for WAP.
So a comfort pick to come through from Thorin, and it just feels like North America, they're giving Thorin counter pick after counter pick, and you're talking a little bit about comfort in terms of meta. Well, this is comfort for Thorin just straight up into this matchup. And with the nerfs to Rumble as well, I am actually a little bit concerned. Olaf, a very strong snowball champion, into a weakened Rumble on the top side. If the junglers get up there, and Lilia, she's not the most effective early ganker, but just the slows alone for the Olaf might be enough for the damage of Lilia to be able to overwhelm Rumble.
You know, I'm just going to say it because I think it needs to be said, RMC. I hear X isn't working. Do you think the patch notes are working for the NA teams down in Brazil right now? What do we think?
I don't. It got completely banned out of Brazil. So if you're in there, you know, there's no X. Maybe you're in there, there's no Riot patch notes. Maybe some way.
I feel like there's no reason for the second one to be coming up, but it's just so surprising because, again, all three of these champions did receive nerfs on the last patch. I'm going to keep coming back to that, but we don't have time because we have to react to the next thing. 2 engaged supports banned away from the side of Fearx Starforge and the Alistair and the Leona, so it's Nautilus as the choice now for WoB.
Now, we saw Shuhari in Game 1 against DragonSteel and the way he likes to play. He's very, very aggressive. He wants to get in there. He wants engage all day, every day. Now, if it works, he look great. If it doesn't work, kind of bad. But as long as he can get an engage support, I think he's going to be fine regardless what it is. So trying to pinch the Alistair or Leona probably didn't phase Shuhari at all. Fearx Starforge with the Smolder in the mid lane into an Olaf that could potentially get fed. Fearx Starforge, they are not afraid of this Olaf, apparently.
Okay, here's one. Here's an exciting one. The Smolder, I was about to say another nerfed champion, but this one got buffed. The Fuego actually had a adjustment. He does 5 less damage to minions or to monsters with his Q, but overall I believe was a 3 base AD buff, which should increase theoretically his clear and especially his damage to champions when it comes time to skirmish. So I'm very excited for what the Fuego changes can be and if it gives any big breakpoints for items and like certain jungle camp clear speeds, because his ability to take down single camps with more damage on his autos should be a little higher.
And I think I like it with this Fear composition that they have. You've got already quite upfront loaded burst with the Varus, with the Rumble as well. And if Smolder can survive, good. If Smolder can't survive, as long as you got enough damage early, Fuego can go for those resets. WoP with the Jhin, with the Tristana, they have squishies. And Jhin especially, less mobile as far as AD carries are concerned. Very vulnerable to Equalizer and backline divers.
Yeah, and I'll say outside of the Rumble and Varus, those are the 2 that will provide the upfront damage to allow the Fuego to go for resets, but they kind of have like 2 execute champions now, Fuego with the resets and Smolder as well with that execute threshold that he'll eventually get to. So in the later stage fights, it is very terrifying to opt for a fight. You need to be confident you can take it if you're WoP, because if you don't, and if you allow the Fuego to start the snowball, start the, chain ultimates and just constantly get onto your backline, it's very hard to manage those game states. So WoP, can they win enough in the early game that is not an issue if or when we get to that position? That's going to be the question on my mind for the representatives here. WoP were not able to get a victory in their first game, but the first seed from the LRS, the Southern Conference, from LATAM Tier 2, now take to the Rift yet again for the first time against Fearx Starforge in their first game. Let's see if NACL's second seed has better luck than their first seed.
And if NA can end with a greater than 50% win rate on this first day, because what a world we live in. You know, the favorites not even having a 50-50 win rate on day 1 would be hilarious. Also, kind of brutal. But Kangas, I want to talk a little bit more about the WoP composition, because we talked on how scary Fear Starforge's comp can be. But WoP needs to kind of go contrary to their own identity. As a team, WoP is a team that loves to engage, and they go all in when they do so. But they kind of need to actually avoid the initial engage. We talked about how scary Fear Starforge's AoE, the CC chains can be. Well, all of them are fairly long cooldowns. If you survive that, WoP has a lot of sustained damage with the Olaf, with the Lilia, with Tristana, with even Jhin to a lesser extent. If they can survive the upfront burst, they should be able to win the sustain fight at the end of it.
Olaf in particular is kind of exceptional at doing just that. But I will say, surviving the upfront damage is something that Nautilus is not necessarily known for excelling at. You mentioned that they banned away the Alistair and the Leona. Nautilus is still up, but Nautilus is by far the squishiest of those 3. You don't have the W from Leona to give you all those extra resistances. You don't have the ultimate from the Alistair to give you the damage reduction. You just got a shield. That's it. and Aftershock, hopefully, when you're going for the engages. But you will be more susceptible to dying as the solo frontline for WAP, outside of Olaf, who is going to try and drain take his way through. Also, Ghost and Exhaust taken. Let's talk about that here. No teleports in the top lane. We are just scrapping here.
Oh, I actually really like that from Thorin. Because, again, we talk about the snowball. So just take double combat summoners to actually dominate this top side. And with the exhaust as well, if Philip ever pushes up past halfway mark in the river, he just gets exhausted, run down, and your equalizer and your burn, it just suffers. I almost like it. No, not almost. I do like it more than just straight up running the ignite that we sometimes see Olaf's run in the top lane.
Yeah, it means that even if Philip also for some reason gets a lead, you might still be able to fight through him, because it's just not going to be doing as much damage. Also, Thorin takes a much bigger health trade against Philip to start off the laning phase, but now our eyes go towards the jungle here. XU spotted on his Raptor camp, but this Fuego is one of the changes. It's a champion that got those buffs, and I was expecting to be picked up more. I don't know how much the clear speed is going to be affected by the changes, but his ability to scrap and skirmish with other junglers earlier should be increased, because the damage against monsters going down doesn't matter in those situations. Your base AD going up does matter, especially in the early games. That's more percentage of your damages. Did he go in for an aggressive trade onto a Blaze Olive right there? Invade from QQ Moore, not worried about the buff to the Fuego, and XU does get the smite, I believe. Yeah, red buff and blue buff. QQ Moore is going to have to try and run away, but slowed down. Has the flash, can follow up as XU does not commit it. Flash by Q-Moore as Thorin's running by. QQ Moore gets away, but XU walks away feeling much better about how that exchange went.
Every time I see that Amumu and Shuhari?
Flash forward from Winsome, getting aggressive onto Kindless, but now turns back onto Shuhari. As, Kindless!
Kindless.
Getting aggressive with his flash, dodging out on the Qs, and now he's stunned up. How is this gonna go? It's so close back and forth, but first blood to Shuhari as WAP's bot lane will win the 2v2.
Are we sure it's WAP and not Ham? Because that bot lane goes hard beyond belief, Kindless! Oh, that comment. That comment had me clenching.
That was very close right there. If there was a W on or off cooldown, then I think Instinct definitely gets that kill, but it's a long cooldown level 1. I imagine it was used earlier. Or the Q that Kindless flashed over. Yeah, that was a crazy exchange bot side. I hope we actually can take another look at that at some point. Is this going to be the bot lane? Yeah, here we go. So there's so many little micro interactions that dictate how this goes.
And I love how both supports, Winsome as well, was just so aggro, just willing to go in immediately and coming right there, that flash you're talking about, Kangas. Absolutely gorgeous. If Instinct lands any sort of auto, right, they trade back 1 for 1. And I want to highlight you, Shuhari's the one who gets the first blood. So it's not like Kindless wins out the trade if Kindless goes down there. So not having that extra little bit of damage, not having that auto from, heck, even Winsome getting an extra auto might have been able to turn the tides, makes this the win for WAP that it actually is.
Ooh, level advantage for Thor, and I think we might just see a ghost popped here. He does go for it. Oh, but doesn't exhaust alongside it, so can't actually lock Philip down. Has Diddy nearby. Are they going to go for the dive? Exhaust is in. Thorin tanks up the turret. Is going to have to run away as flash from Philip means that Diddy will get the kill and the resets and get out of there. Successful dive from WAP as Winsome falls bot lane. The wheels are falling off early for Fear X Starforge. WAP are driving this one all the way in, as they will push this wave and try and utilize this gold advantage. They got a big one early on.
Whew. And even that hook right there just take out Instinct's Heiny. WAP, they have no chill, and I'm loving it. We were talking about the fact that they could potentially snowball this comp really, really quickly, especially into something like a Smolder that needs time to come online. And now, ironically for Fierce Starforge, Smolder's the one lane not getting run over. The side lanes are struggling, and QQ Moore is getting free time to farm up. And if your lanes are hit as the Lilia, it's going to get so easy for you in the mid game to be able to gank, to get more picks, more action happening. We get a replay of what happened bot side that we missed initially.
Oh, it's just the hubris of a tank support thinking I can walk up and clear a ward. Did not respect the fact that QQ Moore was on that side of the map.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Shuhari feels scarier on this Nautilus than they did in game 1. Their willingness to just throw the hook out at anything. If I land, we go. Whether or not it's good or not. Okay, sorry, I keep laughing because QQ Moore with the Amumu emote that's QQ.
He spammed it. Every
yeah,
time.
and nobody's
It's
even
great.
looking at him. He's just doing it even in the fog of war.
Just for fun, as Shuhari is here, but Equalizer goes down. QQ just popped. WAP thought that they had the ability to fight that, but just get collapsed on, and yeah, lose the jungler. That's going to be all the grubs.
Fierce Starforge said, we'll give you something to cry about. Walk up here and we'll punish you. Love to see it.
He was
And the numbers-
preemptively activating it, you know? Yeah.
True. Oh, I wish he did it when he was dead. That'd be funny. Just crying over the corpse there. Well, the death timers are also fairly short this early in the game, even though they did extend and increase the timers, I believe it was 3 patches ago. And because of that, yeah, QQ goes down. Interestingly enough, yes, Fierce Starforge don't actually secure all 3 Void Grubs. They left 1 behind. Now, there was a trick or a tactic people were using a while ago to just stall out when you didn't care about Void Grubs. You just make sure that the other team can't get it by taking 2 and leaving 1 for as long as you can. But I don't see why Fierce Starforge would do that. Like, you could just take all 3 and still contest the second round.
I imagine they could, but also when Thorin was walking down, I think XU was like, nope, I don't want to deal with that guy. Let's just run away. But either way, they do not get the 3rd grub as of right now. I was also listening to the audience members in the background. I couldn't tell what they were chanting. So we did see Fuego fans wearing jerseys. I wonder if there's WAP fans that are cheering on right now, or if that's the Brazilians making noise. Either way, there are, again, a lively crowd here in Brazil as the players are taken to the international stage for a lot of their first time, if not, yeah, just most of their first time. There you go, okay. RMC, he got it. Yeah. See, it's no big deal.
Yeah. Delayed gratification, I guess. I just the second lot are gonna spawn too. I don't know why they left it, but yeah, you know what? My
all
OCD
good things to those who wait. You know?
Fair enough. I am very, very impatient. So maybe they're trying to teach me a lesson. Going back to the crowds, Kangas.
Well, we're learning about RMC today.
You don't think about minions in general, you know. That's why we have to walk down the lane in that specific way every single time.
That's a good point.
Even though we know
You're
it's going to get us
very
wave cleared every
stubborn
time.
in that regard. You never go other ways unless it's like an Anivia wall or something, and then you freak out.
True. I'm already considered really good
Not
by
to,
minion standards. After all, I wanted to jump it off the rift.
Wait, sorry, what was that?
It's fine. I was saying I'm already considered very good or less stubborn by minion standards. I wandered off the rift somehow after all.
True. Yeah, you've actually made a great career as a broadcaster right here. So happy to have you. As now WAP are actually walking up here to Philip. Shuhari, not level 6, so you're going to have to land the dredge line. But Philip will just go for the reset here, and WAP don't have vision on him, so they will not find a play. But they were looking for it.
Yeah, and I actually really like that as well. They already got the advantages they needed in the bot side. You can kind of leave Kindless alone to do his own thing, where Shuhari's trying to quickly snowball the top side. We said in the very beginning, with the Olaf for Thorin, WAP needed to snowball top side. I already feel like they didn't throw as much attention as I'd like, so anything they throw up there right now, to me, is good.
As Dragon's actually getting started up by Furic Starforge right now. They got the 3 grubs. They're going to get the Dragon as well. It's not the latest first drag that we've seen, but it's up there, as it's going to be 10 minutes before they actually take that one down. Still, though, objective control belonging to Furex Starforge, despite the earlier kills going to the side of WAP. Speaking of, Thorin might just look for another one. Throws out the Ghost. Has Ragnarok, and will pop that with the Exhaust as well. Equalizer will do a lot of damage, though, as Thorin has to run away. That is ultimate, and 2 as well. Splash forward for Phil with the Ignite. He's just going to burn Thorin down. Says, hey, nice counter pick there. I'll just take a solo kill.
Philip, learning from Zamudo, said, hey, I can handle Thorin, counter pick, no problem. I'll bind and I'll still make it work. And Philip's footwork, what I really actually want to highlight was before the fight, when Thorin was running him down with the Ghost, Philip was just dodging axes left and right, and that's what set him up beautifully for the counter turn to go back and punish Thorin. And now for WAP, we were talking about Olaf being a big wrecking ball, you know, being a big snowball force. He's set behind, and they invested resources into him. QQ more went up there. DD has looked up top into the river. Shuhari walked all the way from bot to top lane, and your top still behind? Rough.
That is, especially when he already had the Hex Drinker completed. He had, like, the counter matchup item in his inventory and still went down. Philip played that one exceptionally, but overall, DD got the kill when he went for that top play, not Thorin. So yes, they spent time on the Olaf, but it was the mid laner that got the gold. and currently still leading that chart. So the Olaf still can be a problem later on, but as of right now, I think eyes are more on DD to see how does this Tristana show up and try and keep WAP in this game.
Oh, Shuhari and Kindless up here. There is Curtain Call available for Kindless if they can find some sort of engage.
From Fuego Starforge backing off. This is literally 5 members of WAP in the top half of the map. 15 seconds for the Grubs. They really want to find this dive and then probably go for the objective. Step 1 complete. Thorin gets the kill credit and will not go down. So WAP investing literally everybody on the Rift to the play will at least get the kill. Let's see how many of the Grubs they can grab after.
They should be able to grab all of them. Fierce Starforge don't look like they really want to. Actually, never mind. They are committing to this.
XU actually buffers the Lily ult with his own. Winsome's on the front line and a teleporter from a Blaze Olive. Gets the Smolder, the first kill. Flashing forward, slowing down Kindless. Turn attention onto QQ.
Okay.
Double kill to the baby dragon of Blaze Olive is in the game.
I am sorry if you're Starforge. I was not familiar with your game. I told you before, I don't understand this team. They keep making miracles, and it's the decision-making, Kangas. The calls that they decide to do. I thought they're just going to leave ABO on the bot side pushing. Get him some plates. It's all about the skilling for this motor. But Pure Starforge said, hey, no, we see the angle. If we commit the TPs right now, we can stop the Void Grubs from going down. Or we can just kind of kill them here, get the kills, and more importantly, get both those kills on ABO. That's another way.
Deeper than that. They also have the teleport out of DD. I mean, it was the fact that DD answered the push from a Blaze Olive, and then Blaze Olive just goes into a brush and then teleports to the other side of the map. So DD got kind of ran around right there, gets 1 plate for it. But gold firmly now in the favor of Fuego Starforge with 1,000 in their pocket alongside 6 Grubs and that Dragon means that these turrets will start to fall quite fast if they get the opportunity to hit them.
Dang, I didn't even see DD actually burn the TP down bot, but yeah, great response from ABO to use the numbers advantage to leverage that. And it's really unfortunate for WAP as well, because DD, as you pointed out, got that kill from roaming up top on that gank from Thorin. And DD as a person, DD is actually apparently a very shy person who really likes anime and would like to be the protagonist of his team and his own life. And I feel like he was kind of set up to do that a little bit this game, but Fierce Starforge just denied that from him. You want to be the protagonist? No. Go to a side lane and be out of the story. The action's going to happen wherever you're not.
This is like if, I don't know, if Deku never finished his training arc in like the first 2 episodes. You know, it's just like, oh, whoops. I guess he's still just the kid with the dream. But you know what? We'll see if DD's able to turn things around in the second half of this game, because still hasn't died. That was a rough play there, but overall, in an okay spot with Blade of the Ruin King boots completed. Fuego Starforge are going to start up this Herald, though. WAP so far not contesting, and I don't think they actually will go for it. So, I mean, WAP have shown that they are willing to scrap. They're willing to fight, especially Thorin is willing to go all in onto Philip. But outside of the first couple of kills that they got, they really haven't gotten an advantage with any of the aggression that they've shown.
Shuhari now trying to go for Thorin again in the bot side, but I feel like aggression only gets you so far. In North American teams might get a little bit surprised by it initially, but the NACL is less about just kind of aggression and fighting and scrapping. It's a lot about macro, and now Fierce Starforge are in their comfort zone.
Ghost popped by Thorin, as opposed to the Ragnarok. Ragnarok being the shorter cooldown, I imagined that it would have been that to try and run away, but instead, Thorin, the top laner for WAP, will just lose the Summoner spell, and Dragon is being started up here as it's a trade of objectives. DD is spending time in the top side. Still that scaling anime protagonist. We're only in the training arc, everybody. We have not reached the tournament arc yet, and we're definitely far away from the reconciling the past trauma arc, which will come towards the end of the game. Right now, DD is still just scaling up and trying to get as much gold in his pocket as possible.
Okay, well, I hope
like
it
the
does
3 arcs of
end
anime, right? Like how they all go.
I'm the wrong color ass for this. Beat down's the anime lover,
brought it up.
unfortunately.
I kind of assumed we were gonna riff on this. Okay, well.
You know what? I would love to. I'm very sad to say.
I guess.
my anime arc stopped at, like, what was it, Full Metal Alchemist, something like that, a long time ago.
Hey, that's a good one. There's no tournament arc in that one though, so that does ruin the trend. Yeah, it doesn't fit my narrative.
Fair enough. You know,
Speaking of
there are many ways anime could end, and unfortunately, DD is looking at a dark end right now, potentially, with the way Fear Starforge continues pressuring, because Fear has not taken their feet off the gas, and Ablaze Olive is slowly scaling up. He's not got a ton of stacks, still actually a ways away, only at, what is that, 148, under 150, but the gold that he's getting is getting him relevance in these team fights, and this is one of the amazing things about ABO. He just somehow finds pressure. Somehow. Even if he's on a scaling champion, he'll still make things happen in the early game. You were talking about his laning that he's polished up as the split has gone on. We're seeing it here. ABO is up CS over DD on Tristana, a champion known to be able to get early advantages.
Well, let's talk about the shoe on the other foots then, because Kindless is also slowly amassing himself a bit of a gold lead, as they're actually catching Philip out right now. Equalizer goes down, and Qkimore's not positioning on the other side of the wall, so it's going to allow instead Thorin to come in. Philip should go down. No, he doesn't. Are you kidding me? Philip's getting out of there. There's just no way. Theorex Starforge, they save their top laner. Oh, Shuhari. Oh, no! Philip lives. Walked through everything at the Rumble and just couldn't find the kill.
Oh my goodness, the Reaper strike again. They are inevitable. And I love the fact that Philip pops a blast cone and goes absolutely nowhere. It was just fireworks as a celebration that I lived.
The victory blast cone, yeah.
Oh man, that is so funny. And oh, you gotta feel for WAP. The call, you could see what they wanted, but I do feel like, once again, it's a situation where Shuhari wants to go in. WAP was not in a position to be able to follow up properly. They tried to do what they could, but they were just so far away, so strung out that they couldn't quite make anything happen. You can see right there, okay, Qkimore, there, get the sleep. The team is starting to collapse in, but Kindless, he's so far away, unfortunately, doesn't have the flash available, and so, yeah, right there, Philip kind of gets away, but Shuhari really wants to go in, and that baits Thorin to go further. Unfortunately, Thorin didn't turn and try to do ABO. He was trying to go in after Philip, saying that, okay, maybe we can try and secure this. In the end, a burden hand's worth 2 in the bush, and unfortunately, Fear chased both and got neither.
AD trying to get his own bird right here. Flip one to Philip as he jumps in and does not get it. Even flashes forward. Philip is just living on razor-thin margins. Call him Sweeney Todd because he's just barely getting out of there.
He is an expert at baiting this game. Bro, why you got a small anime?
At this point, I'm just trying to sneak in references anywhere I can, if you haven't noticed.
You know what? At least musicals I recognize, so that one didn't spoil me, but I'm sorry, chat, if he spoiled you. Kangas' fault. Herald charge into the top side, Fear, XR Forge, break, and inner turret.
Well, you're giving me too much information, RMC. Now I know what to reference to get a reaction out of you.
Is this how it is? You've been scaling up bit by bit to be able to take me down.
Let's quick Google search Phantom of the Opera song titles. Okay, we'll try and work some of these in here. Philip might be out of position yet again. Okay, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. I don't know what happens the third time they got him. Okay, Philip goes down. There we go. Finally take down Philip. They get the Rumble. That's what they've been looking for a while, and they're going to look for even more. Chain of Corruption can turn things around. Shuhari's in trouble. Instinct has to flash away from DD as Shuhari goes down. Curtain called the damage, but not enough to get a kill, as now X2 with the resets on the Viego. Dredgeline's Kindless. That's a flash and a cleanse out of the Jhin.
And actually, the Viego takes over Shuhari's dead corpse and body, and he channels Shuhari instant hook into the rest of WAP as well, even though Pure Starforge wasn't quite ready to follow up. But he's got the right Nautilus Spirit, and FXS, that's the problem. Philip is bait. That much hasn't changed. Oh, Kindless.
Oh,
jeez,
Olive showing Kindless the music of the night as he's going to go sleepy time into the fountain.
Okay, that's a good one.
Told you one's coming.
Fair enough. Yeah. When's the last time we saw a pre-225 stack Smolder solo somebody in a 1v1?
Shuhari on the
genuinely, I'm
receiving
trying to
end
remember.
of a Nautilus popsicle right there, I believe. As he just tried to dredge line, but hits the wall next to him. Yeah, it's a very fast accelerated Smolder, though, to get back to your point here. And now in the gold lead, despite the fact DD had that earlier on. Ablaze Olive, look, anywhere he is, WAP need to be terrified, and they did not give respect there. XU picks up that kill, but again, when a Blaze Olive is on your screen, you just cannot fight him. XU wants even more, though. He's just going to go solo mode onto QQ more. XU styling on the Viego. That's what you do when a champion gets bumped. But Didi wins the 1v1 to the side, goes out to the Ignite. 1-for-1 as Philip and Didi trade their lives.
I'm sorry, Didi. Philip is the protagonist. This man can't miss every time they go for him. He somehow managed to get it even or ahead. He baits him the first 2 times. He forces a fight after that where his team's able to equalize, and now he trades 1-for-1. And most importantly, WAP is completely out of position to even look at Fear Starforge taking this Baron. Nobody's even nearby to spectate this, and Fear Starforge, this might be what they need to break the game completely open. A 6k gold lead plus Baron plus potential Infernal Soul? Yes, please.
Yeah, Didi's anime arc's unfortunately looking like Season 1 Nappa. As intimidating at first, but now losing pretty hard later on here. Thorn will at least get another turret in the side, but with 3 dragons with Baron for Fear X Starforge and a 6,000 gold lead, about 5,000 actually right now, but Baron will turn it into more. This game rests firmly in Fear X Starforge's hands.
What are we doing? WAP, what are we doing? WAP is playing like they've got a lead. They're invading enemy jungle. They're sending 2 people to try and find a pick.
Oh, wait. It might work. I mean, Winsome, it's going to take a while to kill him, but he is all alone. Now he sees QQ more. XQ's going to join in. Just chain CC. QQ more is the one caught. Winsome goes deep in enemy territory, finds the enemy jungler.
And they've got perfect push position with the Baron's minions in mid, in bot. A Blaze Olive getting alone time, securing that as well. And Didi is still split pushing, has no TP. That's an 8-second recall timer.
He can take turrets fairly fast, but not faster than 6 grubs plus the Baron buff. Fear X Starforge are just going to threaten the base. If Didi continues to push in this side lane, yeah, has to back now, but they're going to lose 2 inhibitors. And now the super minions will start to come through. They still have Baron buff on this next wave. Fear X Starforge will not push for the victory, but it is almost guaranteed now with an 8,000 gold lead alongside a completely crushed base.
Jeez, and I was wondering, Kangas, if we'd even see a Blaze Olive actually get a team fight. He just hit that 225 stack on that Baron push. And for a second, I thought Fear was just going to end even before Smolder comes online. So, yeah, I'm glad that a Blaze Olive will at least get to see a fully grown Smolder once this game.
I think so. I think that it's... well, actually, yeah, just guaranteed right there. So 249, he's at the stack point. As now the damage from Fear X Starforge is just going to be too much for WAP to deal with. I don't know if... yeah, like, it's at points like this in a game where as a broadcaster you start to think, what are the win conditions for the team that is behind in gold? Do they have a way to get back into this game? And the only thing I can think of is if Fear X Starforge just give them a ridiculous pick, like just somebody egregiously out of position, or they just like misclick their buttons in a team fight, one or the other. But right now they're not out of position. They are grouped up, sieging onto the turret. Shuhari goes in, Chain of Corruption lands, and they just blow up Diddy. Oh! Blaze Olive with the ult over the top. Is now Encore's pulled. Kindless not able to actually get all the damage out there. He's got to back off. Cancels it after 2 shots because of the threat of Fear X Starforge. And WAP will have to go back to the fountain to try and heal back up as the base is crumbling. Fear X Starforge go for another engage, and they are just crushing WAP in their own base. Fear X Starforge will begin their tournament with a win and deny WAP theirs. Fear X Starforge take the victory.
Happy faces for the team. Their first game of the tournament, and they were able to win it. And praise be, Kangas. NA finishes 2-1 for the day.
Yeah, above 50% right there. Can't ask for much more after the showboating that our players were saying online in interviews, but a good win nonetheless here for Fear X Starforge. They lost first blood, they lost a couple of kills early on, but they brought things back, and that's what's important for the team is that they were able to just out-execute in the mid to late game, specifically at Blaze Olive and XU. I don't think either of them died at the end of that game. I'm pretty sure both of them were deathless by the time the Nexus went down.
Yeah, just what a showing from them. And it does feel like that is the story of right now, North America versus South America, is that, hey, North America, they lose the early game, but they know how to come back later in the team fights. WAP had some really solid roams in the early game. They were pretty much even for, I feel like, the first 10-15 minutes of the game. It was just when Fear started hitting their power spikes, they knew, and Blaze Olive and XU especially, knew exactly how to move, where to move, to make sure there's always coverage. Philip, man, Philip, this game to me was hilarious. Like, I thought he did very interesting. He did very, very well. But also, like, him and his ability to position well to allow XU and a Blaze Olive to come up and clean house every single time, I felt like was actually a huge accelerator come the mid game.
He solo killed Thorin. Like, that happened so long ago in the game that it's kind of like it doesn't stick in the memory. But yeah, Philip got counterpicked and still won the lane regardless, even after getting dove by Diddy. So let's take a look at our post-game breakdown here to really highlight some of the top performers here. Philip also topping the damage charts right there on the nerfed Rumble. Remember, nerfed Rumble.
Man, the most damage, and the most disgusting part, and that's making me like take a second to really appreciate it, is look at Thorin's damage. 4.8k. This guy did basically support levels of damage, and he was supposed to be the big crowning piece. He's the. I didn't do that to Philip and XU did that to him. They shut him down repeatedly. And
well, I'm going to blame you, RMC. 4.8k is not a great look for the counterpick. Olaf taking double combat sums, the Ghost and the Exhaust. And we saw that in the windows that Thorin maybe could have gone all in. There were some slight hesitations going on, so I'm worried for WAP going forward in the tournament. Hopefully they have just more aggressive plays when it comes down to these little windows where they actually can win matchups, because it feels like we haven't seen the deepest understanding of how these matchups can actually play out.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. You know, we were talking about throwing like a bull in the China shop up against Zamudo. He looked good on that Urgot. He looked like, hey, we could scrap. Maybe we can hold our own against the best top laner that North America has to offer in Tier 2. But come up against Philip, which funnily enough, Zamudo bodied Philip in the grand finals, but Philip bodied Thorin, and it wasn't even close. And again, I'm sorry to keep coming back to this, but Thorin had counterpick, man. Like,
yep.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and I believe even in the first game against the Udyr, I mean, again, you still had to predict that the Udyr was going top lane, but if you've done your research, if you've done your scouting, you should expect that Udyr to go top lane in that game scenario. So, rough for WAP, but not out of the tournament yet. They have played both NACL teams, so they still have a couple opponents left. They have the CBLOL teams as well as their own rivals in Fuego to match up against before the best of one round robin stage concludes. But starting 0-2 is really rough because only 4 out of the 6 teams will make it into the knockout stage.
Yeah, and every win counts. Starting 0-2, that's kind of 1/3 of, or just over a third of your matches gone too. And we've seen from previous games, the CBLOL teams aren't walkovers either. Pain took out DragonSteel, who WAP lost to. So by transitive properties, that does mean it's going to be super hard for WAP against Pain.
All right, well, we're ready for our post-game interview, so let's welcome Philip on to the stream. Philip, the top laner for FearX Starforge, congratulations on the win, calling in from Brazil. I got to start off by asking, you got counterpicked in the top lane and still solo killed. So how would you rate your performance, your kickoff to an international event?
Yeah, I mean, this is my first international event. I was honestly pretty comfortable playing this matchup because I used to play this matchup a lot with Fuego, who's like obviously a really good Olaf, right? So I was really prepared for it. Obviously, he did the Quacker style, the Ghost Exhaust. So
yep.
I mean, yeah, I feel like there's a lot of good Olaf players in NACL, so I wasn't really worried.
For sure, and now for in this tournament especially, there's a lot of big top laners. You saw Zamudo, lose to Hidan earlier today. So I'm curious for you, like, how do you think the top laners stack up, and who are you most looking forward to playing against?
Yeah, obviously Zamudo is very, very good, especially since he kind of like dismantled me in that finals. Obviously, I'm excited to play with him again, but the top laner he played against Hidan, I know this guy from NA solo queue not a while ago because he was playing in Latin America last split, and he was very high rated in solo queue, and yeah, I thought he was very good, and obviously he showed that in the game against DragonSteel. So yeah, I'm excited to play versus him too.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us, Philip. We're going to let you get going and celebrate your win while we continue on with the show. So thank you very much for taking the time. But that is the top laner from FearX Starforge. And now it's time to cover some of the highlights from that last match. I think we'll see a lot of Philip in them as well, at least that solo kill. Oh, I forgot to ask him. I was just going to ask straight up, have you read the Rumble patch notes? And I totally forgot. It's on me.
That's fair. You know what? That's fine. Even if he didn't, he won, and that's the most important thing.
That's a good point. Well, as we take a look at these highlight reels, actually we're going a little faster or later into the game than the Rumble solo kill. But Philip, I mean, he died a lot. He got a lot of kills. He did a lot of damage, topped the damage charts. But this play in particular, man, this is what started the vendetta. WAP just were mad at Philip after this.
Understandably, and I actually love the way FearX Starforge's bot lane especially responded so quickly. They bought enough time with the CC to allow XU and ABO to really get in there and actually clean up. And I feel like this might have been the breaking point of the game, because that was like the mental break when you couldn't kill Philip and you threw everything in the kitchen to get him, and it backfired.
And the fact that Diddy doesn't kill him here, I mean, this is Winsome saving him basically, and then XU getting the kill credit, but still, it's the third time, which we're not even going to get a look at. I think that happened before this happened here. This was the big pick where WAP were just getting too aggressive in the jungle, and then XU just goes Super Saiyan here. I think we didn't talk a lot about XU during the game. Oh, this is the solo kill too. But XU did silently, just farm up a storm and be very impactful on the Viego.
Fair enough, yeah. XU, I think, played the game very cleanly. He recognized when his power spikes were and knew exactly what he could handle. That solo kill that you're talking about onto that we just saw as well, I think that exemplifies XU in this series, in this game, pardon me, that he knew exactly when he was strong, exactly when he could chase and what he was able to find. And in the team fights as well, just his threat was massive. The ability to reset was huge. There was one replay which we didn't get to see where he just became Shuhari and just found the re-engage with Shuhari. We talk about how good Shuhari is at engage and how willing he is to fight, while XU kind of did that better and wasn't even the champion.
XU literally playing every champion in the game whenever he picks up a Viego. But it is time now to unveil our MVP from that last game, which is XU. Again, we didn't talk about him too much throughout the entire game, but when you look at the impactful moments and his ability to just continually farm up the jungle camps, get all the grubs, get all the dragons, he just controlled the Rift.
Wait, but doesn't MVP stand for most valuable Philip? Come on.
Oh, we actually changed that. It's now just player. I know. It was too biased before.
Man, I'm so sad. What a Philip. What a Philip. WAP.
But again, Deathless in that game, 11 KDA. I think he was like 5-0-6 or something by the end of it. Very impressive from XU, the jungler showing up here. You don't have to have, the highlight reel plays in order to give your team the win condition and be the most valuable player on the Rift. It still did feel like it was Philip, or rather that it was XU that was making a lot of those global map plays happen. Even I said it, Philip. Yeah,
I'm
the most valuable Philip. I'm going to be thinking about that one for a while.
All right, well, like the jungle pool. Sorry, it feels like the jungle pool has actually really stepped up. I thought the top lane might be the spiciest matchups, but really the junglers, I mean, Yuji, XU, QQ Tatu all stepping up has been really fun so far today.
And I was pretty impressed with QQ overall. I actually am excited to see what WAP looks like going forward into some of the other matchups, into some of the other regions. NACL was expected to do well at this event, whether you were DragonSteel or FearX Starforge. There's more question marks around FearX Starforge. But I would argue, I don't know if you agree, I think that was a more convincing win from FearX Starforge than Disguised gave WAP. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree. Disguise definitely came somehow playing from North American thing was absolutely epic. DragonSteel's win over WAP though.
Yep, there we go.
I'm sorry, Kagas, I had to. DragonSteel's win though in game one, I agree with you. I think Fear is showing up huge, and you know what? For both these teams, for WAP and Fear as well, like it feels like this tournament is a bit of a proving grounds. Their ways in here, some people weren't convinced, right? Like WAP wasn't favored, they won. Fear x Starforge came in with a 40% win rate in playoffs, but they have proven themselves. And Fear, if they can, if you can beat DragonSteel here, it counts. Like sure, you didn't win the championship, but I think an international trophy is bigger than a domestic one.
Absolutely agree. The competition is going to be stiffer at an event like this. Speaking of, we have one more competition ahead of us between Pain Gaming Academy and Fuego, the number 2 seed from CBLOL Academy versus the number 1 team from LRN. And Pain Gaming already coming off of a massive win against DragonSteel, as they were arguably picking up the upset right there, but maybe showing that our expectations were not accurate coming into this event. Fuego are going to be hoping to pick up a win versus CBLOL.
I don't know if we consider this an upset if Pain can win this, because after all, Fuego did beat first seed CBLOL, K8stars Academy, and Pain have a shot at revenge, but at the same time, again, Pain is often considered a stronger best-of-1 team than K8stars Academy, so a lot of answers will be decided by this Game 5, by this match between Pain Gaming Academy and Fuego, not least who ends the day lossless.
All we know is that one team will leave day 1 undefeated. Fuego or Pain Gaming Academy, stick around, because we'll be right back after this break.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Bahardamard.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Game 5 of our Day 1 broadcast of America's Challengers. We have Pain Gaming Academy taking on a Fuego, the number 2 seed from CB Lowell Academy versus the number 1 seed from LRN, both of which are Tier 2 representatives from their regions, and both of which won their first game of the event, which means that only one of them will be walking away with an undefeated record on Day 1.
And what better game could we ask to end on, Kangas? This Day 1 has been such an amazing start to it. It hasn't been a one-sided beatdown. It's been just trading blows left and right. And even here at the end, we touched on it before the break. For Pain, for Fuego, it's not only just a 2-0 loss, but Fuego has a chance to clean sweep Brazil off the board on the very first day.
That would be crazy to think about when we had expectations coming in that it'd be kind of NACL, CB LOL, LLA as the Tier 2 representatives kind of in that tier list. But Fuego could really throw the narrative on its head because Pain Gaming Academy already did that by taking the win against DragonSteel. If Fuego get the win against Pain Gaming, suddenly it's like, okay, we can't say with confidence who's favorites anymore because all the favorites at the beginning have lost and the teams that we thought would be struggling more have picked up wins. But if everything goes as expected, we do think the Pain Gaming Academy should still have a slight edge, or at least I do. I don't know. Do you still agree with me based on the tape that we've seen so far?
Brother, I can't see below. I have to support the Brazilians, if not they'll lynch me when I go back to them. But no, I fully agree. I mean, I personally am actually a Pain fan, so I've been hoping for Pain Academy to find great success here. And in the game against DragonSteel, I think they've shown that this is a fundamentally very, very strong team. I don't think we see the sort of mistakes that Fuego were able to exploit against K-Star show up here.
I do agree. And I will say that what we saw from Pain Gaming Academy, Hidan having very creative engage angles, Marvin having great late game team fights, but overall, I wasn't the most impressed with their early game. When it came down to just, getting a lead right away, it felt like they were falling behind a little bit. I do wonder if they're going to struggle against a support like Baula, who I saw getting very aggressive in lane, trying to find these engages. Wasn't always to success, but still was looking for them. Either way, I hope we have a high-tempo game this time around because I feel like the teams are all warmed up now, having their first game on stage. But we're ready for Game 5, the last game of the day, and we are into Pick and Ban.
And I'm wondering as well, because we saw that Fuego didn't have the best early game of their own either. So both these teams were really good at bouncing back. Now, what happens when they pit against each other? I'm very curious to see if Smolder gets through. That was, I think, a big part of the win for Zelt. Yes, the move for Mataz was absolutely massive, but the Smolder, I think, was the core piece of that composition. And Pain, they could just ban it and remove it right from the get-go.
And we see at least the fans chanting, "Go Pain, go Pain." No surprise, I suppose, as they are the hometown team. But yes, will we see the ban? Amumu was great in Game 1. I would love to see Mataz back on something like that if it is available to them. And it's Jax banned away from ADD.
Yeah, that shocks me. And for ADD, that's massive. You can draw that Jax ban when you're even more comfortable onto tanks. That's huge. It doesn't restrict you in any way. We aren't going to see the Amumu for Mataz, unfortunately, but it will be Sejuani, which does kind of similar things. She's almost like ranged Amumu in terms of being able to engage from further away.
Yeah, less committal, but less AoE engage as well. It's going to be much more single target lockdown and then slows around said target. So let's see what the answer is from Pain Gaming. They're going to go for the Maokai. First time that we're seeing this so far. Tried and true classic answer into the Sejuani. You can control the access points with great effect. And they're going to pair it with an Azir. So already very standard, more like front to back style of picks here with the first two of Pain Gaming.
I'm surprised, Kangas. No,
Sorry, I had to strike
no
with a
complaints about Maokai being nerfed on this patch. And first time
oh, is he on the list? I might have glossed over that.
No, he is.
Let me go get it so I can tell everybody how upset I am.
Okay, while you do that, Azir being picked up from Quats, that is an old favorite of Quats in the mid lane, another sort of scaling champion, which is his bread and butter. And it looks like Fuego, they're not picking the Smolder. They're not going for late game necessarily. Tristana with the early lane pressure. Rumble, again. Now, I love the setup, but we've also seen Rumble, you kind of got to get him to the fight.
Yep, Rumble. I mean, everyone knows my opinions on that. So the Maokai changes. It's actually it's very interesting. I think early game clear speed won't be affected that much, but late game clear speed could be. As Bramble Smash damage went down later levels, it's the same in the early levels. Level 1, level 2 it's only down by 5, but by the time you get max level, it's 20 less damage per Q Bramble Smash. And the Sapling Toss is the big one. The cooldown, they just, man, we can't quite get a read of where we want Maokai cooldown to be on Saplings. It's 18 seconds right now, level 1. Was 16 seconds. It's a 2-second nerf across the board right there. So we'll see if that is felt by Pain Gaming's jungler. Doesn't feel like the craziest nerfs, but still, you will notice it.
Yeah, the utility from Maokai was always the biggest problem about trying to balance him. So reducing duration and increasing cooldown, I think, is... well, Riot's trying to find a way. Now, we do see the K'Sante being picked up for Hidan as a counter pick to the Rumble. I personally am not a fan of K'Sante in general, but it feels like Pain is trying to set up for big scaling carries for Quats, for Marvin. And Jinx is a champion, you know, I've mentioned it earlier today. She got buffed. I think she's a great pickup right now, especially if you've got some sort of defensive support. Braum is on the table. Tom Kench is on the table if you absolutely need something to 100% bail her out.
And Marvin also was an AD carry that was playing more to the mid-late game anyway on the Kai'Sa before. When you have a Maokai K'Sante to be a frontline, and then in the Azir to be AP DPS, yeah, something like a Jinx on top of that would be a very classic front-to-back style of team composition. But there's a lot of AD carries that fit that build that Jinx is providing, and we're hovering some other options. Zeri, Twitch, really anything that's going to opt into that same type of front-to-back.
I'm just laughing because they scrolled over Marvin and you can see him giving the thumbs up to his coaches there. So the Twitch was actually his pick in the critical game 5 in the grand finals of CBLOL Academy, which they lost. Hence why the hover. Hence why I'm trying to convince his coach.
I think so. He's like, please, trust me. It didn't work, but it will this time. Nah, instead it's Smolder. But notably, Smolder in the bot lane gonna stack a little slower than Smolder in the mid lane. That's part of why we saw the change happen where it goes into the solo lane, is there weren't many matchups that could just crush it. And also, you're just gonna get waves a little faster, and you can also pivot to taking the Raptors and the Wolves a little bit faster if you have a jungle who's kind enough to allow you to do so. But it is still Jinx locked in. We do finally get to see the buffed AD carry. Additional scaling on her attack speed, and now locked in here for Virus.
Oh, Fuego, you're making this hard for me. I want to cheer Brazil, but I'm liking the composition from Fuego very much. The team fighting on this is incredible. Double marksman as well for the sustained damage to run through. And Jinx was originally considered a counter to Smolder when Smolder first came out, because Jinx outranges the Smolder, and with the buffs as well, I could see Fuego being actually able to win the straight up front to back that Pain has fully opted for.
And also, I've been saying it this whole time, I gotta say it again, Azir has been hit by nerfs as well. The W Arise, scaling damage going down until you get to max level, as well as just the overall scaling from your XP level going down. So overall, it's just a slight decrease in damage from Azir late game and a bigger decrease in damage early game. But theoretically, it's not going to be that big of a deal, as that is just your W, not any of your other abilities, which are also a big part of your burst damage when you're going in for the big shuffles, the big plays. But I do expect to see a lot of front-to-back style of team fights outside of a Tristana going for a split push, maybe a Rumble equalizer over the top. There's not a lot of ways for us to threaten backlines here. And you know what? As I've been saying all that, I'm just now realizing Maokai support. Just now caught up on what was on our screen right there, because Viego was locked in for the jungle. So that means a very unique bot lane coming in.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if we've seen Maokai support in this split. In the past, Maokai has been a support. He's got a lot of utility, but I feel like a lot of that was also about those saplings. Now, the duration and cooldown, well, have been nerfed, both of them, but just getting vision at critical moments is, I think, the most important thing to be able to effectively use those saplings. And the nerf, I feel like, doesn't really affect the support side of it too much, especially the scaling side. So we'll kind of see how it works. I think it's a good pick into the Nautilus to be able to disengage when you hook in, you just get knocked back. You've got the ult as well. It just feels like a very passive bot lane to me, both ends.
In terms of bot lanes, though, I think you're all right. Being the Smolder in a passive bot lane, in fact, you might prefer that. Let's see if the front-to-back works out here for Pain Gaming Academy, or Fuego can make some craziness happen with the resets of a Jinx, with the resets of a Tristana. They start getting kills, they can run away with fights, and early on, they're grouping up as 5, going for a little bit of an invade down here into the Tribe Rush. I like the look from Baola, but nobody from PNG is actually down here. Pain Gaming Academy are actually on the top half of the map trying to do their own thing.
Yeah, generally Pain Gaming Academy, like we said before, Tatu, very aggressive. They like to get invades off on their own, so more often than not, they're looking to get in there. Now, it's a very delayed invade coming through from Pain Gaming Academy. It's just Hidan and Giggs actually moving up, which raises questions, because if Giggs doesn't start hitting bot soon, are we just going to see something like a lane swap come through? There were changes to turret plating and resistances as well, so lane swaps get pretty tough for the pairing that goes top.
I just want to listen along, because in the crowd, I don't know what they ended with. I think they're battling each other for chance. But early on, I heard, "Let's go Fuego." Like, audibly. So Fuego fans are showing up. That's a bold move in Brazil to cheer against the Brazilian team. But a flash from ADD. Fuego looking to start things off early, but did not expect Giggs and Hidan to be there as well. ADD's going to have to run away. And I cannot believe that nobody's going to die at the end of that. ADD just flashed over the wall into 3 and lives.
Yeah, they didn't have enough damage, Pain, and this is kind of why Fuego was confident enough to go for that level 1 invade. They knew that they were stronger. What is more shocking to me is the lane swap comes across. Both top laners kind of get screwed because they tried to make action happen mid. Baola thinking about rotating up there early. We're seeing ADD already show up bot lane. Virus should be looking for the back and switch soon.
And we also have vertical jungling happening here with Tatu in the enemy jungle top side. Mataz in the enemy jungle bottom side here. Just hovering the side of the map that they have the lane swaps happening. Yeah, as supports are hanging out mid lane. Very interesting game state. They've just both taken the handshake, but whenever this happens, whenever you see the handshake in the lane swap, I usually favor the team that has the bottom side push, because the mechanic of the game still exists. The bottom turret will take a little more damage in the early levels than the top turret. So you can actually go for plates much faster if you're the team that commits to the bottom side play.
They increased it this patch. They nerfed it further. Kagish, generally, I'm wondering if they read the patch notes for these teams. And you can see right from the get-go, Virus, he's gotten almost 2 plates. And you look at that top side turret, it's barely scratched. We are giving huge advantages away. Oh, Virus.
Oh, and Virus is in some trouble right now, though. Has the flash available. Flap from Marvin. Virus, I think, is just accepting that he's dead. First blood to Marvin, as he just teleports bot side and punishes Virus for sticking around a little too long.
Kangas, I'm sorry I doubted Pain. It was a huge big brain strategy coming through from Pain. We will bait out Virus as far as we can. You get 2 plates, we get first blood. It's worth more gold. And they got it onto Marvin on the Smolder that you wanted it on. So it actually ends up panning out for Pain. Was this what I expected from the lane swap? Hell no. But it still works in advantage for the team that pulled it off.
Absolutely, as ADD, no flash available, stunned up by Hidan. He's going to have to sidestep this one, and he doesn't. Stun lands from Tatu, and ADD in a world flash forward from Hidan. He will get the kill, but again, he goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade topside. Meanwhile, Fuego trying to get the reset onto Virus, but he can't get in range. Again, doesn't flash forward. I think, oh man, Virus is really holding that flash button. Wondering if it could have saved his life earlier. Wondering if it could have gotten a kill right there. Either way, he will still have it available.
Oh, Zelt. That's a good hold on that flash. Still manages to get out.
That's a kill. That's a kill if it's not a nerf to zero.
I feel like today's just been spot the nerf and try and see the impacts on the game. No, you're 100% right. Paola just interrupting the base from quads there. I don't hate it. Now Zelt's back into lane, and Tristana shove is incredibly fast. But Kangas, I want to kind of go back to your point about Virus right here, because I actually think he's making the right call. I don't think at level 3 he gets the kill onto Giggs. Giggs is tankier than you might think. And that first time, if you flash, you can't get away unless you get over a wall. So it feels really bad for Virus. But it's not the wrong call. You just got to be confident in that.
Well, they're going for another one right now. And remember, they do still have the flash. I think you want to go for Geeks here. Actually, they lock down Marvin, who does have the flash. Now they get Geeks. It's Mataz with the kill credit, not the jinx. But still, they get the kill regardless.
Yeah, and good play from Marvin as well. Marvin was trying to body block the initial engage. I think he just got a little bit too close to Gigs, so it didn't matter at the end of the day. But again, yeah, as you point out, Mataz getting first, or getting the kill credit, I shouldn't say first kill. Unfortunately, we saw this before, and on the Amumu, at least you can build the Andre's Abyssal Mask. On a Sedge, there is no offensive build for Sedge to go.
Oh. Okay, remember, Virus does have the flash. He's going to have to use it now to survive. Instant cleanse, flash away, both summoner spells down.
Does that open up Dragon for Pain Gaming at this point, forcing the back out of Virus and Baula? Unfortunately, Marvin's really low on health and mana, so Tatu has to solo this. He's starting it up. Fuego don't know.
I imagine they can have an idea, though. They just saw Tatu down there, and Mataz is actually going for an invade. Doesn't know that Geeks is here, though. Okay. Qats can actually collapse as well. Mataz level 4 is going to have to jump away. ADD's walking all the way over to try and back up his jungler, but it's an awkward situation. Mataz is just wasting time here. ADD will actually start up the grubs, but the dragon's already down, so Tatu can actually walk all the way over here and try and contest, maybe even hit level 6 beforehand. Let's see. No, not off of that. I don't think off the wave either, so I don't imagine Tatu will be level 6 for this fight, but can at least deny the 3 grubs. Oh, engage coming in from Baula onto Qats. Everyone's jumping onto the Azir, flashes to safety. Still has the Emperor's Divide as Geeks now on an opposite side of the wall. Awkward position, but Hedon's here to back him up all out over the wall. They caught the jungler. Mataz goes down as Geeks is just surviving for an eternity. Qats with a shuffle. Geeks gets out of there. Double kill over to Hedon. Zelt in trouble. He'll look for one more, but straight into the Bramble Smash. And Geeks gets the kill. Pain Gaming Academy walk away with a massive teamfight skirmish win.
Geek Smash is real, and Pain Gaming Academy, their team fighting is so incredibly clean. You can see almost the division of labor saying, hey, you do this, I got this, you know, we can juggle them around. They're never going to get an opportunity. And Quats on this Azir, we talked about the fact that it's a champion he was long known for. It's precisely plays like that, knowing exactly when to stand back and do the damage and when to go in. And part of me feels like this is all Baula. Baula thought he saw the angle, saw the engage, but the equalizer comes out and there's nothing to hold Pain there. So Pain just kind of disengaged, waited out, and once that's gone, Hedon, okay, I know that's all out, but that looks more like absconded dumb. The way he just grabs some of these, steals them away, splits them, and Pain just divides and conquers.
And it's tough. Zelt had flash. I think there were moments there where Zelt could have gone in to try and get final kills, but Zelt was only ever hitting people that were above half health. He was never actually able to get the resets, the executes. If you're Tristana, you're able to rocket jump around a fight like that, that's an ideal scenario for you, where you can actually just reset and just keep the momentum going. But Zelt was just hitting the thing nearest to him the entire time and was not able to get any of those kills. So now it's a 3,000, about 2,500 actually, gold lead for Pain Gaming Academy in this early game. As I mean, plates are still up for another 4 minutes. We are well away from a mid-game pivot here, and that's a lot of gold on the side of Pain Gaming Academy.
Yeah, and they've got skilling on their side too, so it's not like Pain are going to be falling off anytime soon. Even worse, I fear that Fuego and the Tristana for Zelt specifically might start to hit a bit of a power trough soon enough, at least comparatively speaking. Normally, one item Tristana are really, really strong, but you know, 2 items, you're not as good as quite a lot of the other marksmen at that point. So if Zelt couldn't find any kills in that last fight, you've got one more opportunity when you kind of complete that first item. After that, it's going to get even harder for you to find those critical resets that you need.
I also want to point out something interesting here. When it comes to itemization, we have one completed item in the game. It's Hedon with the Zeke's convergence here on the Cassante. So already hitting a bit of a power spike, a much earlier pickup for that very cheap item, but it is the completed item. So now you're able to do this all out onto ADD and is just going for the solo kill. Flashes back into the equalizer because he knows he's got damage. Hedon is just smiling on ADD.
Oh, did anybody tell Hedon that ADD isn't NACL anymore? Ah, okay. Yeah. Did anybody tell Hidan that ADD isn't NACL anymore? You can chill. You don't have to go as hard as you did on Zamudo there, because he's going. Okay, we talk up Zamudo so much. Hidan, at least here on day one, I think has made a claim for best top laner in this tournament.
Hard to deny the results-based analysis right there. Wins the game against Zamudo, who was kind of expectations-wise the top guy. And now already doing this to ADD, who has that wealth of experience, has played at the NACL level before, and is not finding success right now. Baula going for a little bit of a roam up here, but not going to commit to it. Virus is alone for a moment here. Does Tatu want this? Oh, Virus is in a lot of trouble. Tatu just got to walk up. Instead, they're going to turn on to Geeks. I think they might have taken too long. They don't even throw out the Nature's Grasp. Now it's a little late to do so. They can just run away. Baula will tank it up, is rooted, and actually it still lands on a Virus. Has not used the cleanse or the flash and just dies. Pain Gaming Academy. They're just gifted the engage.
I tried, Kangas. I tried to explain why Virus FX wasn't burning flash. This time, no excuses. You had to do it or you die. There's no reason not to. You've got walls all around you, but Fuego, they just got caught off guard, had no clue that Pain was set up, ready to collapse in from multiple directions. And I love that. I'm loving that these AD carries are taking TP, actually. The fact that Marvin gets the TP, gets the kill as well to accelerate him. This is massive for compositions that are going to scale up even better as we go on.
Marvin 202 already has the Trinity Force completed, and multiple turret plates now in his pocket. 91 stacks at 12 minutes into this game as Baula looks for a Q but hits a minion instead of Marvin. The Dragon's being started and secured by Mataz, so at least that's something for Fuego. But this game is falling apart, and it's falling apart quick. Pain Gaming Academy have a massive lead, and they're going to take down the first turret before plates fall. A full minute before plates fall. That equalizer actually might delay it, and it does. Does clear out the wave, but now Marvin's going forward. ADD engaged on by Geeks, had the back of a Baula, but there's just no way that they can take 2v3 with Tatu there as well.
That was so close. I genuinely thought ADD was going to die because he tried to stop that. Virus X as well has to be careful. The slow doing massive work onto Hidan. He ends up eating half his health in third shots.
Yeah, he's fine. He's a Cassante. He's able to shrug that one off. A-okay, and even look for a solo kill right there. Yeah, if that third strike landed, then that was definitely a dead Jinx. But look at this gold graph. It is spiraling here as we are now 6,000 ahead for the side of Pain Gaming Academy.
I'm going to be honest, guys. I did not expect Pain to be spiraling this far out of control. They are a very good early game team. In CBLOL Academy, that was often how they won. Really good early game set pieces, Tatu playing aggressively. But with this composition, I thought they were just going to sit back and scale. Instead, they have just been balls to the wall the entire time. And Fuego, even the dragon that they got, to me, that was more Pain kind of giving that over. Oh, what? Oh. Misses the ult.
Oh, shuffle used, but Quats did not respect. There were many more members of Fuego nearby and is going to donate a kill over. Nice for Zelt to pick up that gold.
There we go. That's what Fuego needs. They need to be manufacturing picks of their own and not waiting for Pain to make a play and trying to pick up the scraps afterwards. Love to see it. Hidan stepping up here feels optimistic when you knew there were multiple bodies of Fuego down here.
Has the turret still to back him up. Taking some damage from the Tristana, but has a decent amount of armor right now, so should be just fine. ADD might not be, though. Multiple members of Pain Gaming Academy are circling the water. ADD does not realize that there is a rumble on the other side of that wall. Gives a quick thumbs up, and that is Marvin with the third kill of the game. Meanwhile, bot lane, Hidan trying to solo kill Zell, gets the flash out of the Tristana, doesn't land the stun. Almost gets the kill, it does! A third strike snipe onto Zelt, and Hidan's going to be able to walk this one out. You got to imagine, maybe Virus can make it in time. That's going to be the only one with the damage.
Oh, the Josh Rocket!
Matas is now going to go down as well. Hidan! Unstoppable! Unkillable! As Virus is going to try and make it, cannot even land the choppers. Baula will walk under turret for one shot. Check the calendar. Yesterday was Friday the 13th, but Hidan is haunting Fuego right now.
Kangas, is he done? He's never done. He just keeps on going. Gets 2 kills in the face of what should have been a 3v1 situation. And it's not just what he's doing on his own. Like, he's already doing incredible things just by winning out that trade, but he's also drawing so much resources bot side. The rest of Pain is just free to push everywhere else on the map, get all the advantages, get all the setup they want.
This is one of the most impactful top lane pressure performances that we have seen in quite a while. Marvin will throw out the zoning ultimate right there, but Virus really has nowhere to go. Has the flash again. Will he use it this time? Slowed down, cleanses the slow, gonna flash straight into the waiting arms of an Azir. As QX doesn't throw out, the Emperor's Divide doesn't need to. Tatu is there for the kill credit. Pain Gaming Academy will continue to push onto Bataz as Fuego have not found any purchase into this game, and yet again, the resets from the Viego are too much for them. Pain Gaming Academy now are sieging onto a tier 2 turret, diving ADD. We're 16 minutes into this game, people. How are we doing this? At least there's a shutdown. ADD with the help of the turret will get 1. But Pain Gaming Academy have broken this game wide open.
Here's the truth of Pain Gaming, Kangas. It's painful one way or another, either to their fans or to their opponents. And it looks like today, Pain decided they wanted to play for Brazil. They wanted to make sure that it's their opponents fueling on the Pain. Fuego, Zelt especially, you know, I think Zelt's making the right call here. He's recognizing that, guys, we can't fight this. We're down 7,000 gold. Like, we're not winning a 5v5. Stall. I will split push. Unfortunately, Zelt did his job. The rest of Fuego did not.
Yeah, unfortunately. The Tristana side lane will always be a threat. But, oh my god. Is this total game damage? Is that Virus at 2,600 behind the Nautilus and Hidan at 10,500? So. That is absurd. That is absurd. Get that off of my screen. Yeah, please. I don't want to look at that anymore.
I do. I'm liking the top lane narrative. That was what I thought we were going to be looking at coming into today. And hey, at least ADD is still making things happen. Do Fuego? No, they think they might have Tatu, but okay, they're being respectful. They saw Tatu alone and recognized that we might not win this 2v3.
Also, I mean, QODS is right there. So the Azir plus the Viego will absolutely be too much for them to deal with. Despite the fact that Azir hasn't really accomplished all that much, I will say it really hasn't felt like they're the main character. Oh, Paula. Okay. I didn't actually see A is able to dodge out on the Spectral Wall, but not on the Nature's Grasp, nor the Twisted Advance. Sneaks diving under the turret. They even take down the turret to deny any more damage. And watch, Heaton! The raid boss has arrived, and Quat with the shuffle on the 2! Heaton following it up, diving Virus under the turret, and will continue his damage numbers going. That is a 5-for-0 ace, 18 minutes into the game.
Paula has respawned, Kangas. We are pre-20 minutes. Death timers are low, but Pain, they don't care. They take an inhibitor pre-20 minutes. I remember back in the day, Alice was saying, hey, never take an inhibitor pre-19 minutes. Well, Pain are doing it, and I ain't complaining.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it looks like the game is just toast. Fuego tried their absolute hardest. They were under their turret, but they couldn't do anything. Like, if we get a replay of that, I don't even know if it's worth it to look. That turret probably did more damage than any of the players on Fuego, and it didn't matter. They were just CC'd to oblivion and just blown up.
That's a stat we need to track. Ooh. We need to track minion KDAs as well as turret damage, total damage done.
Oh, not non-biased on your end at all, you know.
No, I think, you know, considering that Winions just won the LCS Grand Finals, like, it's a stat that might need to be tracked.
I hate to burst your bubble. I imagine the KDA for minions is going to be quite low. I think they die on average much more than they kill enemy champions.
I think you watch enough solo queue games. Might surprise you. Hidan's got a 3-on-1 coming in.
Okay, does Hidan win this? Does he win this? Marvin has teleport. If Marvin teleports, they really win this. But right now, Hidan's just buying time as everybody else is pushing in. He takes so little damage, and the Mega Death Rocket actually doesn't get the kill, but it will get an excited Jinx here. A technical 4v1 And while that was happening, the entire base is just in shambles. Pain Gaming Academy are able to take the top inhibitor plus the top inhibitor turret. And now Baron just spawned. We just crushed it 20 minutes into this game.
Now, other teams use Baron to crack inhibitor turrets. Pain uses Baron to just flat out end the game. And they're going to wait for Hidan to come back up. Hidan is TP as well. So Fuego, you have to contest this at this point. I know it's a bad look. It's hard to get in there, but you have to.
And I mean, at this point, this is pretty much what you expect to see when they do it. Nature's Grass goes out. They do have their Jinx in the position, but there's just no damage to follow up. Teleport from Hidan, and it's going to be another ace. Zelt limps away with a fraction of a health bar as Tatu fails the ult over the wall and will just sit there in shame. But Pain Gaming Academy, they pull it off in spectacular fashion. Just a blitzingly fast game against Fuego. Pain Gaming Academy, they take down the #1 seed from NACL. They take down the #1 seed from LRN, and they will end day one undefeated.
21 minutes. Be proud, Brazil. This is your team who just crushed day one. And Marvin, I want to highlight you. Marvin got 225 stacks. Literally, his Nexus was going down. The man picked Smolder and never won, and didn't even use the strongest point of Smolder. He played through the weakest point of Smolder and still dominated.
That was a shellacking right there from Pain Gaming Academy. And with the victory over DragonSteel, with this destruction and dismantling of Fuego, now all eyes will be on Pain Gaming Academy as the team coming out of day one to beat, because those performances really showed that they are one of the teams that needs to be in that conversation. I mean, we're coming into the event like, who are the teams in the conversation? Probably Pain Gaming Academy. No, put their name at the top of the list after today.
Fair enough, and I've been going around telling all of the casters, all broadcasters, watch out for Brazil. Brazil's tier 2 ain't no joke. The academy system works down there, and I predicted, DSTL versus Pain Grand Finals. But even, I wasn't thinking they'd walk away as first seed, but they might just do that, Kangas. I'm super hyped, I'm super excited, and sure, this game was crushing for Fuego, but let's not forget Game 2 Fuego. They beat Kate Star's Academy. They're a strong team too. This game, don't let it fool you. You got to see more tape on Fuego before you can decide.
And also, fun fact, I mean, as we track the regions, because there's 2 teams from each region, this means both NACL and CBLOL will have positive win records, because VivoKeyed losing their game, but it's a 2-0 for Pain Gaming, so great look for them. Unfortunate for the LLA Tier 2 representatives, though, as they have struggled out the gates.
Yeah, a little bit, especially WAP, unfortunately. They weren't able to find anything. But tomorrow's got some interesting matchups, including, I think, all 3 sort of Civil Wars or intra-regional matchups where I think you've got DragonSteel versus Fear. You've got, Pain versus Kate Stars.
WAP,
Fuego.
Fuego.
Versus Fuego. So, hopefully, this LATAM regions will be able to find at least a win there. And hopefully, that bolsters them going forward as well, because I don't think we've seen the best of WAP or Fuego, for that matter.
I don't think so either, and those are all back-to-back-to-back to end of the day tomorrow. But to wrap things up today, let's take a look at our post-game breakdown here, because, okay, K'Sante did not do the most damage. Thank goodness. I was really concerned that we were going to see a full tank K'Sante top the damage charts, but Smolder is at least able to do that for us.
I don't know if it's better or worse that a not fully stacked Smolder, a baby Smolder, managed to do the most damage this game.
It might be worse, actually. Nerf
Smolder too, by the way.
Nerf Smolder, exactly. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, we'll cover MVP later. It might shock you who was the one to pick it up, but there were actually a lot of really good performers. So I know that we meme about Hidan on the K'Sante and how crazy that game was. But let's talk about the other performers, because now the Pain Gaming Academy are the front runners here, leaving day one undefeated. Let's start talking about how they did it and how they looked doing it. I think Marvin in particular really stepping up in this game as well in a lane swap situation that did not seem like it was going to favor them, just just teleports bot side and gets the solo kill because Geeks sets him up for that. Marvin Geeks are actually looking like a pretty formidable 2v2 bot lane duo that I think teams need to start respecting.
Yeah, and if anything, props to Scary Jerry and Zyko for not making them look as terrifying as they did in Game 3. That's why it feels like a surprise here in Game 5. But if you follow Pain Gaming Academy at all in CB LoL Academy, you know that Marvin and Giggs, they took the region by storm beginning this year when Marvin was just a rookie, and that's kind of how they wanted, was the strong bot lane. But for me, the one who surprised me the most was actually Quats on the Azir. Generally, I think of him more as a scaling sort of player, like just sit back, farm, get to late. Yeah, he didn't sit back whatsoever this game. He was going in there, finding the Emperor's Divides. It was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, some of them it felt like he was waiting for a little too long, but then you would always realize, no, he was actually waiting for the right time. He was waiting for the efficient time. This is one of them. He holds the ultimate and then is able to find the re-engage to really like seal the deal on this play. And this was like basically the game-ending moment here for Fuego. Once they lost this, it all just went downhill.
Jesus, what, 8-9 minutes into the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I kind of
think
agree with
about
you. Yeah, and it just felt like Pain, once they had the advantage, they just knew how to press constantly. And once again, we see the engage coming through, but Quats is off on the side. He's creating so much space. He's buying so much time. And that just lets Marvin kind of free fire on that top side. There's no threat. DD's not there. The Jinx was away coming, so Smolder gets the play.
Oh, no, not this one. This is crazy,
yes, this
dude.
one. This gotta go on Hidan's highlight reel,
Hidan is
man.
a monster.
The dodging of the rocket, too, I think, was what really made it for me right there. And you think about the fact it's coming through the wall. So you actually don't even have that much notice of the actual missile. So Hidan was just ready to go. As soon as he saw the tip of that missile, he just dodged out.
And gets under turret, gets out of there. And then this one again. Actually, Virus lives this one, I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait, no, because he flashes straight into the Azir. Another very satisfying shuffle. This is one of those wars where I was like, wait, why didn't he just shuffle right away? But Tatu's right there, and then again, he's able to hold it for a more impactful play later on.
Yeah, when they kind of get to continue going on Mataz and ADD because they had everything kind of available for them. And I think a lot of this goes back to the fact of what you're saying, kind of, is the fact that everybody on this team was stepping up this game. Even right there, you talk about the fact that Kotz doesn't use the Emperor's Divide because he trusts Tatu. Tatu's job was to dive the backline. We didn't get to see it much, not because he wasn't doing his job. He didn't need to, but he was there and ready every single time.
And then this is the one right here. The shuffle, Hidan on the flank. I mean, at this point, the game was pretty much over anyways. But it's cool to end it in style, to look flashy, to look good as you push into the enemy and Nexus. And that was a blisteringly fast game right there. Oh, that wasn't even the game end, right? That was just the inhibitor going down.
Yeah,
I
that
forgot
was the
that it kept
18-minute
going.
inhibitor, right? Forgot about that for a second. Yeah, this was the one that really just cracked them. But this was just dotting your I's, crossing your T's at this point. I agree with you. I think the Herald play on the top side was the critical one. And the fact that Hidan came from behind, from cutting them off, just diving that turret and just tanked it, and nobody died. It wasn't even close.
Well, I'm hearing it's time to announce MVP, so everybody in chat, take your bets right now. It might surprise you as we pull them up on screen. It's Hidan on the Cassante. Yeah, that was crazy what this guy was able to do on that pick.
They added an extra stat for him, literally solo kills. That was not there on the other kill screens, on the other stat screens.
And keep in mind, I think two of those were in like 1v3 scenarios, like 1v2, 1v3 scenarios.
Yeah, goal difference at 20 as well, 901. Hidan is an absolute monster. And hey, you know what? I love the fact he went Cassante too. Not a nerf champion, somebody who hopefully read the patch notes.
True. Wait a minute. I like that. Causation, correlation, I don't know what to call it either way. I'll call it good for Hidan as the Cassante is able to march him to victory and an MVP in Game 5 and an undefeated Day 1, 2-0 for Pain Gaming Academy. So going back to that, who else, now that we're at the end of the day, I want to ask you, RMC, who do you think can possibly give competition to this team that has looked pretty dominant out the gates?
So, Pain Gaming has Kryptonite. All their rosters have Kryptonite. In CB LoL, it was Loud. In Academy, it was Kate Stars. So tomorrow gets a little bit dicey because they are facing K-Stars. They have lost, they've lost, out of their 5 losses this split, 4 of them went to K-Stars. So that's 80% of their losses are K-Stars.
All right.
Also,
that's
to be fair,
NA and LLA's best hope then, is just let Cade Stars take down Pain Gaming instead. We'll see if they can do it. But for now, to close out the day, let's take a look at the standings and where things currently lie. We've been saying it a couple of times. PNG, Pain Gaming Academy, 2-0 out of day 1. Fearx Starforge 1-0, with DragonSteel Fuego at 1-1, whereas Vivo Keed Stars at 0-1, and WAP at the bottom of the standings at 0-2.
Yeah, the safety mark, of course, being top 4 right now. Cade and WAP at the end of the first day are in the danger zone, and going to tomorrow, they will need to find some wins. DragonSteel and Fuego as well, despite the fact that they're 3rd and 4th. I'm not sleeping on those 2 teams.
And
they
a reminder that 2
teams.
of the teams, or rather, sorry, 2 of the teams here have only played 1 game apiece because of, we have 6 total teams here with only 5 games a day. So tomorrow that should even out a little bit more. And by the end of the regular, the group stage here, the round robin best of 1s, everyone will have played the same number of games. But for right now, because of the uneven number that we play on day 1, that is how things shake out. So yeah, I mean, a lot of takeaways, a lot of things to think about. I think especially on DragonSteel's side, we set them up to be the heroes. Scary Jerry saying they went drop a game, and they were not able to hold on to that undefeated record that they were hoping for, which I think makes things more exciting, personally. I know that you're saying you're the biased Brazilian caster covering it on the English broadcast, so I'm sure that you're really a fan of how day 1 shaped out. But overall, I think a lot to celebrate here as fans of Tier 2 international competition.
Fair enough, and I'm sure DragonSteel will punch back as well. Loses improve. It just makes them that much scarier, to be honest.
Exactly, but I believe that's going to do it here for day number 1. Thank you so much, everybody, for sticking with us. This was a fantastic show to have, and we will see you tomorrow for day 2 of America's Challengers.